If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, as always, Claire Marie, thank you, because it's Friday.
Friday.
You never know if it's the third or the fourth one that he slowly comes out with a creepy little Friday.
Matter of fact, out of context, that would be incredibly creepy, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The good Pastor John, the good of the great Pastor John, who will have a word of affirmation, maybe a word or two. How long is that puppy this morning, by the way?
I'm going to let you know. Let's see. It's looking 1 minute and 32 seconds.
So it is galvanizing and affirming, but not the Sermon on the Mount, is what you're telling me.
Whatever you just said, yeah.
I want to go with that. Galvanizing and affirming. Those might, in fact, be the words for our friends at Fastport. We're at the Fastport studio in the city of New Orleans at the historic Degas House. Fastport's out there, man. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people, from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. Hey, man, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org.
Brad Bentley.
BB the King, as our good friend Lindsay Lawler, who'll be here at the center of the show. Well, the second half of the show. 9 in the central, 10 in the east. That's right, it's Road Gang Radio.
Living a life.
Hashtag RGR. Big shout out to George. Is this your life? This is my life. Scat Pack's Garage and Trucking. Good morning to you, my friend. I'm just going to say it again. Love hanging out with Scat Pack at the Driver's Lounge at Reeds Across America. Talk with some of our friends from there just this week, both behind the scenes and in the scenes. Brad Bentley, good morning to you. It's good to see you. By the way, check out our social media page today. Our lineup of all of our shows. You know, we do the Road Gang Radio lineup, that posting. Have a little something written in the side. Always have a little comment, like, like Chuck Norris, for instance. Drives it automatic with a manual transmission, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what today's is, right?
Oh, is it something with Chuck Norris?
No, it's not Chuck Norris.
Oh.
It's New Orleans is still here.
Oh, I like that.
20 years later, New Orleans is still here, man.
Nice.
Too legit to quit. Let me tell you something right now.
Legit.
Who's beeper be beeping and beeping? It's New Orleans is beeper that's beeping and beeper. The city survived. On occasion, it thrived. On other occasions, it got a couple of... By the way, this whole 20 years has been bracketed by 2 mayors getting indicted. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, since it's not Chuck Norris Day, I just have to get this out of my system. Do you know what Chuck Norris can do? He can slam a revolving door.
Pretty much anything. I mean, Chuck Norris was talking to a little kid the other day, and he asked him, he said, "How old are you?" And the kid said, "I'm 11. He said, "By the time I was your age, I was already 12.
Amen.
Chuck Norris, by the way. 615-292-6366. Big good morning to Joe J. He's headed home. I hope you are too. That is well said, my friend. He's headed home, and we hope you are too out there, by the way.
On a Friday.
Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR, as the road continues to roll on down. Talk with our friends from OIDA yesterday. Our friends from OIDA will be here today again at 11 o'clock. I'll preview that show in a little bit. There's a lot of show to preview. We got a lot of stuff to kind of dig into here. I mean, we are racked, packed, and stacked. We are essentially like, Waffle House hash browns. We got everything on us. I mean, we are just scattered, smattered, smothered, covered, chunked, the whole enchilada and the burrito on the side. Of course, Pastor John's going to open us up. We got to get Mike McHorse in this conversation sooner rather than later. Let's kind of get him queued up as soon as possible because there's a lot to talk about. He's going to be here. The messy middle continues to roll on highway, roll on down. He's going to be here talking about that messy middle, alternative fuels, the fuels we already kind of rely on, all sorts of scenarios. And Mike will be here immediately after Pastor John talking about MVT. Mike, as you well know, is the Director of Industry Management, and he is the lead on diesel fleets in Run on Less. You can go to runonless.com or nacfe.org to check all that information out. Charles Lackman is going to be joining us. Charles Lockman is going to be joining us. He's got a new book out. I kid you not. It's about hunting U-boats, guys.
And he seems like a really cool dude.
By the way, but it's about hunting U-boats, and it's called Codename Nemo.
Yeah. He's a straight-to-the-point dude when I talked to him yesterday.
Of course he is. You got to be straight to the point to write a book about this. By the way, what the book is essentially about, it's the eve of D-Day, and guess what they're doing? They're hunting U-boats. It's the tale of a task force on a hunt for a behemoth under the Baltic on the eve of the Great Invasion.
Usually whenever I call someone, they automatically think that I'm a telemarketer because we have a Nashville number. And whenever he answers, he's like, what can I help you with? And I'm like, oh, this is Andre with Road Gang Radio. Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on? Hey, man, what's happening? What's happening?
Yeah.
Hey, it's the person you wanted to hear from. Hey! Exactly. He'll be here at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. Dr. Chrislin Wood Nicholson is going to be here talking about avian bird flu. Lindsay is not going to catch bird flu. If you catch bird flu, you have a compromised immune system. Mm-hmm. What you don't want it to do is wipe out the wonderful birds in your life, whether you actually have them in your house, in your backyard, or they just hang out. Like, you know.
Don't bring up the fountain. Don't bring up the fountain.
Bleached. They bleached it. They bleached it. Erica Denny is going to be here immediately after that at 8:30 the center, 9:30 in the east. But you guys know her from the Colorado DOT. It is about chains and winter driving. Chains and winter driving. We're going to get a lot of time to talk with her. She was in Nemo Nation last time. Boom, 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 bang.
So good.
Not today. Today she gets the whole full breadth of the situation. And then we're going to go about the business, Phone Master Dre, Madison with a T, myself, of welcoming Lindsay Lawler, as we always do for the second half of the show, my co-host in this particular adventure. We're going to roll out that welcome mat. We're going to turn that engine over. We're going to get you ready for the weekend. We got some great guests there, too, coming up as well. I'll preview them in just a little bit, but they do involve a couple of musicians, a little bit of Touchdown Tara the Turtle showing up for Breaker Talkback, and we're going to make you guys, we're going to force you to listen while we figure out what you're going to be listening to this weekend with some country and western music news, courtesy of our friend Lindsay Lawler, by the way. You know, this is crazy, and really quickly before we hit this break, because we got to get there in a hop, skip, and a jump. The three people that were killed in the August 12th crash, the one everybody's been talking about, 37-year-old Fanola Joseph, 54-year-old Rodrigue Dorr, and 30-year-old Herbie Dufresne, are still being held at the St. Lucie County Medical Examiner's Office in Florida. They're still there. According to the Miami Herald, no family members or funeral homes have signed release forms for the bodies of the three victims. The FHP, the Florida Highway Patrol policy, is to provide alerts and updates for family members on the retrieval of their loved ones. A spokesperson for the FHP says that a corporal and a victim advocate have been assigned to the case, but did not provide further information on contact with the families. There's a whole bunch of reasons that could be going on.
Yeah.
I mean, some people might not have families. Some people might have been in the process. It breaks your heart. Remember this about being on the road, guys. On this weekend, when you get home, man, Joe J, get home. Guys, get home and go hug the people you love. There might have been a few people and they didn't have families. 30 years old, maybe they're thinking it's been a lonely life up to this point. Yeah. But I'm going someplace, and I'm going to start a family, and I'm going to make some friends, and I'm going to do that. God bless them. We got to take this quick break here because we get Mike gone. McHorse is going to be joining us just here in a little bit on Run On Less, that messy middle. We'll be digging into that, but let's take a breath. You and I, Dre.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled
wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we have made it to another Friday. And the blessing to it is this. This is the blessing that, hear me out. This is the blessing. The blessing is this is a Friday that we've never seen before. We've never experienced this Friday. Psalm 1 verse 2 says, this is beautiful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. You know what the songwriter is saying? Songwriter said he delights himself into so much of God's wisdom and so much of God's love for us that guess what he said? He said, I had to just sit and think about it. You know what? I want you to think about this, and I'm saying this with sincerity and love to you all, because I pray that you start doing some of these devotionals in your own personal time. But find you some scriptures to meditate on. And the best way to do it is to do it when you're by yourself and there's not a lot of distractions. Just spend some time alone with God. Just take and spend some time with him. Just take and say, okay, God. Read a verse and then say, okay, God, minister to me through that verse. And I promise you, that'll be the best time of meditation that you've had in your Christian walk. And it'll get better and better and gooder. God bless you until we meet again.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Well, I don't know about you, Jimmy, but I feel pretty gooder after listening to that.
Better and better, gooder and gooder. Or we could actually translate that into Churchill terms and say, as we all move towards broad, sunlit uplands. Don't you love that?
I think Mike does.
Messy middle, messy middle, messy middle, messy middle. It's Mike Horse. Hey, Mike, of course you guys all know Mike. He is the Director of Industry Engagement, and he is the lead on diesel fleet in Run on Less. He joins us this morning to continue our conversation with our friends at NACFE about that messy middle, about that running on less with MVT. Good morning. I have finally managed my clock correctly. We should be able to at least get some in-depth conversation about this, Mike. How you doing?
Mike.
Hi. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. And good morning from the Valley of the Sun.
Ooh, that's right. Let's talk a little bit about MVT. We'll talk about the Valley of the Sun as well, too. But let's talk a little bit about MVT because, we're beginning, as we have more and more conversations with you guys, to kind of understand this kind of all of the above approach, a chance to look at all of these different ways to kind of run on less. Talk to us about the partnership you guys have with them in regards to, I always say it's like being a reporter and being embedded, and it's your job to kind of get the story out of what's happening over there. Tell us about MVT.
Yeah, very exciting. So we're introducing today on runonless.com our last of our diesel fleet participants in the Run on Less Messy Middle. This will be Mesilla Valley Transport. We had an opportunity to go out and visit them in El Paso, Texas, where they have their largest terminal, and spoke to a number of their executive team, their driver, one of the two drivers that will be participating, and then some of the vendors that are supporting them as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, and I'm glad you brought this up because we've talked a lot about the fleets themselves and a lot of the trucks too. But this is such a collaborative thing. Because if you look at the profiles of the folks, you'll also notice that with places like Mesilla Valley, that it's always about, it's not just a matter of the drivers and the people who work behind the scenes on the trucks and the people who work at the hubs and for the companies. It is about their partners as well, too. I mean, you're talking about, it's the receivers, it's the clients. There's a whole lot of people that have to kind of, give their insight on what's going on here. Because if you're not delivering this stuff to the people who are getting it in a way that makes them happy, it doesn't matter how happy you are, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely, and it takes a team to achieve the things that MVT is doing, over the road. I mean, here's a fleet that's averaging, they have 2,000 tractors and drivers, and they're achieving over 9.2 mpg, using their diesel fleet. and just some amazing numbers coming out of that operation.
Yeah, and the other thing is too is like I said, we've looked at natural gas, we looked at hydrogen, we looked at electric. This is right back to this is in your wheelhouse. This is diesel, as everybody over there has talked about. We want to make this really clear, guys. We're looking at an all of the above approach, but at the end of the day, if people are crossing state lines for the foreseeable future, it is going to be about putting diesel in that truck, and this is one of the places where we're really looking at this. So, and this is a company that's got over 40 years of experience and started with 2 trucks. So, can you kind of talk about what they are looking at? Because I said they're working with something they've worked with for a long time, but of course there are still changes in regards to efficiency, in regards to kind of maximizing the potential of diesel. So, even within that wheelhouse of what trucking is used to, what are some of the new discoveries? What are you seeing? And what can people expect? Give us a sneak preview of that beautiful video that's on the website. And guys, that's at the participant part of runonless.com.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was great. Again, with the number of people we had a chance to interview, starting off with their president, Royal Jones, who calls himself the king of fuel efficiency. A fascinating interview with him. And his experience with the fleet, and he's very focused on fuel efficiency, and is looking for every opportunity to continue to increase that. And then he points out that they continue to look at every aspect of the truck to make improvements in that area, but the other key element is the driver, and it's really getting into that mindset with the drivers to make them understand that you just can't be flooring the throttle all the time and hope to get the fuel economy numbers that they want to get. So this is an interesting run that they're going to do, which they do on a regular basis. But they've got a driver team that will operate that truck on a route that's nearly 2,000 miles and only stop once for fuel and get back. They'll go from El Paso to Nashville, back to California, and back to El Paso, and then they do their 35-hour reset. So really interesting approach to how they achieve those fuel economy numbers, and just to keep that truck up and running all the time. There's a heavy focus on maintenance and making sure when they do have that reset, that truck goes through a safety lane and looks for every possible thing that could take that truck out of service. Keep that thing on the road.
This is interesting too, because when we look at like natural gas, or we look at electric, or we look at hydrogen, when we look at those kind of things, we're also looking at the effectiveness of the actual fuel itself. I'm not saying we're not doing that with diesel, but a lot of the men and women who drive for Messiah, they know how this works. You're not having to onboard anybody really on how diesel actually works, getting you further down the road. There's an understanding of that. So the focus, it seems, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the focus, it seems to be about the efficiency of how much is being consumed, and can we minimize that to the nth degree. But I did want to ask you, too, in regards to that, because we had talked about the other forms where people talked about the lack of smell and the quality of life improving. Are they doing anything in regards to all of this to make sure that the quality of life improves with the fuel efficiency? In regards to the truck drivers that you're talking to, what are they saying? Is the doubling down on maintenance causing any sort of not stress points, but accelerative points, or is it actually making it an easier ride?
Well, I think so. If you look at their approach to their operation, it's really about trying to get that driver home on a regular basis to let them get back to El Paso and have that long reset there. So they're not getting and their team drivers, allowing them to get that operation of that route over much more quickly by doing that. And I'd say the quality of life for those drivers is very, very good.
Yeah, and I kept thinking that too, because I said if you're only stopping once in a run that long, if you're only doing that once, the idea that, if, like I said, one of the things people don't realize, stopping and starting, having to constantly move and flow and move through traffic as opposed to flow through it, causes stress and strains. The more you can not have to pull over, the more you can not have to stop on a regular basis, the less stress it creates. I want to give people a perspective of what they're trying to achieve here. So the average fleet-wide fuel economy is 8.65, and there are 40% less carbon emissions on MBT miles to the industry average. Actually, so we have a quote here from Royal Jones. They get themselves up to, as you alluded to, they get themselves up to 9.2 on the company fleet. So it really is. I mean, it really is this kind of race to see how much they can maximize this. Okay, so like I said, this is a different animal than a lot of the other ones we've talked about. And the problem with that is, in talking about that, we often find ourselves like, well, what more is there new to learn about diesel? But can you tell me, what have you learned just from being there?
Oh, I think, you look at, a fleet like MBT and say, hey, these guys they always want to be on that cutting edge, or the bleeding edge, if you want to call it that, and looking for the latest technology to improve their operations. Certainly their international LTs are spec'd with all of the best aerodynamic equipment. They're running the Cummins X15 engine and work very closely with Cummins, almost as a test bed, to try out new things. They are running some of the 2027 engines already in their fleet, just to gauge how that engine is operating and ready, when it does go into ready for when the regulations do dictate that engine is going to be used. So it's it's just everything. And they've got a separate company called MBT Solutions that is looking at everything that they can do to improve the fuel efficiency in that fleet and uptime in regards to maintenance. And then they try that in the MBT Solution test bed, and then they funnel that into the entire MBT operation. So it's fascinating. All of that's kind of spelled out in the video. So I encourage people to get on runonless.com, go to participants, and watch all of the videos, and especially as we are discussing today, the MBT video.
The thing that's interesting to me is I said this earlier, the idea that you're working in diesel, what more is there to learn? But there's plenty, and the manager of customer technical support at Cummins, RJ Levasseur, he actually has a great quote that is actually on your site. I want to point out to people: when an issue comes to light, facts are friendly. Love that, and we are engineering based on facts. The more data, the easier it is to sort out an issue. And this is where we're now at the point where all of this has become kind of data driven, so that we are now on the perimeter of efficiency, meaning we have stretched the boundary to the point where we're beginning to look at ways that we can shave this here and shave that there. They're working at that sort of efficiency level. This is not where you would start if you were just getting going. We're looking at an example of a company that really knows its business here and is on what I would call the frontier of efficiency. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. But I'd also encourage anybody that's even looking at, that is dedicated to operating a diesel fleet to look at this and say, hey, what can we learn from MBT that we could implement in our operation to improve those numbers? Certainly, as we've discussed, that's the fun thing about Messy Middle is there's lots of technologies out there to look at. Some may be appropriate for part of your fleet in a certain operation. But we're here with diesel for probably quite a ways in the foreseeable future. So let's keep looking at ways to maximize that propulsion system and use it to the benefit of the environment. So.
I'm going to take you to left field for a second, because it wouldn't be a show with me unless we ended up in left field doing something strange. So, the other day, Lindsay Lawler has a show called We Should Write. She had a guest on there named Laura Tremaine. Laura wrote a wonderful book that's basically the 10 friends you should have in your life. And we were also talking to Dr. Ben Kligler about how important friendships are and how they help our mental, physical, and overall kind of holistic health. Laura's book, without even realizing it, served as almost a textbook for the idea of keeping an inventory of friends. Is it fair to say, as you begin to bring all of this in, 13 fleets, as you begin to bring this whole thing in, that people could actually go to runonless.com and go to those 13 participants, watch those videos, dig in deep, and use that almost as a fuel efficiency for dummies? The idea of here are 13 great examples that you can use so that if you are a small business or if you're just getting started in the adventure of fuel efficiency, this becomes almost a template that you can use as kind of like in a way that you would get normally a magazine or a book that would say, here are 13 models of efficiency. This is the same thing, isn't it? You guys are presenting options, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. And this is, we're talking about, kind of riding that 40,000 foot level at this, when we're looking at these 13 fleets. And then I would encourage everybody to go to NACV.org, to our website and start, we have white papers and confidence reports on almost all of these technologies to provide a ton of detail for anybody who's looking at dipping a toe into these technologies to see how they work and the ins and outs of what it takes to do that.
Okay, we're almost out of time here. What are you doing with your Labor Day weekend, by the way?
Football, lots of football this weekend.
Oh my God!
So excited.
I am so stoked that we have college football. Wait, what is it? College football on Saturday. And what I really love is college football knows it's got one crack at this. So college football on Sunday, and I am just stoked about it, man. It's a great thing. I'm going to actually hang out with my nephews, my dad, do some barbecuing, and get just a chance to catch up and enjoy these weekends I have finally gotten after a decade on the air. Mike, we always love talking to you. We know there are plenty more conversations to come. Guys, one more time, runonless.com. If you actually want to know the participants, you can click on that part of the link, or you can just write runonless.com /participants. You can also go to NACV.org and find out more about all those white papers, all those fuel efficiency studies. Mike, thank you so much. It's good to hear your voice. Go have the best of weekends, my friend.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. They've been doing this with us for the length of the ride, guys, and it has been one of the most incredibly I feel like an expert. If you check out that website, and like I said, not a sponsor, guys, just here doing their thing, making sure the word gets out. We're going to take a quick break here. I told you guys, I want you to imagine Das Boot, Hunt for the Red October, a whole bunch of other groovy stuff coming your way. But it's all true. Codename Nemo. What a great Friday title for this show. Codename Nemo. Go to truckdown.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Oh, that's darn tootin' right, Claire Marie. Ain't that right, Jimmy Mack? Because today we're talking about Nemo in a different light.
In very, very different light, by the way. If you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, if you've given your heart to iHeart, if you're yakking it up on YouTube, by the way, you can participate in any conversation that way. We tend to leave phone lines open, but if you do call, make sure you're listening to what the guest is actually talking about. That, by the way, I'm talking to new people out there. Our friends who are with us, Dre, they already know.
Yeah.
They know the drill. They call about that kind of stuff all the time. I'm really excited about this next guest. By the way, this would have been for me, I read it this week, this would have been for me great summer reading. Oh, wait, it's New Orleans. It's August. It's still summertime. Charles Lockman is an author and a storyteller, and we are absolutely thrilled to welcome him here this morning. We're talking about his book, Codename Nemo, and I'll get to that in a second. But he, by the way, Charles, is widely recognized as one of the top producers in the news magazine genre. Charles has overseen Inside Edition's growth into the longest running and most honored series of its kind. Under Charles's leadership, the show has achieved unprecedented ratings for America's most enduring magazine, news magazine, with an intriguing balance of human interest stories, hard-hitting investigative reports, and celebrity and pop culture features. He has guided Inside Edition to a unique niche in the syndicated news magazine genre. By the way, Dre, it's a piece of programming genius. I know a little bit about programming, and it actually is racked, packed, and stacked. It manages, I think, in some ways, to combine factual, hard-hitting stuff with sort of the familiarity of a local news broadcast, but with a great deal more polish and a great deal more execution. It's really sits in a beautiful place. He's written a number of history books, one of which we're talking about today. He's the author of The Last Lincolns, The Rise and Fall of a Great American Family. He is also an author of A Secret Life, an investigative biography of President Grover Cleveland, which the New York Times says punctured previous books about Cleveland, very misunderstood president. And the Christian Science Monitor called that book a blend of sharp detective work. The thing that he does, and I'm going to let him talk for a long time, don't worry. The thing that he does so great is that he is able to balance, much like the work that he produces on video, he is able to balance really clean, straightforward, tactical, logistical realities, truth, with still allowing the thing to move forward at a brisk clip and at a compelling pace. And this is the tale, Codename Nemo, of a task force hunting for a behemoth under the Baltic on the eve of the greatest invasion of all time. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome Charles Lockman, the author of Codename Nemo. Welcome aboard to Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio and RadioNemo.com. You are an official member. Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Great to be here, and I appreciate the invitation. I think all my future books will have Nemo in the title, so I'll get a re-invite.
By the way, my friend, any book you write, given the topics you've covered and given the fact that we've got so many men and women out there who are history buffs, big history buffs, making their way down the byways and highways. We have one of our listeners, I kid you not, who has 600 audio books under his belt. Many of those recommendations come from us, and we are pleased about this. This is a great story, and I wanted to ask you a question that I alluded to at the top. You've got two jobs here. You have got to logistically and tactically and strategically follow a number of players in this game, while and also lay out who the players are, set an entire map, outline the world this exists in, and then still, while keeping it all clear, keeping it moving forward. So I think it's a good place to start. How do you achieve that balance? Because I've read a number of great tactical books on Midway, for instance, where I've been left kind of dry because they have to go through all the stuff. You create the balance. Talk to how you do that.
Well, I appreciate that endorsement. I think that's what I do. I love history. I read lots of history books for pleasure, and I love the facts of history. But I think that a lot of these books are written for the world of academia, which is great. It's necessary. My books are written for the general audience. I want to write a book that will be, as you point out, fast-paced and energetic. I don't want people to stop after page one and say, I'm not going to be able to get through this. I need the power and punch and energy. I want to create the excitement that these young men had when they captured this German submarine. I want that to come out of the book. I want the readers to seem as if they're already in the action. And that creates a level of excitement and drama that I think is unique in history books. But at the same time, it all has to be very factual. It has to stand up to historical scrutiny. But because believe me, there are a lot of people out there who read books and can't wait to point out the slightest flaw in facts.
By the way, I have a funny story that you will relate to. So we were doing some work for the World War II Museum, and we were doing a production about the Battle of Midway. And a photo got taken of the costume designer getting the men ready. She had not put their ties in place yet. She was still kind of looking at stuff. There was a guy on the cover whose tie went below his belt. The number of letters to the editor from people who were like, that tie is in the wrong place, was unbelievable. The letters that we got, the people who care about this stuff care about it right down to the particulars. And so you have
got that right. It's the attention to detail is extraordinary, and you really have to appreciate that and respect that.
Yeah. So I want to talk about literally here. There's some really great larger-than-life characters, and I always love discovering new larger-than-life characters. You know, there's famous people like, I brought up Midway. It's a passion of mine. You know, Wade McCluskey always kind of percolates in my brain. I did not know Gallery. I did not know the story of Gallery. And you kind of throw us in the middle of stuff with both the U-boat and then, of course, with the task force, 22-3. Can you kind of talk about one of the men that sits at the center of this, Daniel Gallery, and kind of give us a little backstory on him?
Sure. Gallery is a great forgotten hero of the U.S. Navy. He was the son of a Chicago lawyer. Two of his brothers were also naval officers. In fact, the three Gallery brothers all achieved the rank of Rear Admiral, which is the first in Navy history. And the third brother was a Catholic priest in Chicago. And he was a graduate of the Annapolis Academy and served on several ships as an ensign. And then he transferred to Navy Flight School in Pensacola. But he always dreamed of commanding a great aircraft carrier. But at the beginning of World War II, fate and the U.S. Navy, he found himself based in Iceland, which he found to be a very cold and strange land. He was a great leader. His men really respected him. His main mission in Iceland was hunting and killing Nazi U-boats who were operating in the waters off the coast of Iceland. But he dreamed of becoming a aircraft carrier because it combined his skills as a ship commanding officer with his skills as a naval aviator. And then finally that happened in 1943 when he was given the command of the USS Guadalcanal.
That, like I said, that story to me is like, there are things that, and I wasn't like, how did I not know about this? Because it's your job to kind of let people become aware of this sort of character. The other thing is, too, is that geographically you're playing in a very strange world that a lot of people who have not served, or particularly haven't served in the Navy, don't understand. Yes, the North Atlantic, the Baltic, all the places that we kind of talk about over the course of the book, these are wide open spaces, but they're also very contained because for the first time since the naval battles of 1812, we're talking about search and seizures. I mean, a lot of this stuff, which had not been part of the American sort of reality and sort of anybody's reality, it's a very different kind of naval warfare that you're looking at here as opposed to the Pacific where he ends up. That's wide open spaces and great distances. This is as close as you get to close quarter fighting in boats in the entire war. Is that fair, given what I was reading?
Yes, totally. Your knowledge of World War II is very impressive. Yes, when the Captain Gallery and his task force seized the U-505 Nazi submarine, it was the first time. It was the first seizure of an intact enemy warship in battle since the War of 1812. And it's so remarkable because when I'm jumping a little bit ahead of the story, but when the task force surrounded the German U-boat, they called out on the loudspeaker of the ship, away boarding party, which was a command not heard since the War of 1812. When in the old days, when you swung, it's like Captain Blood. When you swung onto a pirate ship and seized it, it was like that in a sense. In this case, the boarding party boarded a whaleboat and zoomed across about 3,000 feet to the U-505, and that's when they boarded it and seized it.
By the way, anybody who reads this is going to be reminded of Run Silent, Run Deep, of course, Hunt for the October, Das Boot, except all this happened. All that we're talking about actually happened here. And I was kind of wanted people to know with the ship searches and seizures, and remember the book opens up, not you remembering, but the book opens up with actually Americans on the receiving end of this. Talk to people about the value of what it meant to get a hold of one of these ships. The U-boat in particular, of course, looms large, but what it meant to actually seize these ships, about the intelligence that it gives way to, because speaking of intelligence, we're getting to the big thing here, aren't we?
Right. Well, the point of seizing a Nazi U-boat on the high seas was to seize it intact. Other U-boats had been seized, but it was in the aftermath. They had been blown up, or when they were taken over, all the equipment and secret coding machines had been destroyed by the German crew members. What made this unique is that when they boarded U-505, they found two Enigma machines, and I'm sure a lot of your viewers know what that is. It's basically a cipher device that was used to protect military communications. It looked like a futuristic typewriter. It had keys that you type with, and each time you hit a key, you typed a letter, and a light would go on behind the box. And behind the box was a kind of a spaghetti of wires and a electromechanical rotor mechanism that scrambled all the letters of the alphabet into gibberish. And so you not only see, but the point of the Allies already had an Enigma machine, which they had seized at prior missions. But the value of seizing U-505 was that they not only got the latest model of the Enigma machine, but they got the Nazi code books. And to read an Enigma message, you needed the secret code. The Allies, through the work of Professor Turing, who I'm sure a lot of your viewers are aware of, had deciphered the Nazi code, but it took hours and hours and hours of computer time to discover what the codes meant. Now that the Allies had possession of the Nazi code, they could read it instantaneously. So the Germans considered their code to be unbreakable. But with the possession of the code books, they could read it as soon as the messages were sent out. And this was particularly crucial because U-505 was seized on June 4th, 1944, which every student of history will know was 2 days before D-Day. So it was a critical time in the Allied war effort, and it gave them invaluable intelligence material to work with.
What is really interesting about it too is that it's one more reminder that once Omaha and Utah beaches are hit, the ball game is over. And I don't mean that the decision has not been made about how the world will turn, but there's no more planning to do. So the last minute planning and the last minute details and the little bit of last things that arrive in regards to intelligence on the eve of D-Day, each one becomes more crucial. And it's a great reminder that despite the fact of the focus of what was happening on those beaches, so much more was going on. Forget about the Pacific. So much more was going on, not just in Italy, but north of what was going to end up happening, on the beaches of Normandy. And it's a really great reminder of that. Let's shift sides now, because one of the things you also do is one of the great powers of these books is actually, whether you're watching a fictional episode of, Romulans versus the Federation on an episode of Star Trek, or you're actually watching a recreation, we want the other side. We want to understand who we're up against. Can you talk about the people who were on that U-boat?
Yeah, there were 60 Germans on U-505. And it took a special breed of of men to serve on a submarine, particularly a U-boat. First, these cruises, as they called them, would last about 3 months, and life was really hard. They had to store enough food in this incredibly tight space to feed these 60 men to last those 3 months at sea in an impossibly limited amount of space. And at the beginning, they started off with like 2,000 eggs, which had to be consumed in the first 2 weeks of the mission before they started rotting. All the meat was canned, thousands of pounds of potatoes, powdered milk, cheese, etc., and also fresh lemon to prevent the outbreak of scurvy. And there were, like 100 books in the boat's library. Popular music was played over the loudspeaker. There were chess and card games. But the life on board was really, really tough. It was either freezing or steaming hot, depending on where the boat was patrolling. And it was a steady kind of drip of condensation that fell on their faces. And, the stench. Can you imagine 60 men in this tightly confined space not having a bath in 3 months? One of the crew members described it as like living in a cold, clammy coffin. There were only 35 bunks because of the limited space, and they all had to be shared so that when your shift started, you popped out of the bunk, and another crewman got in to take to try to go to sleep, and it was called a hot rack. And so the beds were in use 24 hours a day, and the mattresses reeked of body odor, and they actually had what they called foo-foo water, which they sprayed on their bodies to perfumed water to stem the stench. So life was tough, but at the same time, they were highly motivated young Germans. There were a number of committed Nazis on board. Others were signed up because they believed in their country, but a lot of them were rabid Nazis.
Yeah, and what people don't realize too about totalitarian regimes and the whole problem with government. The greatest example of government overreach is political officers on board. It is, if you notice that doesn't happen on American or British ships. There aren't people monitoring, doing stuff, and listening for dissension in the ranks. Anybody who's actually captained a ship, and we have a number of people who listen who have actually had positions of responsibility, but in all branches of the armed services here, know that when you start listening for political opinions inside of your boat, you've lost control of your boat, or you're controlling it in a very, very bad way. There's so much going on here that I kind of want to talk about, but I do want to give people an example of the accessibility of this book and the joy of this book. Towards the first third of it, just to kind of give you guys an example of the prose. A fighter pilot takes aims and drops 2 MK-47 depth charges. The U-boat throws up heavy anti-aircraft fire. The battle is joined. Back on the Guadalcanal, Gallery is monitoring the engagement via radio communications, eager for good news. All depth charges fell short, the pilot reports. Estimate no damage. Then more disappointing news from the pilot. Sub has submerged again. Next paragraph. But it's not over. The pilot can see the U-boat silhouette. And on it goes. The beginning of the book actually kind of focuses on really, I would call kind of declarative laying out the map in a verbal fashion of what is going on here. But the further we get into the book, the style very, very carefully begins to change to a much more accelerative newspaper, sort of Hemingway-esque terseness. Can you talk a little bit about the writing and about achieving that sort of accelerative nature without turning the whole book into a series of headlines and beats? Am I making sense, Charles?
You are to me, and I appreciate the critique. It's very much appreciated. Yeah, I think the writing style is what makes the book a unique read. Again, going back to the start of our conversation, you don't want to bore your reader. They've spent X number of dollars to buy the book. They're devoting hours of their free time or listening on audio to this work that you've spent years and years trying to polish and write. And the point is to entertain, but also to give them the facts of a story that really is unique and needs to be told. I mean, I would compare the writing to one of my favorite books as a teenager. I remember reading this one back in the day. Was The Day of the Jackal, which was written by Frederick Forsyth and turned into a great movie, and also recently a great miniseries. And I remember thinking to myself, because I always wanted to become a writer / historian, you know, what if you were to be able to write a work of history with this accelerated pace and this drama? It was Day of the Jackal was fiction, but what if you could incorporate some of the techniques that was used in that book into history, again, standing up to historical scrutiny, making sure even every word of dialogue is based on historical fact, but writing it in that style. So that's what I tried to achieve. Hopefully I came close to it.
Yeah, that's the old Irish saying. It's not so much in the tale, it's in the telling. I mean, the idea that there are a lot of compelling stories out there that if they were simply told properly and in the order they should be told, and that's the whole in media res beginning of the thing, guys, by the way. Like Charles says, he drops you in and then he catches you up because the idea is to pull you along into the action. Charles, I asked this of all history books because, you know, simply the reclamation of Gallery as a heroic figure during World War II in and of itself is enough. But there are bigger, broader things that are meant to be learned from this book in the sense of what the takeaways are. Can you kind of talk about what you're hoping people have a better understanding of, not just the historical moment, but there are some value lessons that play through here? I'm thinking of a couple, but I would love either to be affirmed or to catch the ones that I missed.
Well, I think that's a great question. I think one of the things that struck me was the fact that 3,000 young Americans actually witnessed, not heard about, but actually witnessed the seizure of U-505. And they all recognized how important it was to maintain top-level secrecy. They could not utter a single word of what had happened. And bear in mind, this was one of the great achievements of the U.S. Navy during World War II. But they couldn't say anything to their sweethearts, to their families, parents, friends, family. No one, not a word could be spoken about, because once, if it were leaked, and if it got back, if it was in print, if it got back to the German High Command in Berlin, it's over. The value of the seizure of the Nazi code books and the Enigma machine would be valueless, because all the Nazis would have to do is change the code. So the book taught me an important lesson, which is the value of maintaining your intelligence activities at a top secret level. So no leaks, and also the other interesting fact is, you know, what happened to the German sailors after the seizure. There was one fatality, a couple of injuries during the battle, and what happened was that the POWs were taken to a secluded secret camp in New Orleans, not too far from, in Louisiana, northern Louisiana. And there they were kept in secrecy for the duration of the war, because you couldn't even, their families back in Germany were assuming that they had been lost at sea. But it was only after the end of World War II, when the story could now be told that the boat had been seized and the men were alive, did the families in Germany realize that their men had been captured. So I think the biggest takeaway, going back to your question, is the value of secrecy, which I'm not sure it can be maintained in this day and age with social media and cell phones. Can you imagine 3,000 sailors seeing the seizure of an enemy vessel now? How many phones would come out, and how much leaking would go on? I think a lot.
I mean, it's you know, Benjamin Franklin's old adage that 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
Right.
Nowadays is off the chain. Some of the other things I got from this too is that, you know, and once again, none of this is like done didactically. It's done by simply showing these people, these men in motion and in action. The idea, there are some really incredible value lessons on leadership that kind of play throughout, particularly Gallery, particularly when it comes to Lowe. We learn a lot about about how to kind of handle and not handle men. There's that awful story of Werner Hanke. One of the things you want to make sure is that your men don't hate your guts, and that even in the worst of conditions, you don't behave monstrously. That's the word you use with the HMS Ceramic, the sinking of that, and machine gunning the survivors. There are just some incredible value lessons that you can be both an effective and brutal, and at the same time humane commander in the field of conflict. It's available in an audiobook, as you've pointed out. And by the way, the reason I read that, guys, is I want to give you a sense. This book works beautifully on audiobook, and I don't even do half the justice to it that is done in the audiobook. Where can they get that stuff, and where can they find out more about you, Charles?
I would ask people to go on Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and any of the great online bookstores. And there it is, Codename Nemo.
And by the way, guys, it's available at the bookstores proper, too. I actually walked by a copy of it just the other day, and I'm like, wait a minute, why do I? Oh, yeah, that's right, I'm reading it. Are you happy with the audiobook? I have to ask that question for the benefit of the men and women out there listening right now.
It's so funny that you bring that up. I am absolutely thrilled at the way that audiobook turned out. That narrator was genius. And the book was actually nominated, one of 5 books nominated for the best audiobook of the year in the history category. So I was so happy that they just did a great job. I can't say enough about that terrific narrator.
By the way, you got some fans out there. Trucker Boson writes, I don't have 600 audio books, but I do have over 1,100 physical books in my home library. We'll be picking that up. The Paranormal Pie Man wanted me to tell you there's also a video game on Steam called U-Boat where you can captain a U-boat. Trust me, it doesn't have any of the tension of the reality that actually is percolating its way through Codename Nemo. And we are thrilled to welcome Charles Lockman to the show. You're welcome back anytime. Anytime you get a new book out there going, The Hunt for a Nazi U-Boat and the Elusive Enigma Machine. Thank you, Charles. Have the best of Labor Day weekends.
Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Hey, guys, go to RadioNemo.com. Make your way over there. This book and its links are available over there. You can find them there. You can also find us on iHeart, YouTube, Odyssey, Facebook, everywhere you get your streams, your podcast, all of that kind of groovy stuff. Phone Master Dre, would it be okay if you play a little groovy Dr. John Feel? We'll be back talking about avian flu, by the way. You can't catch it unless, of course, it turns into something else. You hear me, Lindsay? Crystalline Wood Nicholson, the good doctor, will be in.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang, because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest,
Is that a fat joke?
and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, that I can do, and the cue is being appreciated because we are live from Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack, and we're going to be talking to the good doctor.
The good doctor is going to be in here in just a moment. By the way, as Dre mentioned, we are at the Fastport Studios, guys. Don't forget that they are solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through a trifecta: research, technology, and people, from registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness. And by the way, know the difference between being veteran ready and veteran friendly. They're not the same thing, by the way. We all love our veterans, but making sure that they have the tools to compete. More importantly, making sure that you are ready to take full advantage of what those men and women have to offer. That's what Fastport does. You can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Want to give a big shout out to our friends at truckdown.com. If you, in fact, are stuck in the ditch and need to find a maintenance provider, go to truckdown.com, download the app. They serve 50 states, 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 1997. Get up, and truck down. Guys, really quickly before we get to our next guest on the show, it's an important conversation. One of the problems that I have in regards to pointing fingers too early, and there was a lot of finger pointing that went on with YouTube, which is with YouTube. I keep saying YouTube. The U-turn accident. That U-turn accident involving Harjinder Singh is that a lot of people start pointing fingers left and right. Looking to blame somebody for political points. And I mean that on both sides and all sides. When you do that, people start engaging in CYA rather than figuring out what went wrong. Just to give you an example, the New Mexico State Police released body cam footage from a traffic stop on truck driver Harjinder Singh after federal officials accused the state of improperly enforcing English language proficiency regulations for commercial vehicles. There doesn't seem to be a problem in the video. It might just be the fact that he's just plain old surly. It might be the fact that he should not have been behind the wheel to begin with, period, but he effectively communicated with them in the video. I'm only bringing this up because we need answers rather than accusation. And I mean that on both sides, guys. I don't want you to think about because one side now is pointing the finger. I don't want you to think I'm taking sides here. Cooler heads need to prevail. Panic is never a good thing. And I bring up the idea of CYA and panic because if we don't say, look, we'll deal with what the aftermath when we get to the aftermath of something, that's fine. But when you start trying to assign blame before you've gotten all the facts, you can see where I'm going with this, Trey, with our next guest, then you find yourself in a lot of problems. Getting the facts straight, understanding what a thing is, why it happens, and how we can prevent it in the future are the first steps we should take before figuring out if any consequences should be meted out. Dr. Chrislyn Wood Nicholson. Dr. Wood, by the way, is a poultry specialist and veterinary medical officer with USDA, HPHIS, and veterinary services in District 1 on the East Coast. And we're going to have us a pretty in-depth conversations from the city of rooftops to the suburban backyards. More than 11 million Americans are raising their own chickens, ducks, and geese than ever before. And Dre, by the way, I can say I am a member of that. My wife, who, as you know, is in California, often works with Adorosaurus, who we call Adora, a 12-year-old chicken. And by the way, if a chicken is 12 years old and active and vibrant, as the doctor can tell you, it's a loved chicken. But that being said, those flocks are facing a real threat, avian influenza. It's fast-moving, it's deadly, and it has been detected in all 50 states. And the good doctor is here this morning. We are pleased to welcome Dr. Wood. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jimmy. Thanks for having me on your show today to talk about defending your flocks from avian influenza.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. So let's just kind of set this up at the most simple level. Talk to us about avian influenza, what it is, and what its ramifications are as it moves across the entire country.
Yes. So avian influenza is a respiratory disease of birds caused by influenza type A viruses. The main strain that we're most concerned about is the highly pathogenic avian influenza strain, or HPAI for short. So that strain of the virus is extremely contagious and deadly to domestic poultry. Many wild birds, they can carry the highly pathogenic avian influenza strain and spread it without showing any signs of illness, and they may infect domestic poultry through direct or indirect contact. As you mentioned, for the past 3 years, since February of 2022, we've seen this HPAI virus spread through all of our 50 states, including one U.S. territory. It's affected 174 million birds, a wide range of species, including chickens, turkeys, and geese. Many other birds have been affected. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of people are raising backyard chickens now. There's an estimated amount of 11 million U.S. households with backyard chickens. So we just want everyone to be aware. If you know people who have backyard chickens, and it's important for the biosecurity or prevention practices to be done by both backyard as well as the commercial industry.
We then take the second step, and by the way, some of the, like I said, we actually know that when chickens are being actually raised at home, when they're actually, beloved pets or sources of homegrown protein, people often forget they are, beautiful animals who are loved, and people want to protect that. At the same time, we're talking about a general, widespread possibility of really affecting the economic supply chain. Can you talk a little bit about, and I know this isn't part of your bailiwick, but the economic impact of what this could do to that population, to the population that we deeply don't want affected?
Right. So usually with HPAI, once the birds are infected, usually almost all of the birds die very quickly. So it's a huge devastation. I'll talk a little bit about the clinical signs, what to look for. So the signs are acute mortality that's unexpected. Usually the birds will die over 2 to 3 days. Neurological signs like difficulty walking, ataxia, lethargy, depression, droopy wings, abnormal head position, drop in feed and water consumption, drop in egg production if they are laying eggs. And then sometimes we've seen the presence of sick and dead vultures nearby or that had been in direct contact with the flock. So the virus is very devastating once it gets into the birds. So that's why we're trying to educate people on prevention so they don't have to deal with this.
By the way, I want a couple of things in there that are worth kind of digging into there as well. The acute mortality means that in the blink of an eye, massive populations of birds simply cease to exist on the ground. The second thing is you pointed out the vultures, and this is a great reminder. Vultures play such an important part in so many ecosystems, in regards to being part of an ecosystem that actually gets rid of a lot of carrion, a lot of other disasters. Vultures often stand in the way of other diseases kind of moving forward. If those populations get wiped out, and I'm asking from a place of ignorance, so the vulture doesn't take care of the carrion. Does this affect other animals outside of simply the avian population?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like you said, it is like an ecosystem. The vultures do take care of, deceased animals and carcasses, and that is an ecosystem, So they are important too in that chain. So, this virus has been very devastating to both the wild birds, many different types of wild birds, ducks, geese, vultures. Many wild birds, can have the virus and are affected by the virus. But really is devastating as well, even more so to our domestic poultry, both the commercial and small backyard flocks.
I'm going to make one more comment about vultures, then I have a question that actually pivots into where you actually took us. The other thing is, too, guys, think about how devastating this is. Vultures are designed to consume disease. They are designed to consume the worst things you can possibly consume, and if they're going away, that's a real problem. Let's talk, like I said, we talk about the idea of the domestic poultry. And what are things that people can do to indemnify themselves against it? Look, this is in 50 states now. I mean, there are things that, that you guys can do and you guys can track this stuff. But what can individuals do to make a difference here?
Yes, good question. So right now in the period that we're in the fall, the wild birds are migrating and moving. So those wild birds can be carriers of avian influenza. And so that's why we're at an increased risk. So some easy, simple biosecurity steps that people can take. Number one is mainly preventing that direct contact with wild birds, especially ducks and geese and vultures, and their droppings. People can accidentally step in wild bird feces, let's say at a park, somewhere outside, and they can accidentally bring it into their poultry coop. So it's important to keep things clean. We recommend that people have dedicated shoes or footwear or boots that they only wear inside their poultry area, or they clean and disinfect them very well before they go into the coop. Also keeping things clean, the feeders and the waters, keeping them clean on a regular basis, having a covering over the poultry coop, limiting the visitors that come in and out. Only the people who really need to be there should be there. And then again, those people that come in and out, they wear their boots that they're supposed to wear, or their simple footwear that they're cleaning, disinfecting. They're disinfecting their hands as well. And then limiting the areas where the birds are held. We don't want them wandering around to ponds or streams of water, or even after heavy rain, sometimes there's standing areas of water that could attract those wild birds. So we want to limit the area to where they're kept.
Now, the people who actually run the larger farms have an understanding of this, but there are people who are, have not fallen into, but kind of followed their passion to have coops and do a lot of work in regards to producing eggs for farmers markets and all that stuff. He's done a pretty darn good job of explaining the kind of behavior you should engage in. I can't let this go, by the way, because a couple of weeks ago, we have a beautiful fountain in front of our studios here that is surrounded by a massive bird population, including Louisiana herons. Somebody, in an attempt to clean out that fountain, thought the good idea was to use bleach. We, of course, immediately dissuaded of this, and we managed to stop the herons from getting in there. Can you talk a little bit about when people go around the business of disinfecting their areas to make sure that their flock, as you guys say, defend the flock, make sure it's protected? What are some kind of strategies to make sure that you're not making the problem worse by introducing other poisons in an attempt to kind of keep the birds safe?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's lots of disinfectants that are effective against avian influenza virus. But as you mentioned, it is important that, the disinfectants be used properly and not, cause harm to additional animals. So general rules as far as cleaning and disinfecting, you want to remove the organic material, so the dirt, the debris, the manure, and dispose of it in a bagged way. Wear gloves, to protect yourself. And then, rinse with water to clean the area. And then we always say follow the directions on the label. And as I mentioned, there's many disinfectants that are effective against influenza virus. If you just search disinfectants effective against influenza, there's an EPA website that comes up that will list many, many disinfectants that are effective against, including avian influenza virus. So they use that disinfectant according to the label direction. So most disinfectants need to be diluted. You don't usually use it at full strength. So you can dilute it, follow the label directions. Sometimes it requires a a contact time, maybe a 10-minute contact time. And then it's very important afterwards, usually per the label directions, to wash or rinse away the disinfectant. And that's some of the steps for proper cleaning and disinfection.
I'm sure I'm going to get comments a little bit later on in the show on our chat streams, by the way. But as you know, the majority of our listeners are over-the-road truckers, many of whom have farms, many of whom have family farms, many of whom have agriculture and poultry kind of set up to go. So this is a very important conversation. As truck drivers, and like I said, if you don't know the answer to this one, it's fine. But as truck drivers who are driving agricultural products or driving back home to the farm, no matter where they go, what are some of the steps that these men and women can take when they get back to their own farms or when they're doing the hauling of these animals to prevent suddenly opening up a truck where everybody's head is tilted to the side and the chickens have no value and they've had the worst end to a life?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So for those truck drivers, if they have poultry at home, when you go back home and go into your chicken coop, you want to make sure your clothes are clean. You have clean shoes. When you go into that coop, everything is cleaned properly. For people who are actually hauling poultry, it's important to make sure that they're following. Usually, if it's for a commercial company, they should be following what their company has designed for their biosecurity practices. And usually that means, they pick up the birds in clean and disinfected coops. You want to make sure that the coops that they're starting with are cleaned and disinfected properly. Do a walk around the truck, look at the crates, make sure there's no large amounts of feces, wild bird feces or even domestic bird feces that had been left over. It's important to start with clean and disinfected crate, the trucks each and every time. Then when they load their birds, if they do see any signs of illness in the birds, it's important to report that through the chains that have been kind of defined by their company. And so once they, if there's any sick birds, and then, just really following what their company has recommended.
I can't thank you enough for making the time here. I wanted to give you a chance if there's anything else you wanted to add. Dr. Chrislyn Wood Nicholson is a poultry specialist and veterinary medical officer with USDA APHIS Veterinary Services in District 1 on the East Coast. By the way, to give you a sense of her bona fides, she received her doctorate of veterinary medicine, DVM, from Michigan State University and a master's of public health from the Pennsylvania State University and a BS from the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. She's been doing this for 20 plus years. So she knows of what she speaks. I wanted to give you the last word before you get out of here.
Thanks so much, Jimmy. So if people do see any sick birds, it's important to contact your state veterinarian's office or state veterinary diagnostic lab. USDA does also have a toll-free number, and that number is 866-536-7593. You can call it from anywhere in the country. Also, USDA has lots of really good resources. We have the Defend the Flock campaign. So your listeners can go to usda.gov, Defend the Flock. There's lots of really good information, videos, biosecurity checklists, even information that's targeted to our youth, because it's important for them also to understand, biosecurity, if you have poultry, and keeping your birds safe. So lots of really good information on our USDA website under Defend the Flock.
Thank you for the fascinating information, the informative information, and delivered impassionately while at the same time, importantly. We can't thank you enough, Dr. Wood. Go have the best of Labor Day weekends.
Thank you. You too.
Tom Bray actually was commenting on the earlier stuff I was talking about in regards to what happened in New Mexico with Harjinder Singh. I talked a little bit about it. What he has to say was he was not the first driver ever to be involved in an illegal U-turn accident. We had one where I was at years ago that led to a policy of termination if you were caught doing one, as a matter of fact. Our good friend Marshall Platter has now bought his second book based on recommendation. He finished Blood and Treasure a couple of days ago. By the way, the author of Blood and Treasure will be coming here in a couple of weeks. We're really excited about that. Mr. Ryan Pote will be showing up here in studio for the second half of Road Gang Radio. Very excited. And you guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366. What the good doctor had to say that I think is so interesting, and it's a great reminder. I've talked about this numerous times on the show, that boredom should become an ally. You need to make a friend and an ally of boredom when you are a truck driver. As you well heard, if you are driving agriculture, if you're driving them chickens, or if you're driving anything with food stuff, it's so important. 50 states the avian influenza has moved through now. And I was mentioning this before. The vultures are a disaster. I mean, the idea that vultures are being poisoned, you think, oh, what's that got to do with me? Okay, let's talk about all of the impact here. So first of all, the idea of not being able to slow it, not being able to arrest it because it happens so fast. Avian flu, literally, and I've seen it happen from time to time. I'm telling you, it wipes out a flock. You could wipe out a family's legacy. I mean, that's like in those old Dust Bowl movies when people's crops were simply just gone in the blink of an eye and the world had been salted so that nothing could grow there for 1,000 years, metaphorically. I mean, you're talking about wiping out large tracts of economic growth. You're also talking about, and by the way, a lot of what happened with the price of eggs a few years ago, some of it was inflation, some of it was actual avian bird flu. It's just bird flu. And that can cause real spikes in the prices. And, you know, Christopher Hitchens, the great British pugilist is what I call him, reminded people at the height of the first Gulf War, before it actually started, people were saying no blood for oil. His response was, I would rather have blood for oil than ideology. And people were horrified by what he said. And what he meant was, he said, look, $60 a barrel of oil at the time, remember it's 1990, he says $70, $80 a barrel of oil affects the poorest people in these developed countries, meaning that it becomes a decision, do I keep the house warm or do I feed my kids? Expensive eggs change the buying habit of millions of Americans and maybe make their, look, it's one of the great gifts of the cosmic, mystery that we live in, our chickens. That literally is an evolutionary bird that doesn't fly, that can be relatively easy caught, and just simply drops protein pellets. It's extraordinary. And to wipe that out, when you think of all the things that eggs do, when you think about what it is, the people who deliver chickens and deliver eggs and sell eggs, both in mass quantities and at farmers market, think about the baking and the cooking and the sauces and the breakfasts and the people who like steak and eggs. I mean, think about how much eggs, in regards to the gift that they give us, how much of an impact it has on both our health, our well-being, and our economics. And this is a great reminder, too, that even if you are not hauling eggs, if you come from a farm family, and many of you do, to wipe that shit off. I'm not going to use that word over the course of the next couple of weeks, but I wanted to kind of make that clear, to take the time to make a friend of boredom and scrape your boots, to wash your boots off, to wash your hands, and to make decisions about what it is you're going to clean yourself with, because some of that can have a toxic impact on animals as well, that you may cause one problem to create another. I want to get back to the vultures here for a second, though, Madison. So the vulture doesn't show up and eat the carrion, right? And then the carrion lays there, and maybe wolves show up, okay? And those wolves eat carrion they shouldn't eat because it wasn't cleared away by the vultures. What happens then? It means the wolves get poisoned, not by avian flu, but by whatever else that the vulture was resistant to, and now you've got sick wolves. And now the wolves are sick, and that means overpopulation in other areas, and suddenly we're all having to grab our guns in Alabama and go hunt down an exploded population of deer. All of that stuff, we're all part of a supply chain of life. And so the choices we make, it's really important to remember that. And that kind of goes back, once again, we're in left field. It's what I do. My deepest apologies. But to remind you that when you start pointing the finger of blame, who's to blame, who's to blame, who's to blame, you're not solving the problem. Oh, by the way, Marshall, very funny. Marshall just wrote, so cluck, cluck, chicken, truck has a new meaning. It absolutely does. And I want to also give a big good morning to Earl and Joe Noble. Good morning to my family. Good morning to you, by the way. You are a member of the Road Gang. And by the way, Earl and Joe Noble are original members of the reconstituted road gang, as is Tom, as is the Paranormal Pie Man, and all of you guys participating in that conversation. But yeah, that effort to point the finger, see what's happening now? When you come out and you blame somebody before an investigation has gone through its full thing, I'm not happy with what our friends in New Mexico are doing. They need to be investigating. They don't need to be releasing videos, but they're releasing videos because they've been accused of something. Let's kind of focus on what needs to be done, and in focusing on what needs to be done, we can then figure out who's to blame later on. 615-292-6366. I got about 2 or 3 minutes left here before we hit the break. I thought I would use this time to kind of tell you what is coming up here. And if you happen to drop in and make a phone call, I'll be happy to take it and listen to what you have to say. A lot of our friends are out there. Coming up next, by the way, been dying to get Erica Denny on of the CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation, to talk about chains and winter driving. Erica, by the way, as you guys remember from Nemo Nation, is a freight planner, freight mobility and safety branch of the Colorado Department of Transportation, and truckers are required to start carrying chains on their trucks in the Colorado mountain corridors this Monday. Labor Day is coming up, and we wanted to give her a chance to actually have a longer kind of conversation about the ins and outs of all of these things. You guys can go to csp.colorado.gov to find out more about that. After that, once we get into more of an in-depth conversation about what it means to actually do the Department of Transportation over in Colorado, we are going to shift to, giving you guys the life you deserve. We're heading into a Labor Day weekend. Really quick note, by the way, and we'll preview this at the end of the show. We're going to be doing replays on Monday. That being said, the first hour will be Dre and I live taking your phone calls, and the last half hour will be Dre and I. Maybe Lindsay drops in on her way back from Georgia. Maybe Dave drops into the studio just to say hey before shuffling off his radio coil. But we got some great content coming your way, some real curated recent content, but a lot of it's also going to be Dre and I taking your phone calls, hanging out with all of you people who have decided to make the choice, or because you have to work on Labor Day. We're going to open up, by the way, with the Prickly Pear coming up here at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. They're an angsty Americana band. I'll let you think about what that means. And then after that, Touchdown, Turtle. Tara Garris is coming in for Breaker Breaker Back Talk. And then we'll be following that with Saul Paul, the musician. And then finally, we'll close out with our good friend, Lindsay Lawler, as she always does twice a week, giving you a little country and Western music news. And it's a chance, by the way, for you to kind of figure out, as it were, what kind of music you want to listen to when you're out there, what kind of stuff you want to check out, all that kind of groovy stuff as well. Our good friend Scott over at Trucking with Oida has reached out, as he always does, to let us know what is coming up. We'll take a break here in just a second, but there is a renewed effort on Capitol Hill to allow bigger and heavier trucks on U.S. roadways. But just as they have been from the start, OOIDA is pushing back. Bryce Mungeon, OIDA's Director of Legislative Affairs and a friend of this show, provides an update and a call to action. Plus, our friends Ashley and Scott are going to have Chris Hughes of the Ohio DOT. We got a chance to talk to him earlier. They're going to go in a little bit of a different direction, who's breaking down the state's active and ongoing response to the truck parking shortage. They're not just talking the truck, they're walking the truck. They're walking the truck into parking spaces. All of that is Trucking with OIDA at 11 in the center, 12 in the east, all part of RadioNemo.com. We'll be right back after these messages with Erica Denny. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch. Whether you're in 50 states or 8 provinces, they've been doing it since 97. That's it. We'll be back after this.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes? while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families. Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
What kind was that, Jimmy Mack?
The Road Gang. Welcome back to the Road Gang. Both kinds, all kinds, everybody's in the gang. All you have to do is show a commitment to being safe on the road, a commitment to caring about your fellow man, and a commitment to that old school feel with a vision for the future, and you are officially a member of the reconstituted Road Gang. You can't be one of the original members now if you haven't already been a part of it. But real quick reminder, too, Tara Garris, who will be here later on, if, in fact, she's promised you a pin, you are going to get it. You're going to get that pin. It's coming your way.
Dude, I lost mine. It fell off of my bag.
You might be in luck, by the way.
Ooh.
You might be in luck. I always have a couple of backups. Do not call me for a backup. Those are for, when I meet people on the road.
I need to get some of those, locking backs, because they just pop off so easily when I put it on a bag.
Yeah, I mean, the locking backs are the way to kind of go. And you guys heard me saying the commitment to being safe, a commitment to keeping your eyes open, a commitment to taking care of the little guy and the little gal out there on the road. All of that is a part of what it means to be a member of the Road Gang. One of the things that we often do on Nemo Nation is we get a chance to talk to people in the short form, kind of fast and furious, and you're out. Wanted to have a longer conversation with Erica Denny. She's a freight planner, freight mobility and safety branch of the Colorado Department of Transportation. You guys can go to csp.colorado.gov. They got a big announcement that's actually going to go into effect on Monday, but there's a lot more to talk about as well. Good morning. Welcome back, Erica. It's good to have you. How have you been?
Good morning. Thanks for having me back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me, or do I sound like distant thunder?
I sure can.
Okay, great.
That's all good.
All right. Let's kind of just jump in here. Let's talk about the chains and the winter driving. We'll talk about the announcement of what happens on September 1st, and then we'll get more into detail of winter driving. Having spent my own set of time driving in Colorado in the winter and in, by the way, the state of Washington and Idaho, it's a very different experience than those people who are used to kind of working in the Sun Belt. But let's start with the Monday announcement on Labor Day.
Sure. So the state of Colorado for many, many years along I-70, but now as of last year with a new piece of legislation that passed, we require commercial motor vehicles or trucks or anybody over 16,000 pounds to carry chains and or alternative proved traction devices starting September 1st through May 31st. It's always a hard pill for me to swallow personally because I am a summer gal and the thought of chains means winter is coming. But unfortunately, we are at that point again. So starting on Monday, you must have your chains on the truck, whether it's snowing or not. It's go time for everybody as the weather can turn at any moment in the high country of Colorado and a lot of the western states, but I'm speaking specifically Colorado.
It's interesting to me, too, because we do a segment on this show called Education Station. We do it every week, and we talk to different instructors, different coordinators, different educational folks in the CDL area. And some of them are teaching it, some of them are not. And you can always tell who's teaching it almost immediately by which state they come from, wherever, where if I'm talking to Donnie Tolk at Tulsa Tech, he's like, he said, anybody asks, I'm going to actually show them how to do this. And the further up you go, when we get to our friends in Wyoming, the folks we've actually had from a couple of CDL schools in Colorado, they're like, oh no, it is part of the curriculum. This is one of those things too that, there's a lot of people who use the routes that you have all across Colorado. They use it when they're crossing the entire country, these over-the-road drivers. So people need to remember, this isn't about Colorado. This is, you guys are the enforcement arm of this. But any truck driver, anybody doing this, they're required to have this, correct? Did I get that right? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
That is correct. If you are coming through our state, and, I mentioned briefly that this has been something that's been in effect for many, many years at this point on a stretch of I-70 through the mountain corridor, but it has now been expanded. And that's what I really would like to try and push again this year. I was on last year discussing this, trying to get everybody the heads up, but it's not just I-70 anymore. It also includes, pretty much, to make it simple, if you're on a Colorado highway and or interstate, west of I-25, you need to have chains on your truck. So if you're in the mountains, just have chains on your truck. It's best practice anyway, because if for those of you that have driven through that beautiful part of the country, you can go through, let's say, the Eisenhower Johnson Memorial Tunnel, which is the Continental Divide. It can be sunny and beautiful on one side and a total blizzard on the other. It's unbelievable. So you have to be prepared at all times. It's a safety precaution that's best for everybody.
There are two kinds of first-timers that I'd like to focus on here that I think it kind of neatly ties in with what you're kind of trying to make sure people understand. The first-timer is a genuine first-timer, people who are just kind of new and wet behind the ears when it comes to truck driving, or at least new when it comes to having to make their own decisions while truck driving. The other first-timer, of course, is people for whom the route is new. There's a lot of people for whom they are old hands at this stuff. They've been driving trucks for years, but for the first time, they're actually making a move through areas of the country that either are or resemble Colorado. Can you talk to them a little bit about why this is so important? We're erring on the side of safety. Why not? Best practices. But can you kind of explain for the people, and there are people out there in truck driving who don't always know, why chains? Why do we put them on? What do they do?
Sure. To your point, we actually have some statistics for the summer season for hot breaks and those that use runaway truck ramps. And just to further elaborate a little bit on what you just mentioned, the data says very clearly over the past 20 years that those that are using runaway truck ramps, which we fully condone, if you lose your brakes, please use them. Those that are using them are typically someone who has received their CDL within the last 5 years, and it is within the first 5 trips on the mountain corridor. So it just goes to prove, hey, this is something different that's not like, out east, they've got mountains, but the mountains are not the same as the Rockies. And we have resources for folks to be able to review to give more of a visual, but you need to understand that percent grades are massive, and you're looking at 6 to 8% grades consistently on I-70, and our alternative corridors typically can have even steeper grades, and those are both up and down for long stretches. So, I frequently discuss Donner Pass as another one that everybody knows about in California, going up and over, having to have chains, but that's one mountain pass. We have the on I-70 Eisenhower Tunnel, going up and over that. If you're a hazardous materials truck, you're going over Loveland Pass instead, and then you have Vail Pass. So you have 2 major mountain passes that you may unfortunately have to put chains on and take them off twice between the 2 as you commute through the state. But it is so critical because it is so easy for weather to turn and turn quickly. And with everybody up on the corridor trying to get up skiing or get through the state safely, trying to get home, it's hard to maintain and keep the roadways completely clear. And as soon as it gets icy, folks can slip, lose traction, et cetera, on these steep grades. And, it can get scary and it can really bog down the interstate, really delaying everybody. So we're trying to get ahead of it. And, by carrying chains means that you're prepared for when we have these snow events. And we have 130. We just did another inventory, chain stations, both up and down throughout our state. So we have a surplus of locations to where, we're always looking to improve. And add additional, but we want to make sure folks have places to safely put chains on and take them off so that all can operate safely, all can continue on their way without getting jackknifed or stuck or any of the above.
One of the things I love talking to state DOT agents, people who represent the interest of estates when it comes to the road. You know, we were talking with Chris Hughes a while back, and he's going to be on Trucking with OIDA just later on. Of course, the big focus over there is parking, and so much of what you guys do is try to logistically figure out not just what you need, but where it's needed. And you did mention 130 locations to do this at. Can you talk and explain to our listeners a little bit how you make those determinations of where those places should go? I make the joke all the time about traveling. My brother and I would travel across the country a lot of the time, and we'd get right to the edge of the Rockies, and it took me 2 or 3 times riding with him. He's a great driver. He would always stop right at the edge of the Rockies and be like, he would just take this deep breath and have a cup of coffee, and he'd be like, we're going through the Rockies. And he really would take a moment to kind of get himself in a mindset for those steep inclines. He said the climbing didn't bother me. He said going up never bothered me. He said, you know, usually when you're going to an amusement park, going down is the fun part. It ain't the fun part when it comes to driving the Rockies. And so I wondered if you could kind of talk about how you decide where to put the things that people need, the runaway ramps, you know, the chain stations, all of that kind of stuff. Let our people know what kind of planning and consideration goes into that.
Sure, and you're absolutely right. It is a humbling experience. It doesn't matter what you're driving. You can be on any size of vehicle, no less a 80,000 pound and above vehicle going through there, and it is absolutely humbling. So appreciate your your pause to have that cup of coffee and mentally prep yourself. But you know, it's kind of a mixture of things, and that's something that we're constantly trying to improve upon and figure out a best practice for chain stations. You know, there's a lot of challenges that come into it, but along I-70, we have 22 of them. Just I-70 alone, 22 chain up, chain down, and they're all pretty significant in size. And they are inclusive of, you know, the top technology. We're always looking to invest in what additional technologies can be put in to make it safer and more efficient for folks. But it's got, you know, paving, it's striped, it's lit, it's all of these things. And obviously I-70 is going to be our heaviest corridor. And then you get into kind of the offshoot other highways throughout the state. And, you know, part of it is opportunistic. Hey, we've got this kind of flatter section of roadway that we own the right of way. We have the opportunity at a, you know, cost effective location to put in a chain station. It typically snows here. This is where we have issues. It's great. Other locations, sometimes it takes a lot more because you have to purchase right of way or work with the National Forest Service to obtain some right of way. And then, you know, it's a game of how much money do you have to be able to put together. There's also the piece of the snow line. Snow line is never fully consistent. It's relatively, but you're looking at, all right, we don't want to install these way below where it snows because that's silly. We're just going to tear up the pavement. We're going to harm the equipment for these truckers with the chains on where it's not snowing, et cetera. So it's a game and it's a balance. And we, within my branch of the Freight Mobility and Safety branch at headquarters, work with all 5 of our regions. So Colorado is split out into 5 engineering and planning regions, and they have their expertise. It's kind of like 5 different businesses within the state, and they have their section that they focus on. We work with them and rely heavily on them because they know their backyard better than we do, to come to us with, hey, we have these potential locations. Here's where we're seeing trucks get stuck. Here's where we are proposing, and here's what it might, you know, run us to be able to install. And, you know, where we can, we put in lights and striping and pavement and all of that. It doesn't always happen just due to the location, but we more critically want to have that optionality for folks to have a place to pull off and chain up and chain down, with the hopeful ability to find more capital to put into to have things such as lighting and stripage. So it's a constant improvement. And, you know, we have a chain station study that we were requested to put together last year that should be coming out within the next month or so, being sent to our state legislature, which will outline a lot of our kind of current conditions and where we want to go. So we're excited about that.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna do a little shifting here, and No, like I said, I mean, actually, this question is set up by the previous question. There's a lot of information there. There's a lot of information in regards to both what it means to put on chains, where you should put on chains, kind of figuring that stuff out. And guys, csp.colorado.gov is a really, really clean and easily accessible resource that gives you information. They even have a section for motor carriers. Please check out all that information. They actually point you in the direction of other responsible links as well. I mentioned earlier in the conversation about CDL schools, and there's a great deal of talking about that in regards to the events over in Florida, in regards to what CDL schools can and do accomplish. And I was kind of curious, in specific, how do you guys work with the providers of that in regards to training? Are you making sure that at least in Colorado, the necessary training is going on to get people up to speed, both with the carriers and the people who are providing CDLs to get these, especially young and onboarding drivers, up to speed when it comes to chains? And I was also curious if, in fact, that you are reaching out to neighboring states to make sure that they're doing the things necessary to get people ready to drive in these conditions.
Sure. So we don't have really incredible amounts of authority over what the schools are teaching. The schools are going with what the federal requirements are. But we do have great relationships with a number of the schools within the Denver metro area specifically. And in particular, there is one that has come out with a mountain training certificate, which is kind of an additional on top of their typical CDL course training, that we are working on a partnership with them, and we hope to have a certain number of scholarships to provide for drivers. Whether you're new on the road or a 25 plus year veteran, we want the opportunity for folks to take this course once it's all put together for mountain training. And that's exactly what it's focused on, and it's not really applicable to flatland, but I think it's something that everybody should take into consideration. So we're excited about that opportunity because it is something that we selfishly wish was more focused on nationally. But if you're, down in Florida and don't really intend to come across the Mississippi, probably not nearly as relevant as it would be if you're, on the western side of the state. So we're in great communications and have relations. We are happy that they are teaching these things, but we can't require it.
No, of course. Like I said, this is about partnership. I mean, this is about public-private partnerships as opposed to mandates. By the way, I don't know if I'd be comfortable with the mandate. The idea of that's a blending that a lot of people don't want to see, and a hassle that you don't need. You got a lot of other work to do. We do have a phone call coming in real quick. Somebody wants to talk about chains. Who do we got? Hey, Packrad, and by the way, he's a guy that drives up in Canada and in a lot of the northern regions as well, too, so he knows a thing or two about snow and rough terrain. Hey, Packrat, you're on with Erica Denny.
Hey, thanks, Jimmy Mack, and Erica, thanks for being with us. I'm very familiar with Colorado. I've never had to chain up, but there's an old adage we have in the industry. You carry chains with you so you don't have to use them. Just out of curiosity, Colorado, what is their policy like? If you're, I've been up the Eisenhower Johnson, those hills. I've been up those. If you don't want to, if there's a blizzard and the lights are the chain up lights are on, and you don't want to go up the hill, and you just want to. Can you just stay in the chain-up area and wait the storm out?
We don't recommend that simply because we only have so much space, and as soon as folks take up those critical locations to put chains on, then it's less for other guys to come in who do want to continue on. There's no space for them. So we recommend trying to find an alternative location. Obviously, everybody is planning before you go up the hill. Ideally, you stop either on the west side or the east side of the mountain corridor. We're trying to find opportunistic locations for additional truck parking. We have a new facility on the top of Vail Pass that will be opening up this fall, which we are very excited about. But that's not going to hold every truck on the corridor, unfortunately. So we do not recommend, and really kind of beg, please don't stop in a chain station, just because we need the resource and the availability for other folks to continue moving.
Okay, I can understand that, but I also I've heard people say that they'll wait the storm out before they'll chain up, and I've heard of people like on Daughter Pass waiting out a storm for like 3 days. So maybe it's not such a good plan.
Waiting things out. I'm going to actually be a historian here for a second, and waiting anything out at Donner Pass just strikes me as a really bad idea. You might not want to go there in the first place. I get it, though. I get it. And by the way, and Eric and I have talked about this with Dave before. At the end of the day, if you feel it is unsafe to continue, then you need to figure out a strategy not to continue. And this is really about making sure that people are carrying their chains on those trucks. But then again, that comes down to planning and kind of pre-trip stuff. Packrat, thank you for the phone call, man. It's great clarification, by the way. That's a good question. Appreciate you, brother.
Okay, guys, all the best.
Erica. Okay, Erica, and by the way, like I said, we do curate these phone calls. If somebody had called and been like, I want to talk about ELDs, I'd have been like, no, you can't get in here. Big thanks to Packrat for making that phone call. Talk about, we've talked about where you are, what's going to happen next, and you actually did make mention of some additional parking in areas that might give people the option of being like, I don't want to put my chains on, and therefore I'm not going to keep moving, which is a responsible decision. What do you guys have in the works as well as that additional parking? What are you looking forward to over the next couple of months and years when it comes to the planning over at the CDOT?
Sure. As I mentioned, we've got, a new area opening up here very, very soon at the top of Vail Pass, which is a huge win for everybody involved, just because it's a challenging area, a very expensive, very challenging terrain to be able to manipulate much of anything outside of just the lanes of the interstate. So that's a huge win. We're looking at a few other locations that we could potentially put in parking, working with municipalities to see what open-mindedness might be there, what optionalities we have. The other big thing that my team specifically is working on with our emergency operations team in STEP is trying to set up an emergency parking network. And the idea of this would be that when I-70 or even I-25 is shut down for, let's say, a bomb cyclone, the crazy winter storm that comes in and it's snowing an inch plus an hour and it's chaos and we're trying to open up the roadways and maintain them, we are working to try and find partnerships with large parking areas starting in the metro of Denver area to where we can have folks get off the road and have a safe place to park and wait out the storm. Right now, we closed down the interstate and unfortunately, trucks are stuck. And we hate that. We hate the fact that we compare it worse than prisoners. You're basically told, hey, you're not allowed to move. It's blizzarding, freezing cold outside. Hope you got enough fuel. Hope you got some food and you don't have to find a restroom anytime soon because you're stuck. We do not like that. We think that is the worst way to treat our heroes on the road. And so we're trying to find alternate ways to get them into a parking area where we can supply some type of porta-john, porta-potty, and wait out the storm. It's a win in getting folks off the road into a safe location. It's a win in opening up the roadway so that we can plow and open everything back up quicker and more efficiently, et cetera. So we're very excited about this opportunity. It probably will not be this winter, but we're hoping by this time next year, we'll have a handful of locations that we can start pointing folks to. Keep in mind, this does not mean it's always open for parking. It will only be for these emergency situations. And we're working on different avenues in which we can communicate with folks when these things happen. One of which is a in-cab messaging system that it's free for folks to sign up. If you go on our website, freight.colorado.gov, you can go and take a look to sign up. It's through our partners with DriveWise, who we work with them and pre-pass on the bypass system at the ports of entry. But it's an avenue for us to, in emergencies, ping you and say, hey, heads up, this is what's going on. Just in a quick, few character alert with an image into the cab of the truck. So we highly recommend signing up for that, just so that you have all the information we possibly can into your cab with you.
Freight.colorado.gov is another place that you guys can go to kind of check this out. And it's also, by the way, if you're listening to Erica closely, you realize you've just been told something. So they're working on possible solutions, even when those solutions are actually finally arrived at. She did remind you guys to make sure that if you're actually making your way through Colorado in the rough times, that you do have enough fuel to stay warm and that you do have enough food in your cab just in case stuff goes sideways. We're not saying that is the Colorado DOT's plan, but that is what you can do to help them while they get all these new and wonderful programs on board. We have a lot of motorcycle riders out there, by the way, who are listeners to this show. You guys have lane filtering, by the way. That's a relatively new thing. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct. That was passed last year, so in 2024 legislative session. Correct.
Yeah, and I just want
the rule is that they can only go through when traffic is stopped.
Okay. And I want people to just to know that because, anytime anybody who is not from places where lane filtering is a regular occurrence, they arrive in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and find themselves terrified by the moto boys, or they find themselves on the I-5 in Los Angeles going, what the heck just happened? Why did somebody almost clip off my rear view? But that's a reality. I just want to let people know that's coming as well. What's your plans for the Labor Day weekend, Erica?
I'm visiting some college friends back in the beautiful state of Pennsylvania. I'm looking forward to it.
So you're going from the Rockies to the Alleghenies? Is that what you're telling me?
I am.
By the way, that's
from the big mountains to the rolling hills.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very different, and by the way, Erica hit the nail on the head. Even if you've driven the Appalachians, even if you've driven the Alleghenies, all of those mountains on the east, we're not saying they're not difficult and require a whole great deal of skill. It ain't the same thing. The moment you get to Colorado the first time in a semi or any sort of truck going downhill, you suddenly realize you are literally not in Kansas anymore. You really have made your way into the Magic Kingdom. Big thanks to you, Erica. We wanted to get a longer form conversation. I got about a minute here in case there's anything we left on the table that you wanted to make sure you touched on.
I'm just going to push again. Please come visit our website, freight.colorado.gov. We have resources that we are constantly trying to improve upon and add, a lot of which talk about the chain season and what it means and what the rules are. And we want to make everything as easily and ingestible as possible. We have videos talking about driving through our mountains. We're not by any stretch telling you how to drive. That is your expertise. We just want to give you tricks of the trade of, hey, heads up, this is what you're about to embark on by coming through our state. So we hope that you are able to take a look and visit. And, if you ever have anything that you have feedback on that we need to tweak or add, please, please, please reach out. We're always looking for feedback.
By the way, this incredibly informative segment, by the way, the responsibility of Erica. The information comes from Erica, not from me. I have nothing to do with how wonderful this segment is. And the wonderful phone call from Pack Rat will all be available on our YouTube channel in segmented form, not too far away from the end of the show. Erica, big thanks. You are welcome anytime you got anything grooving and moving over there that you want to keep people informed about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great one.
You too. And Dave says hello. We're going to get out of here in just a moment. Our good friend Lindsay Lawler is going to be on the scene in short order. We will we'll unfold the second half of what it means to actually have a life out on the road. And we're going to open up, by the way, with the prickly pear. I don't mean Lindsay and myself. I'm talking about Angsty Americana, by the way, in the form of the songwriting duo The Prickly Pear, who have announced their debut EP with the harmony-filled leadoff single, Win Some, Lose Some Game. Get it? Guys, go to truckdown.com, especially if you're in Colorado. Find out about how they can serve all 50 states for you and 8 provinces. Get up, get out, and truck down.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in, hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Come on. Gosh darn it, do it.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Wait, now, just back. That's not how. We didn't talk about it that way.
That's not a wrench. This is a wrench.
The wheels have come off.
Let's go.
But we're still rolling.
This background of just affirmations. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we're trying to start a hip hop group over here, but it's like not a good one.
No.
It's a really bad
Break
one.
it down, people.
It's a gang.
It's a gang. It's a gang. It's the Road Gang. Hey, guys, a few notes from listening to the show this morning.
Ooh.
Go on.
Well, good news. I don't have bird flu.
No.
So that was real exciting to find out. Woo, that was a close one. Kept me up all night. Listened to the program. Turns out I don't have it, so check.
Go on.
Go on. Also, I really liked you guys taking a deep breath this morning before the show got going. I took one with you. I hope everyone listening took that deep breath.
We should write.
Right?
Right.
That was nice. And then also my third note I had, Charles, your guest from the Sleeper Cab Library. I love that he referred to, he says they couldn't connect with their sweethearts. I love that when people refer to their loves as their sweethearts. I just find it so charming and endearing. And those are my three biggest takeaways from your show this morning.
Well, I have a question for you because there are, and Sweetheart, by the way, I like. Is one of my favorites. Are there ones that make you cringe? Are there reference points that make you kind of go, oh, please stop referring to them that way, and not in public.
Yeah.
Please stop doing that.
Well, Seamus sometimes, and this one I love, will call me baby doll, and I love that. I think that might annoy some other people. I really like it.
I've heard him say it, by the way, and it's
I really
not
like
annoying.
it.
I think it's delivery too. I think sometimes that it's absolutely about how it sounds in the delivery.
Yeah, because it's not mushy and sweet. It's like, hey, baby doll, will you get me what? And it's very nonchalant.
Yeah.
But it's not the way he normally talks. He doesn't use sweet words, so it's a nice balance. So I like it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I'm sure there are. It's all about. I think any word. It depends on the person saying it and the delivery. Because one person can say something and I want to punch him in the face, and someone else could say it and I'd be like, "Oh my God, you're the sweetest person in the whole world."
Except for moist.
Oh, yeah, man. I almost said a bad word to you when you said moist. I hate that word so much. I almost screamed an expletive at you. Woo, that was a close one.
Oh, man. I'll tell you, I got a couple that I call Claire, but I got them from a person that I knew a long time ago who said them in a way I just liked. Occasionally we'll call Claire cutie or kiddo. And it's not like,
Is kiddo not condescending since you're so much older than her?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I know you don't mean it that way, but she doesn't see it that way.
I think it is delivery. I think it is delivery. I mean, it's always real fast. It's never Cutie.
It's never like, oh, kiddo, why did you do that again?
No,
It's
no,
not
no.
that.
It's like it will be like, hey, kiddo, can you come over here for a second? It's really quick. It's a really kind of quick one. Cutie is the one that I bracket a little bit more. We'll use that expression, by the way, in terms of tone. There are things you just kind of toss off, and there are things you bracket. And baby doll, Seamus, I know can use it both as a bracket and a toss off. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the tone, the idea. Okay, cutie, take it easy. You know what I'm saying? Okay, kiddo, take it easy. As opposed to being like, hey, kiddo, how you doing? You should never take the tone if you're calling anybody you love kiddo as if your dad talking about how was the day.
I'm going to vomit. I'm going to vomit thinking about it now.
Can I get you a sandwich? You know what
My
I'm saying?
grandmother and great aunt, who I talked about, I think yesterday on the show, remember my great aunt and grandmother, who are identical twins that lived in their 90s, they called each other kiddo. Hey, kiddo. But it was usually, hey, kiddo, hand me my vodka is usually what it was. But it was always, hey, kiddo. And so I love it. And then my dad calls me sometimes. It's very rare, but when he does, it's my favorite thing. He calls me chickadee. He hasn't done it in a long time. Maybe he doesn't love me anymore.
No.
Well, we can talk about it later.
No, I'll tell you, one of the highest honors I was ever given my father, I walked into the house one time and he goes, there he is himself. And I was like, that's the best thing an
Oh,
Irishman can
I don't know if that's good or bad, but I like it.
Himself is like a high compliment from an Irishman. He's like, it's my son himself. You know what I'm saying? It's
no one else like him.
It's the real deal is what it means. Yeah, exactly. There's nobody else like him. They broke the mold himself. As
like
my great grandfather whispered into my ear the day before he died. That's a true story, by the way. He asked my dad that. He actually took me in his arms and whispered something in my ear. My dad is convinced he slipped a little bit of his soul.
I'm not your father. Oh, no, that wasn't it.
Well, he wasn't my father. Thank God. That would have been really interesting if I had been, the product of a 93-year-old man. Kind of groovy, actually, you think about it. That's an active guy. By the way, Phone Master Dre actually is on a hot mic over here because we're testing out some groovy stuff, and Dre wanted to see if all this stuff, what it's like to be on the other side. So, tell him good morning as well, too.
Call me Dave.
Good morning. I'll call you Daddy. I'll call you Big Daddy, Phone Master Dre.
Okay, now I'm nervous.
Okay.
Good morning. But listen, there's a couple on TikTok, because I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, Lindsay, but I think Madison might, where you talked about delivery, and this guy comes in and calls his girlfriend, is it Pookie or Bookie? I think it's Pookie, but it's the delivery. And he's just like, now Pookie's got on this new dress today.
Oh, my God.
And Pookie's looking real good. And I'm just
He sounds like he wants to wear the dress.
Well, exactly. That's it. Lindsay hit the
Not
nail
that
on
there's
the-
anything wrong with that.
But it's just the way he looks. I'm just like, God, he just gives me a sleazy approach. But then the more I see all this stuff, I'm like, he is set on the way that he loves this woman.
He doesn't deserve sleazy, by the way. That's a word that Lindsay has. That's Lindsay's word. You cannot.
I am sleazy. Don't try to take it from me, guys.
I'm the Big Easy. She is the musical sleazy.
That's right.
And that's the reality.
Speaking of that, I guess we got to get on.
Yep.
But what I really actually call, just to put a little bow tie on this all, I actually call Seamus the Bubba, and he calls me the Mama, which
that's
is
pretty groovy.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the Bubba, the Mama, and then Freya, our daughter, is the Monster, which is now the Moner. So it's Mama, Bubba, and Moner. Yeah, we're all stupid. I'm curious to see what our next guests, they're a couple, what they call each other. The ones that they're allowed to say, and maybe the ones they're not allowed to say, Jimmy. Just like, plus just couples that work together, and couples that work together creatively, most importantly, is such a fascinating. I'm so fascinated by it, and I want to know all the inner workings. I want to know all the good, the bad, and the ugly, and everything about it, Jim. I'm very excited for this next guest, aren't you?
I am very excited, and as somebody who, like I said, we've actually had on occasion a few people who work together, but not like this. We haven't had many of this.
I know.
I will do the honors if you will allow me, Lindsay, because I know you want to dig in with them a little bit. Correct?
Sure.
Okay. So in the first song of their upcoming debut EP, Irene Green and Mason Summit, collectively known as the Prickly Pear, sing I Hold My Breath and Take the Plunge. That is kind of it. That was what marks the Prickly Pear's tale. The first one was when in Berwyn, Pennsylvania, the native Green reached out to Summit to team up for a class assignment when they both were students at USC's Thornton School of Music. They were in the same class but never met. The next came a bit later when they became a couple. And then, after pursuing separate music paths, deciding during the pandemic to see what they could do as a duo. After that, it was a big jump moving from Los Angeles to Nashville, of which, Lindsay, you can't relate at all. You have no relational point, do you?
They're my spirit animal.
I know.
I'm hoping I can be in a throuple with them. No, I'm just kidding. Don't freak out. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Is it cheating? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I got to bring that back.
What started as a songwriting class exercise has become something known to other people as a marriage and a debut. And by the way, Angsty Americana is not a bad description for the prickly pair. It is our pleasure to welcome Irene Green and Mason Summit to Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you.
Hey, y'all. Good morning.
Good morning, friends. I don't know if you heard our conversation just a minute ago, but I'm very curious. As a couple, do you guys have pet names for each other? Or just like, hey, you make me my sandwich. That's also fine. You can. This is a safe space. This is a safe space.
That's a great question. I think I really call Mason Macy, but I don't know if that's
That counts.
That works. That works. There are worse things. Let's put it that way. So let's start off with this. You guys played at last night at actually one of my favorite venues in Nashville, the Underdog. You played there last night, right?
We did. It was really fun.
It's such a tell our audience a little bit about that venue. It's small because Nashville's a weird thing, guys. You would think that there's all these. Nashville is weird when it comes to venues. There's lots of small, scattered venues. It's very hard to make money playing in Nashville, which is why people leave town. But can you just actually start there as our entry point and tell people a little bit about what it's like? Because you guys have created music separately and now together, thankfully, for both of those sides, because you guys are freaking fabulous. And talk to our audience a little bit about making music in Nashville and also maybe the joys of it, but also the why you have to leave piece of it.
Well, they call it a 10-year town, and we've been here about 3 years. And we love it. We feel like the music scene is really welcoming and supportive so far. That was, I think, last night at the Underdog, one of our favorite shows ever.
Oh, nice.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a great
something that encapsulates what I love about Nashville is last night at the show, we met this photographer, and she was like, "What are y'all doing at 11?" Because she happened to be Margot.
And like she wanted to be in a throuple with you.
Oh God.
No.
Sorry.
But Margot Price was doing an in-store at Grimey's at 11 down the street. And so we ended up heading there after the gig and seeing this phenomenal
she was terrific, yeah.
show. And that really, that kind of encapsulated why we love living here.
Wow. I'm so happy to hear that because I used to live in Nashville. Now I'm out in the woods and I've got a 6-year-old. And in my head, I just think that kind of stuff doesn't happen anymore. And it makes me sad. But I'm happy to hear when cool stuff, I'm happy to hear cool stuff is still going on. And especially the late night stuff. I may not be there physically, but you want to know it's still existing, that the vibrance is still there, you know? And have you seen, being here 3 years, I mean, I've been here 18 years, so I've seen a lot of changes. But what would you say, even just in 3 years, have y'all seen that you feel like is something that's kind of growing and changing exponentially here?
Ooh, I would say, I mean, I guess there's always been like different types of music going on in Nashville. I mean, at least in like modern era. But I would say just like success of more, you know, of different types of genres, I would say.
Yeah.
Is like the biggest thing we've seen going on. But yeah, I'd say your point is correct. I think that you do kind of have to get out of Nashville a little bit to make some more money. But you know, it's really fun to play in Nashville too.
It is. It's definitely energy. You've seen them both, Jimmy. It's a different kind of energy playing here. And then Jim, you guys, he's over at our studio in New Orleans, and that's a whole different thing. Which this Jim, I'll let you dig in with him now, but Prickly Pear needs to come play at the Dig Out House at our studio in New Orleans for sure.
Oh yeah, and the idea
We would love to.
Yeah,
Yay!
The professionalism of Nashville. And by the way, you might say, well, Nashville is not that professionalism. Is so kind of highly developed, Lindsay, in regards to there's a certain polish and a certain professionalism that the drunken brawl down here doesn't kind of, is a very different experience. I wanted to ask you, Irene, and Mason, you can answer this as well. But we began with an origin story about you guys, how you met, teaming up for an assignment when you were both students at the USC Thornton School of Music. To talk a little bit about what it means to become somebody's partner later on in life, when the first partnering you had was actually an artistic collaboration, in that I think it's one of the most intimate things people can do, to let people in on the process by which they create. Can you talk about that initial experience and the impact it had not just on your professional lives, but your personal ones?
Yeah, I would say, because at first, when we got together, even though we got together for a songwriting thing, we really weren't songwriting after that. Like, we were just, hanging out, going to see movies.
I know what you were doing. Come on.
Exactly.
Come on.
Exactly. But I would say, it's really always a part of our relationship was showing each other our newest songs. I think that was a ritual we had, especially during COVID. We would sit around and just, be like, hey, what do you think of this song? And I think that's kind of that got us prepared to really be great songwriting partners, is just practicing that vulnerability really all the time. Wouldn't you say, Maze?
Yeah, I would. And the first time we ever got together, we came out of the session with one of our favorite songs that we've ever written that's finally seeing the light of day on this EP in October.
Well,
but it's true that the more we spent time together, the less we got done creatively, because we were getting to know each other more personally.
I bet you were.
Until we kind of started to be a real duo.
Sorry, it's a family show. I'm being a jerk. No, it's
we started out as really close friends for like 6 months before we ever became a couple.
Yeah.
It's
well,
true.
and that's so cool. We believe you. We believe you. No, but it's so cool from songwriting is two completely different things. When if it's with somebody, if you're just in a room, you go to a Nashville Songwrite over at Sony or whatever, and you're in a room with somebody you don't know, that's one kind of song. And there's great songs that come up that way. But there's a completely different energy and soul that happens when you are whether you're a couple or you're just like, somebody that you're very close with, each other very, inside and out, and make music together. That's a whole different thing. And I'm going to tell you, when I was reading y'all's bio, which is not the tip, did you notice, Jim? This is not the typical bio. This isn't trying to be like, let me just cram everything these people have done.
It's not a list.
It's not a list. This was more about the soul of you guys as a couple and the music. And reading it, I was hit with, and I'm not a gambling person, but if I was, I'm going to put money on that you're going to be one of the biggest things to come out of Nashville in a while, because there's something really special going on. You can feel it in the words and especially listening to the new single. But I would throw that back to you guys. And I would love to hear both of your comments. Maybe we'll start with Mason, but what is it? Assuming that is true, assuming that you guys are one of the most special things that's about to pop out of Nashville, or that's already popping out of Nashville, what would you say it is that makes you guys so special? And feel free, this is me asking you, so toot your horn. What is it that's going to make you guys stand out?
Oh man, I would like to think that our history and our chemistry, our connection to each other, is palpable in the songs we write and in our performances. I think we know each other so well that we're just very connected on stage and in sync with each other. And the other thing I think is just being in Nashville and being in our house together, we are able to really take our time. Like you said, we're not two strangers sitting down to write songs, and we can kind of let ideas germinate. We have our little home studio, and we're independent right now also, so we don't have really any outside input telling us like how to produce our music. We play a lot of the instruments on it, and try and put our own kind of spin on it. We have some outside influences musically that I think you might not hear on a typical record coming out of Nashville today. A lot of kind of 90s indie stuff and psychedelic that maybe gives us a little bit of a different twist stylistically.
Yep.
I want to kind of pick up on something here, and Lindsay and I haven't gotten a chance to talk about this music together. We've both listened separately and didn't get a chance to kind of have our normal sort of exchange about what do you think, what do you think, what do you think. And so I'm kind of saying something blind here and kind of gauging Lindsay's reaction too. There's a sweetness to a lot of this stuff, and there is an overarching kind of love theme that plays through the stuff. The thing I noticed is that one of the things when you really love somebody, what makes this work, gives it its friction, is the fact that it hurts. And I don't know if you know what I'm talking about here, Lindsay, but the idea that when you love somebody, and look, you can have a great relationship with somebody and things can actually work, and that it's a feeling rather than lyrics exactly, but the idea that there's something in the singing where even when you love somebody and it's healthy and it works, there's something about love that just is painful. And that kind of, like I said, that longing that kind of plays through it. Like I said, maybe your impressions were different, Lindsay, and equally, insightful, but that was kind of the feeling there. A lot of people have written about the ache, of course, but really feel it. And like I said, it's what stops it from being just kind of pablum sweetness, is that it's a reminder that this always hurts. And I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody I'm talking to here, but I'm wondering when you create the stuff and sing together, if you feel that exactly what I'm feeling while you're singing it.
Yeah, so, I mean, love hurts, right? But yeah, I definitely think so. I think, especially with the new single, we came at it, from a place of, nobody's love is perfect, and I think it is wistful, and it is, sad, and I think loving someone is, I totally agree with you. Like, it's the full gambit of emotions for sure, and I think with this new song, that's definitely what we were getting at. So I'm glad you picked up on that.
Yeah, there's always kind of a risk involved in opening up to someone. And it's about taking that risk because it's worth it.
Well, how do you? So I'm so curious. The idea of we host a show around here called We Should Write about the healing power of writing, but we talk to people about like the difference in how you're writing versus different times in your life. But I get really obsessed kind of with the idea of how you write as a single person versus as a married or in a relationship person. Specifically married, because relationship, I feel like married is that you're stuck. I mean that with all. Shout out to my husband. I love him.
Claire Marie, we love you.
Shout out to our spouses. But you know what I mean. There's a difference that comes. So then now throw in the extra layer of writing it together. Like, I don't know, Irene, are you able to? And I know you guys are comfortable and obviously trust each other. But have you ever been like, okay, I had this ex and I want to write about him, or do you just come up with the lyric and be like, Mason, just don't even worry what this is about. Just close your eyes and play guitar, darling. Like, how do you get through those moments? Shh. Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay.
We are very open with each other. I think, like we, and we love a good gossip session. So it's fun to pull open those old, flames sometimes and think about that stuff.
Yeah, we're secure in our.
Okay, good. Lay down on our counseling couch while you're here, please. Thank you for coming. No, but that's the fun. Have you seen y'all's writing? Is there anything that you could kind of put your finger on the writing that's changed from when you? Because I guess actually your story started in a songwriting class. Do you remember the very first collaboration and what it sounded like?
Yes, it was a song called "Piece of the Sky" that's coming out on the EP that we wrote. We left the session with a full song. It's 2 verses, chorus, bridge. The whole thing was done, and we both discovered that we had a shared love of kind of unsolved mysteries and true crime. And so we wrote kind of a story song, but it was more a little abstract. It was about a guy named D.B. Cooper. I don't know if you've heard of
Oh
him.
no, believe me, we're nuts. By the way,
yeah.
we're podcast nuts over here. We like the
Yes,
creepy, the
so-
spooky, and what the hell happened to D.B. Cooper? I think he got away with it.
Exactly. So we wrote a song kind of from his perspective about what might have motivated him and what he felt like that night. And it was pretty special to both of us that we could leave that session with a song that both of us were really proud of. It felt like it transcended just a homework assignment kind of a song.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And let me ask you a question though. Follow up on D.B. Cooper. I haven't heard that song. I can't wait to hear that song. Anybody that is played by Treat Williams is worth learning more and more and more about. But I mean, did you discover anything about your current themes in there? Because nobody really knows what his deal was. Was there a woman he was going to get that money for? Was he like
Right.
Jay Gatsby? Did he in fact have to go steal a fortune in order to impress a lady? I mean, what's the backstory on who's your D.B. Cooper?
We were kind of exploring the idea of kind of an ordinary person who's bored and wants to make a mark and do something really crazy and memorable and historic. Even if it kind of goes back to our love songs too. We kind of came at it from the perspective of taking this huge risk in order to leave an impression. I think that's kind of where we were coming from with it. And it's a song that has a lot of like kind of sadness and longing in it, in a way, along with the mystery.
Okay, well, speaking of, sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, continue.
I was going to say, speaking of leaving an impression, so you played the Underdog last night. Tonight, you're going to be at New Heights Brewing Company in Nashville for an event. And then in September, you'll be at Eastside Bowl, all Nashville things. What can people expect from a live show? Because we have a lot of people, especially a lot of truck drivers who listen and Nashville is a good place to stop. We've got people over actually in the comments right now commenting that they're about to be pulling through Nashville soon. So what can people expect from the Prickly Pear live show? Why do I want to come see you live, even though I already want to?
Well, tomorrow is the New Heights show, I think.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, it is.
What do you think?
Well, we recently started playing with a full band, which is really fun. So we do, in our longer shows, we love to do a lot of like fun covers. We love like classic country stuff. And, Mason is ripping on the guitar. He sounds great. And on the electric, it's really fun. And lots of great harmonies. We do a lot of that kind of stuff. And I'm singing up there too, so that's kind of the whole thing.
Yeah, live with the rhythm section is a much different vibe. That's what we did last night, and that's what we'll be doing next month at Eastside Bowl, the Low Volume Lounge. But tomorrow we'll be getting back to our roots as an acoustic duo, and I think there's something very special there too. It's a lot of eye contact and just really trying to sync up with each other.
I bet it is. Sorry, it's too easy. What are 1 or 2 covers you do, just to give us a taste of the type of covers you would put your spin on?
We love, a Patsy Cline song. We love, we do some Willie and Waylon.
I love hearing Irene sing "Angel from Montgomery" by John Prine. She does a really good job on that. Sometimes she'll do a Me and Bobby McGee. But people really flip when she does the song "Crazy," Patsy Cline, Willie Nelson song.
Amazing.
Crazy. That's a really good one.
Well, if you can't sing that song well, you should leave Nashville. So I'm glad that you can nail that.
You know,
Your car gets taken away. Yeah.
Didn't you tell me that, Lindsay? That when you get to the state line, the troopers stop you and say, "We have you a musician? Hold on, we have to actually go get the music
Yeah.
challenge here. Can you please?" By the way, what's the song for men? So we know it's crazy for the women, but what do they make the men sing at the border? By the way, what do you think?
Let's see. What do you guys think? I was gonna say "Lay Me Down" by Conway, but that's I don't
pretty
know.
Good. That's pretty good. We'll come up with
maybe the Chris Stapleton Tennessee Whiskey.
Yeah, there it is.
There it
That's
is.
it.
Oh,
That's
well
it. It's like what's if you cross the border and you don't know what 145 is, they make you turn back around. That's a numbers. It's a Nashville numbers joke.
Yeah,
There you go.
They actually got rid of that and they replaced the Wichita lineman with that. That's how they kind of played it out. Well done, guys. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Do you want me or you to give them the socials?
Well, I want them to stay forever. I'm excited to see these guys. Make sure you get out
You guys
and
are too sweet.
you can check them out. We're actually not sweet. We just genuinely
We just
like you
like
guys. The Prickly Pear, the EP, guys, comes out October 24th. You can get the single Win Some, Lose Some is out now. And it's, I mean, if you don't go down, don't just stream it, download it, add it to your playlist. These
good.
things help. These, as you noticed at the top, they said they're independent. I understand what that's like. You don't get to keep making music if people don't keep finding it and liking it and downloading it. So please do it. These people are worth it. Y'all, please come back anytime. When the EP comes back, would love to have you out. Would love to do something live with you guys. You're a joy.
That would be great.
Oh, would appreciate.
We love New Orleans.
Yeah.
Come
All
on.
right, let's go.
Come on down, Le Bon Temps
Road
Roulette.
trip.
Road trip.
Yeah.
Just me and my new couple friends.
All right, Lindsay.
Sounds great.
We got to take a break. Thank you both so much. Have a wonderful Labor Day weekend and enjoy all your shows. All right, man. We're coming back on the other side. A little conversation. 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. We're taking your calls. Get in where you fit in.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Ow, the Road Gang. Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Pretty good, actually. Lindsay, did you get the bad news about the Cowboys?
Which one? Every day's bad news about the Cowboys.
It might actually be good news in the long run. A lot of people are excited about this. A lot of people in Green Bay are very stoked. You guys traded Micah Parsons.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what you got, right? 2 first-round draft picks. So you'll be able to finally rebuild your team, which is really good.
Is that what that
news.
means?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be able to finally, that whole win-now attitude, that insane win-now attitude that really...
How old's Micah?
He's in his prime. This is, I mean, he's prime. I mean, this is a big deal. This is like Khalil Mack getting traded. This is a big deal. This is like Reggie White going to Green Bay. This puts them absolutely front and center in the mix. This gives them the kind of big time player that they've kind of needed, a kind of galvanizing force that might get them over the hump. They're a winning
So how
team.
many years? When do you see us getting back in it? Because it ain't this year.
Never, because Jerry Jones owns the Cowboys. I'm just going to leave it at that.
No, you're not wrong. I started to watch last night, and I'm going to wait, but I'm very anxious to watch The Gambler and His Cowboys on Netflix, the Jerry Jones new special about the Cowboys. I watched the trailer, and I don't know. I'm probably going to watch it and scream and want to throw things at the TV at the same time. That's what it's funny. My father watches the Cowboys. We're from Dallas, so we're Cowboys fans, but we're also, unfortunately, we're Cowboys fans. You know, it's one of those. Like, I didn't choose it; it chose me. But my dad will like cheer for the Cowboys, and then the minute they're doing bad, he'll be like, "Serves you right. I hope you lose, Jerry." Like, so then when they start doing bad, we hope they do real bad. It's a very messed up bipolar relationship.
It's a terrible relationship. And by the way, I mean, I think the best example isn't the firing of Jimmy Johnson, which, by the way, was ridiculous, absolutely absurd. I think the worst example of it was the Bill Parcells situation. He brings in Parcells, and Parcells, as good of a coach as Jimmy Johnson is, and I think Jimmy Johnson is in the upper echelon, in the pantheon of great coaches, none of them hold a candle to Parcells. Parcells is the absolute truth. He did such a good job reorganizing the Cowboys that they remained winners even after he left. Think about that he comes in and completely rights the ship. He comes in and completely reorganizes them, and they lived off of his fumes for years. And of course, because Jerry Jones is an absolute, what I would call, okay, there's a kind of person in the world that just drives me crazy, where you bring them in or they're your competitor, and what they'll do to you, Lindsay, is they'll observe you, and they'll steal your stuff. And then they get rid of you, thinking everything's going to be good. And for a while, because they're mimicking you, things go okay, and then you don't have the talent for it, and the wheels fall off. If you know what I'm saying here. And Jones is just the more this goes on, I realize he's an unmitigated disaster. And the only hope I have for you guys is that he won't, that he does something stupid like George Steinbrenner did in the 90s. I don't know if you know the story about that. We'll get to the phones here in a second, guys. There's no bull rush to get to phones. But we'll get to everybody in 1 second here. But George Steinbrenner ran the Yankees into the ground because he was constantly making these typical sort of Jerry Jones decisions. I'm going to go get this guy. I'm going to do this because I like this guy. I'm going to fire this guy because he pisses me off, all that stuff. Classic Jerry. Well, Steinbrenner actually gets caught in a bribery scandal, and baseball bans him. Bans him in 94, 95. Well, guess what happens? Joe Torre and Brian Cashman take over the Yankees, and the moment George Steinbrenner is not able to play with his little toy, they end up becoming a dynasty again. Surprise! The best thing that could happen to the Cowboys is for Jerry Jones to step aside and for his son to let actual football people run football. What is killing the Cowboys is the exact opposite problem of what's killing the Cincinnati Bengals. Their entire infrastructure, which is expensive and paid for and wealthy, they have the worst front office, the worst infrastructure organization around the team itself in football after the Cincinnati Bengals, period. And I never was fans, but it's disgusting to watch an egomaniac run his franchise into the ground, which should be a slam dunk winner.
Jerry Jones. Then there's no way out of it. His son will be waiting in the wings. Did you see, though, just talking about Bill Parcells, that the Patriots, that Robert Kraft, this was a couple months ago, but they inducted Bill Parcells, or he will be inducted into the New England Patriots Hall of Fame as a contributor, which means they're finally, I guess, burying the hatchet from his departure, which was, I mean, when he departure to the Jets. I mean, that was like I was in high school when that happened. That was
28 years ago. It's like 28 years
forever
ago. Long time ago. Yeah, absolutely. But Parcells came the closest to doing it. The one thing that eludes everybody that Sean Payton is trying to do, which is to win a Super Bowl in both conferences. That Peyton won one for the Saints. He's trying to win one with the in the AFC with the Denver Broncos. Nobody's come closer than Bill Parcells. If he beats Green Bay in the Superdome in that game, he becomes the only NFL head coach to win a Super Bowl for two separate teams in two separate conferences.
Because he celebrates both kinds.
And all kinds. We got that coming up, too, by the way. So
we got that coming up. And we also got Tara the Turtle's going to be checking in for your Breaker Back Talk here in just a couple minutes. So we better get to the phones. Get them in before we get Tara in here. Who we got? Dre?
Oh, we got good old Marshall, and it looks like someone else slid in there. We'll get to them.
I can't hear what Dre's saying, but I'm sure it's great.
It's very great because we only have 5 things to push whenever we got to talk to Lindsay.
There's
but Marshall,
2. Come on.
In Texas, let's do it to it.
Hey, it's a frantic Friday evening, the living room downtown Tucson, reminding you of having requests, demands, propositions. We're going to get it on for you.
Are you trying to take our jobs away? What's happening?
I'll be back.
I'm just reminding myself of my DJ days back in Tucson.
Coming to you live.
That was the heydays. So
very good. Very good.
I have a definitive answer now as to how long you and I have been friends.
You and I?
Because it popped up on my Facebook today that Lindsay and Marshall have been friends for 15 years.
And where's the picture? Oh, we've been Facebook friends but we've been real friends since the dawn of day.
Yeah, because I'm sure you and I knew each other before I got on Facebook.
I've known you in many a life, I'm sure, Marshall. Is the picture that popped up where I'm wearing a polka dot dress and you've got a cigar in your mouth at Gats? Wow, I don't know my own name, but that image just came to my head.
Yeah, that picture's in there.
All right.
And that's at least 20 years ago.
All right. So. Well, see, Jim, when people, that's why I miss going to a lot of these conventions. I used to be at conventions all the time, especially RIP to Gats back there in Dallas. But it's such a good time to actually see the people that you forget you don't actually know. We talk to people on air, they listen to us, we talk back, whatever. And then you see them in person, and you're like, oh, I forgot that I've never actually met you before. It's such a cool thing, right?
Oh, it's the greatest feeling in the world. Like I said, the first time I met Junker, this is twice in my life I've done this and thought things had backfired only to learn that they went absolutely the way I wanted to. The first story's too long, but when I met Junker, I just kind of jumped up and hugged him. And I thought, oh, I just hugged this man that I've never met before. I've probably made him feel really awkward. And instead he was like, nope, it made me feel great. You take a ride down the road with people for extended periods of time. You get to really know them. Like I've never met Pack Rat. Never laid eyes on him.
But you feel like it.
I feel like I have. So when I do, Pack Rat, get ready. I'm a hugger. Just get ready. I'm going to put you in a hug.
We need
hugger, not a slugger.
Yeah. We need to change your wording, though. You shouldn't call them conventions.
Okay.
Because it marks you as an outsider. Because all truckers call them truck shows.
Roger that,
the
yes.
Louisville Truck Show, the Dallas Truck Show.
I do call it the Louisville Truck Show.
Yeah,
Thank you for clearing it up.
It's a slight annoyance. That's all. You
well,
sound
thank
like an
you.
outsider.
What else? What else do you want to get off your chest, Marshall?
You're not an outsider.
No, I am not. Far from it.
Been around it too long to sound like an outsider.
Yeah, no, this girl gets around. Let me tell you.
It's been a freaky, feisty, flinty Friday on the Lawler side. I got to tell you that right now.
That's right. That's right. I'm feeling it. Feeling itchy and scratchy today, guys.
Itchy and
my 71st trip around the planet.
Today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marshall, my cigar buddy. But I've never smoked one in my life. Happy birthday to you. I hope you have the best day and a really good whiskey.
I'm planning on it. I'm going to the Spanish Flowers again tonight.
Yeah, buddy.
And they know it's my birthday there, too, so they'll probably do something special. That place is wild anyhow on a Friday.
Marshall, happy Friday. Happy birthday. We love you. You are you're one of our ride or die guys. Thank you, man. Happy birthday.
All right. Y'all take care.
You too, buddy.
Road gang radio forever.
Oh, I like that.
Forever, ever.
In
Hashtag,
perpetuity
yeah.
throughout the universe. Lindsay.
Who else we got, Dre?
Who we got? Pack Rat's back. Here it comes, Lindsay. Buckle up. It's coming for you, man. He's coming for you.
No, he's just calling to give us a hug. He doesn't want to talk about Cowboys. He's calling to give us a hug.
Yeah, you stole my thunder already. That was the big news. But I had to tell you a story because you mentioned Reggie White, Jimmy Mack. You remember when he declared free agency, right?
Yeah.
From the Eagles. Well, somebody asked him in the media, said, "Why are you going to Green Bay?" And he said, "Well, God told me to go to Green Bay." So that prompted all the Chiefs heads to say, "Well, I guess God's a Packers fan." But Mike Holgram told the story. He said he set the record straight. I don't.
What's going on?
Nope.
Why do I hear music?
I don't hear music, but Pack Rat went away.
I got music playing through my head. There it goes. It went away. That was crazy. What was that? Did you?
Okay. Mike Holgram said that after Reggie declared free agency, he said he called Reggie and left a message on his phone. He says, "Hey Reggie, this is God speaking. Go to Green Bay."
Hey, by the way, I hope the man talks to me like that at one point. I really, he's a minister. Everybody knows this. I mean, you know that, right? The minister of defense. And I can actually see it, Lindsay, because that team is publicly owned. That team is owned by the city of Green Bay, and they live and breathe and die football. The fans that we met in Sao Paulo it is just a part of their lives. It is just who they are and what they do. And I can see Reggie White wanting to get out of a big city and get himself to a small town. Not a small town. I mean, it's not. But to get himself into a more homey sort of atmosphere. But it really is a crazy choice, and it changes the trajectory of the place. It's the beginning of the great Packers, Mike Holgram, Brett Favre sort of almost dynasty that kind of plays itself out.
Then I have a question. Was there anything because I had read a story about, obviously, Cowboys trade Micah Parsons away, and then, but they claimed the Chargers guard Keegan, Trevor Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
Was there something about that? I just have a little bit of memory. Something about that was bad blood that they did that now puts bad blood between the Cowboys and the Chargers. Or am I making that up?
It's Jerry Jones.
I mean, it's Jerry being Jerry, but was there something sneaky that happened in there?
I don't know.
Is that even possible? Okay.
I don't know the details. I can call Mike up and actually ask him. He would actually answer that question for me. I do know that all of this was done, Lindsay.
I think I just saw because he could have. Keegan. He could have joined the Chargers 53-man roster to put some depth, but instead now the Chargers have to keep looking because Jerry snagged him. I guess it was fair. It was just what they were going after.
Typical Jerry Jones.
Typical Jerry. Yeah,
typical
okay.
Jerry Jones kind of nonsense, making friends and influencing people as he always does. It's a zero-sum game with him. In the long run, if, in fact, the Cowboys had a great front office, it's a win-win for both sides. I mean, literally, if you look at the details of the trade, it is just like the Max Unger, who was the great tight end for the New Orleans Saints, Trey, do you remember? Cackrack, help me out here. The big, tall dude, the basketball player.
I had no idea.
Oh, my God, he was amazing. They traded and everybody won. The Cowboys should win from this. They won't. All right, you got to get out of here. We got to do breaker back talk. I'm done with you. I love you, but you got to go.
Okay, guys.
Michael Jacobson. Michael Jacobson, is that who you're talking about?
No. Knowing you, I feel terrible too because it's like literally on the edge of my brain. While you talk to the turtle herself and get this thing kind of fired up and going on here, you and I will. It'll come to me. It's
okay.
All right.
Welcome back. Time for another segment of Breaker Back Talk with our own, a woman who this company cannot run without. That is a true statement.
True statement.
Tara the Turtle, Tara Harrigaris, is joining us next. And you know what? This is the time when we get to hear from you, the listeners, the callers, what you're writing in, what you're thinking. You love us, you hate us. We love it all. Good morning, Tara. How are you? We love you.
Tara, you there? We love her, but she's not there. She's off in the weeds.
What's going on?
I'm here, but I think I'm on the same line as Lindsay, so I think I'm going to have to
Hello.
call in because I can't
All right.
hear
Well,
Lindsay.
anyway, while we're waiting, this segment, you
So
can get
give
in
me
on
one
it by
second. I'll be right
commenting,
back.
going over in the YouTube chat. You can go to Facebook page. That's Radio Nemo. You just search Dave Nemo Show. You'll see our Radio Nemo logo. Get in there. Send us your comments there. You can direct message us. You can also send an email to weekends@radionemo.com. Why it's still weekends, I don't know. We just can't let it go, I guess, Jim. I think it's time to change that. I know you think that you like it because it doesn't make sense, but it also doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but it's easy. I'll say that. I mean, it's really easy.
You know what else is easy? roadgang@radionemo.com.
And we could do that, by the way. We could. We could.
I get PT. I'm going to be really honest. When I say weekends at Radio Nemo, I get PTSD because I think of A, having to work on the weekends, but B, just some things that happened when we were weekends at so I'm just saying,
when we were
just
on the
think
previous
about it.
platform. Okay, not only will I think about it, I'll actually take the note and
Thank you.
and we will and we'll kind of fix it. You know what the
Good
thing
morning.
is, and by the way, there's
Lindsay, were you talking nice things about me and I wasn't able to hear you? Were you saying all good things or were you
Oh, it was. Oh, don't you worry about it. You didn't hear it. Don't worry about it. It was. It was fine.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
What I said was, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome to the program the woman in which this company does not run without Tara the Turtle Garris.
Well,
Hara
thank you.
Garris. Good morning.
Tara Haragara is here. The turtle is here with comments, messages. I'm ready. Are you guys ready to hop in? We're losing time here.
We're
guys.
losing time. Go.
Go
on. First of all, Lindsay, we've had some music fans in the comment section. And by music fans, I mean Lindsay Lawler fans. Do you want to hear this?
No. Yes. Go on. We'll make time. I just bumped the next guest, so you've got as long as you want.
Oh my gosh. Love that for me. Okay. So Lori E. wrote, I might be late to the party, but I really love your song All Along. Beautifully written and sung, Miss Lindsay.
Oh, thank you. That's the first nice song I've ever written about my husband, who I've been with for 22 years. It took a while, but we got there. Thank you. That's one of my favorite songs on that record. It's very peaceful. It puts me at peace. So thank you, Lori E., for listening. That means the world to me.
And then we have user Aviation Songs dropped in. Love that username. And says, your song Life's Too Short instantly takes me back to a road trip around Florida. Powerful and joyful. The show is inspiring, and I love how Tiffany has always referenced Stevie Nicks in interviews. It's magical and a constant through all of her albums. So obviously this is in reference to, was that 2 weeks ago? Yep, 2 weeks ago. Episode 4, I think it was.
Uh-huh.
We should write.
Yeah. Oh, episode 3.
Episode 3.
Tiffany was episode 3. Yeah. I love that he says, he or she, I'm not sure which it is, but that it's a specific moment. Also, it's funny, life's too short to drink bad wine. Takes him to time when he's road tripping. I hope he wasn't road tripping with his bottle of wine.
Yeah, that's a little strange.
No, that's cool. I love when a song can put us in a, like, I remember, exact moment of where you were driving down the street. That's cool. That means my job is done. So thank you, Aviation Songs. Tara, go on.
Well, this is a little geared towards Jimmy because these comments were on the interview with Missy Blair on autonomous tech and driver education. And user Robin the Speaker wrote, really enjoyed this episode. Loved how you touched on the soft skills side of trucking. It doesn't always get talked about, but it's so important. And then Nordy50, the username, added, as a retired tanker trucker, the softer side is rarely addressed, usually the opposite. Enjoyed the program. And by the way, I still drive professionally. See y'all on the road.
Well, thank them both for their comments, please, and appreciate the kind statements about what Missy brings, because she is both a tough character as a veteran, but also has a real gentleness of soul. I don't know if you guys know this. Missy's also an avid cyclist and is currently raising money through her efforts on the back of a bicycle. One of the reasons why the format of this show, Lindsay, is what it is because we want people to have great soft skills. And if everything is about data and grievance, and rules and regulations, you find that you don't have the skill set to kind of make sure that the data, grievance, and rules and regulations lean in your favor. A bit of the soft touch makes a big difference. And I feel like what Missy's doing over there with her program is headed in the right direction. Donnie Tulk talks about this as well, too. Part of our commitment to keeping people informed is reminding them that if they have a well-rounded life, it actually makes for better business practices and more money-making opportunities. The people that like you are the people that hire you, and that makes a big difference, and I'm glad they're kind of doing that. It's why our shows are different from a lot of other trucking radio, which has its place and its value. God bless them. I hope they're all doing well. But I feel like that we offer people an opportunity to remind people how well-rounded truckers are and how well-rounded they can be and how the industry needs to encourage that. So thank you for your comments, guys.
Agreed. Well,
Go on.
Thank you very much. So these next comments kind of are in the women empowerment range, and I'm like here for it. I love this. So Joe Martin jumped into our comments and said, it takes a special person to drive a big rig. Not just anyone can do it. Age and sex have nothing to do with it. Either you got it or you don't. And I agree with that 100%. You just got it or you don't. And then we had a female diesel tech from Florida weigh in on the diesel tech shortage conversation with Alex Leslie from Atri and said, good talk. I'm a female diesel tech in Florida. I can say the pay isn't matching up with the level shops want in techs perform. Lots of younger mechanics do, yes, want to do all the diagnostics and OEM and electrical and electronics, but they just aren't at the level yet and aren't willing to put in the time to get there. Nowadays, for technician retention, I feel it's passion in the industry, and the new ones coming up are not really interested. They just are there for the money.
Well, first of all, you're right. Badass.
Isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Isn't it funny that when you're only in there for the money ends up not being good? I don't know if I'm making sense about that.
Intention is everything, guys.
That's exactly it. When you're only there for the money, and people always say, well, the guys on Wall Street are only there for the money. Let me tell you something, dude. Those guys live, breathe, and consume it. And there's a point where I tell people all the time, if you're not practicing, if you're showing up and clocking out, and when your day's over and it's done, that's fine. Go home, enjoy your life. But don't be surprised when you're not invited to the big boys' table, the big girls' table, if you're not always practicing your craft. And that's one of those things. But at the same time, the people, Lindsay, you know your value. You know your value. Therefore, when somebody says, hey, and we're going to give you an opportunity to get some exposure, you say, no, thank you, and you walk away.
I throw a beer in their face. I used to take it. Now I'm like, what am I doing? No.
Well, and that's it. I mean, if you're offering people bad wages, they're only there for the money. And if you're not offering them a chance for career opportunity and growth, they're only there for the money. Well said, in other words, of what I'm saying to that brilliant woman, because a good diesel mechanic, as Kevin Lindsay proves, is a brilliant human being.
Man, woman, alien, plant, don't matter. Just keep on keeping on. Tara, go on.
So Waylon Hannell, who you guys had on the show, love him, reposted the interview on YouTube and said, thank you, Radio Nemo gang, for taking the time to interview me and help share my message and my music. That interview was awesome, by the way.
He was like he was very media savvy. Let me say, you can go back and listen to it. And he's from your neck of the wood. He's from your country, Tara, up there in Minnesota. Yeah.
Michigan.
I mean, I'm sorry, Michigan. He's Michigan. I'm looking at a news story about Minnesota. He's from Michigan, as are you. And go back and listen to it, because it's I always find country music artists an interesting take when they don't move to Nashville or Austin and do the cliche thing where they keep living their life, and he's young. He owns a home. He's getting married at 23. He's living the country music life up there in Michigan. So it was great. Everyone go back and check it out. Thank you, Wayne, for being a part of the show.
Love that so much.
Go on.
Well, we also had Dirt Boy Trucker, love that, comment on the YouTube channel and said, thank you. I know that you, Jimmy, and Lindsay are here for us out on the roads. You guys make our jobs better. End of story. Mornings with you and Claire, this is to Jimmy, of course. Back then, coming to Phoenix to meet the fleet of Heroes drivers, which I was proud to be one of those drivers. You were my soundtrack as I made my way into Arlington to deliver wreaths, and you were there when I needed to vent. Again, thank you all for what you do, and I always enjoy listening.
So cool. That's great.
Such a nice way to kind of.
He goes way back.
That's way back.
He's way back.
Way back.
That's 8-9 years. That's I know what that is. By the way,
Wow.
that's 7. That's 7 years. I started doing Re 7 years ago. That's 7. That's almost half a decade. That's over half a decade. That's a long time. Long time listener. First time caller.
Long time, first time. First time, long time. Tara, what you got? We got about 2 minutes left.
Okay, Joe J dropped in with a comment on the interview with Tin Can Tourist saying, after seeing the entire country 10 times over trucking, my goal is to eventually get an RV and actually see it. And that brings me to a question I've always had. It's like truckers drive coast to coast, but often don't really get to enjoy and experience the places that they go. They're just, passing through, doing their job, doing the good things for all of us out here. And the only thing I have to compare that to is like having a layover flight in a state I've technically never been to or never stepped foot outside of the airport. So my question is, for everyone in the comments, drop it in the chat as well. If you've only been to the state, but only in an airport, or you've never actually stepped foot, you just pass through, do you count that as visiting the state? Can I check that state off my 50 states, visit all 50 states map?
I don't know, Jem. I don't know. Technically, yes.
Toss-up, huh?
Technically, yes. But if you want to have an actual conversation about it with somebody, no, because you haven't experienced it. Jim, your take.
No, absolutely not.
I agree.
Absolutely not. Unless, of course, you're in Chicago's O'Hare Airport. That's a city state, so that kind of counts. Is the only thing I can think of where it comes close.
Driving through it doesn't count.
Yeah. Driving through it doesn't count.
And visited you in California, Jimmy. And I went to Las Vegas airport, but I've never been to Nevada, and I've only ever stepped foot in the airport. So I didn't want to check it off my state's map because I've never experienced it. I've only seen out the windows of the airport. I don't think it counts.
Unless you gamble away $100, then you count.
This next year, I want to go to the tech conference that's in Vegas and take Tara. There's a trucking tech conference that happens in Vegas that I'd like to go be a part of. Let me just go on the record saying it now. Tara, wrap it up. Leave our good friends, our road gangers, some inspiring and thoughtful thoughts for their Labor Day weekend, Tara.
Ooh, inspiring. I'm not very inspiring. I don't know.
Well, then tell them to all go shove it. I don't know.
Yeah. You guys go shove it.
There you go.
Be safe out there, everybody. Be safe out there, guys. Seriously, thank you for all that you do. Thanks for listening. Comment, do all the things. And we'll catch you on next week's Breaker Back Talk.
Tara the Turtle out.
Hit that music, Dre. Get us out of here. Bye.
Ow.
Get out.
Ow.
Go to truckdown.com, by the way, guys. 50 states. They've actually been to all of them in 8 provinces. They've been doing it since 97. Hit it, Lindsay.
Gotta get up and truck down. You gotta get up and truck down. .com. Truckdown.com. Let's go.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard. Your partners in preventive maintenance.
Oh, let me get that right. Hold on. I think I got it. Here we go. There it is.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Can we ever
It's going to literally break every day, guys.
The wheels have come off.
Yep.
But we're still rolling.
It's my favorite part. It's my favorite part of anything Claire's ever done, and she's done a lot. That's my favorite part.
The giggles?
Just the boom. Like, yeah, the giggle into the, like, gangster boom, boom,
Oh, I
boom.
mean, it's
love
just,
it.
it's like, and literally, trust me, it's like she was so nervous about it. Claire was so nervous because usually she shares everything, tests stuff off, throws stuff at me. It's like, I know what you want. I just want to surprise you. So she was a nervous wreck when I heard it. And I was like, yeah, you did fine. You sure? I'm like, you did fine. And by fine, I mean awesome.
Killed it.
Welcome,
Killing it.
Welcome
Killing
back,
it.
Lindsay. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I always said Lindsay Lawler. I always have to be really clear. Lindsay Lawler joins us in the second half to co-host Road Gang Radio because it really is two separate shows, as you probably can tell from the music. That will continue to evolve over time as we kind of lock in. Lindsay, by the way, the last person I talked to from Home Depot, they actually under-promised and over-delivered. The table is actually over at Home Depot. Dre and I are going to go get ourselves a climate-controlled storage space for the excess stuff here. We're going to put the table in. We are almost there. It is happening. I have to do at least one check-in. What is going on in Lindsay's studio?
Oh, guess what? As soon as we get off the air today, guess what we're doing?
Go on.
We are pouring the epoxy floor. I'm going to video it because so last night we did the test on a board. So our buddy Todd, who's here, he's done a lot of epoxy things. This is the biggest. He's never done a full floor. So he's equally getting excited, but it's a true art form. We picked the color, we tested it, and we tested two different kinds. Putting the glitter in the blue epoxy and another sprinkling the glitter after it. And then this morning he has made it like a gold vein through it. So we're going to pour the whole thing. They've leveled the floor. We're going to pour it, add the color, add the glitter, and then let it curate over the weekend.
It's great.
Cure. I'm so excited to watch it. I'm so excited. I've never been so excited about a space.
Let me tell you,
long time.
The first day we walked into our house, which, by the way, we got some bad tenants. We got to get that place cleaned up. But the first day we poured that in our house, it was like so exciting because it looked like a sea of it. And then the next day it looked less like a sea. And when it actually kind of really had its final effect, it was like we had a party for it. We had a party for our new floors. And it opened up the house in the most...
What room is your epoxy in? What
It's
floor?
all of it. The whole house. We did the house.
Oh, and what color is it?
It's a rust.
the rust,
It's
yeah.
a rust, and it really worked. It really changed the entire dynamic. As my friend Matthew, my best man, who you got a chance to meet, he said, "Dude," he said, "it's like you renovated your house." I mean, of course we did, but he's like, it's literally like it changed the entire flow of the house. It will change everything, Lindsay.
It's so cool. I'm so excited. So it'll be a blue gold glitter epoxy floor, and then these like a bronze tin roof in there. I think I'm gonna get the big turquoise velvet curtains that were over at the Music Loft and put them in there. I'm just going for it. I don't even know who is coming over to be in the studio, but I'm going to make it a space that you're going to want to do the show live at my studio.
Well, what's really cool, and by the way, we've had a couple of bumps and bruises along the way over here in regards to getting this place where we wanted it to be, and there's still a few things to do. I'm actually so thrilled that we had a bit of a slowdown because the things that are happening over here are now happening simultaneously over there. So it becomes one of those, it's all happening. The world is coming into focus. Let's get the world in focus for our next guest. Shall I do the honors?
I will do it.
Oh.
I will. I'm taking this one.
Oh, you
That's
go
what
ahead.
we discussed.
No, that's what. But I'm saying, like, you take it away from me. That's the fun thing.
You could. No, I know we're both equally as excited. Man, Jim, I spent last night. I don't know if you got a chance to watch some of his TED Talks.
Yep.
At TEDx Talks in Austin, and I went down a rabbit hole with our next guest last night. I didn't see it coming. There's sometimes, we have so much content that we have to consume, from movies to TV shows to music to articles and news to be on the show, and so sometimes we don't get a chance to like fully dive into some of its stuff. But our next guest did one or two things in the first clip that I saw that I was like, I got to keep watching. And then I found myself at midnight down the rabbit hole that is Saul Paul, guys. So next up, so excited to welcome a man who truly embodies the phrase musician with a message. I love that. That means this is somebody using their platform for good, not just for egotistical, look at me, look at me. In one word, his story is extraordinary, guys. So from a troubled past, which he will talk about to us today, to become, he has as a child went through a lot of tough stuff with losing his parents, and then spent time, did time in prison, got out, and went from that to becoming a 2-time Grammy-nominated artist, a 3-time TED Talk speaker, the founder of a foundation that empowers young people through music and mentorship. He's built a career on creativity, resilience, and impact, y'all. This is true. He blends hip-hop, folk, pop, Afrobeat, R&B, and reggae. All in, I love when somebody makes up their own genre. They just put it all in the cauldron and see what comes out. It's very uniquely his own. He's shared it on stages from South by Southwest to the Kennedy Center. And beyond music, he's also launched Change Water, a company that donates half of its profits to local communities. And he's got a new children's book on the way called Be the Change. If you want to see change, be the change, guys. So at every turn, Saul Paul is using his art and his life to lift others up. I cannot wait to hear more from his lips to our ears. Please make welcome to the show our new friend and soon to be yours, Saul Paul. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Good morning. Wow, that was an amazing intro. I need to take you on the road with me.
I am available to travel. I just need a wind machine and somebody to throw glitter when I walk on scene. Other than that, I got you.
I want to just jump in here, just from the top. Let's just kind of do this, and I want to get to your career as well too. I will tell you, like Lindsay, I consumed a lot of content. Was very impressed. For our listeners, by the way, whether it is the work that you do, you manage to merge. I'm gonna tell people saulpaul.com again, skillbuilderscareeracademy.com. If you actually take the time to go through both those websites, you will see that there is an interconnectedness there, because so much of what you create from an artistic standpoint is driven by the dreams that you have, not just for yourself, but millions of American kids and teenagers and people who are looking for a different route to a different place and the American dream. And that seems to work its way both through what you produce and what you promote. Is that fair?
That is very fair. I'm very encouraged. I'm glad that bleeds through. When you're a creator, when you're an artist, you can craft your art. You can have an intent, but it's not always. You can't guarantee that people receive it that way. But I'm glad that carries over. That's my goal. Exactly. You nailed it.
I got to tell you, Jim. Okay, are you guys ready? I'm going to say something really dumb right here.
Lindsay's dumb comment of the day, number 1.
Thank you. I'm glad it's only one. The day is still early. Saul Paul, Jim, okay, I grew up listening to rap. I love rap and hip hop. I love it. As a country singer, that's funny. I love like Patsy Cline and I love Bone Thugs and Harmony. That is my hashtag balance, right?
1999.
Yes, I'm going to see them in Nashville in a couple weeks. Okay.
St. Clair.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Here's what you said in your Austin TEDx talk in front of all the women, which, by the way, was amazing. We're going to talk about in a second. I did not know what RAP stands for. I did not know. I did not know the acronym. Yes. Rhythm and poetry. How have I missed that all my life? My mind, I laid down on the couch and hit myself in the forehead last night. I was like, oh my God, how did I miss that? My whole world opened up. So
you went from being Saul to becoming Paul. You were struck down on the road to Damascus.
I was, dude. So just talk about that, because when you flow, when people threw up, this is how you know that this isn't AI, this is live. He's doing this as a total innate talent. People are throwing out words from the audience for him to do a flow over and to improvise. Yes. And he somehow works in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. He didn't even know the word, and he worked it in his rap. That is what rhythm and poetry is all about. Talk a little bit about what rhythm and poetry means to you.
I love it. Yeah, just music. Like, that's my heart. I started off purely as a improvisational freestyle artist. Just make up songs on the top of your head. Then I became a songwriter. Then I became a producer, and along the way I discovered live instruments, because I grew up on hip hop, and there weren't that many live instruments, and I discovered the classical acoustic guitar and fell in love with that. Then I discovered a loop pedal, which allowed me to make music the way my brain works, which was live and in the moment and capture quick thoughts and ideas. And then I ended up creating my own, as you mentioned earlier, like my own genre in all essence. But I don't even think in genres. I think maybe in the 1800s, before then, like people didn't have genres to pick from. If some folks met each other, they just made music. Like music is its own language. And so I love being able to tap back into that. Plus, when you, a concert is great, but a live experience, a unique moment that you can create is better, in my opinion. And so being able to create something live on the spot, crowdsource a song, let people be part of it instead of just spectate, they get to participate. Yeah, that's my thing.
One of the other things, too, about what you do from an artistic standpoint of pulling words, and by the way, people always forget that words, when they get thrown at you, aren't, even if it is English, even if every single word thrown at you is English, there are different ways of speaking English all across this country. So you're having to make cultural adjustments in the moment. With the Skill Builders Career Academy, this is really kind of cool because you're trying to develop young people who actually understand what the modern economy is, and it's so many different things that are going on. And it just strikes me that somebody who actually is skilled at rap might be uniquely positioned to have an intellectual understanding of what it means to kind of function in this new economy where you have people who might actually have an associate's degree, a trade school degree, have a certificate in another foreign language, and literally have to kind of, in the same way that rap serves as a pastiche, sort of pulling all this different stuff together, you've almost got to keep yourself completely open as a vessel to all the things going on around you. And I'm wondering, when you go on the $1 Million Dreams tour, when you head out there, to go meet with people, how much of what you're trying to accomplish is being accomplished by the people you meet and what you take from them when you're on the road and when you're among the people?
I found a unique way to. I have this statement, like I believe we're all born on purpose with the purpose. I believe we all have unique gifts and talents. Sometimes our talents fit easily into predefined boxes. I think most of the times, or at least because I'm an artist, I recognize that the way you do what you do uniquely might not fit into a predetermined box. But the way you can see it, you have to start seeing what you do and figure out like how to make the most of that. And then that carries over when you start talking about career. I like to say the goal is not to just, get paid. But to get paid to do what you love. So first you tap into what it is you're passionate about, then you figure out the career for that. And you might even have to make one along the way. But when it comes to trade specifically, like that's never going away. I love to see the energy and enthusiasm around trades currently, and not just as an alternative. I went to a great university, the prestigious University of Texas at Austin. I graduated, got my bachelor's. When I graduated with the 4.0 GPA. Yet I recognize that there are numerous pathways to success. My way was not the best way, the only way. It was the way for me. And so I love creating platforms and opportunities for others to find their way. And we just really respect the trades. And I do like seeing people flourish financially. And there's so much, our country's flourishing. There's so much opportunity. There's so many jobs, and the jobs aren't being filled. And with everything and how everything's changing right now, the trades were often overlooked. They were getting left behind, but now the necessity is obvious. And with the Skill Builder Career Academy, we're training up a diverse talent population and pool and creating a pipeline so folks can go from passion to purpose to career.
We're talking with Saul Paul. That's one word. You can head over to saulpaul.com, like Better Call Saul, saulpaul.com, to find out more. Saul Paul, give us so here's the thing. I'm so curious your take on this because your father left when you were young. We'll just do the Cliff Notes here. Not trying to, it's a huge, bigger story, but so people get an idea of the depth of what you've gone through to get to this place in your life. But your father left when you were young. Your mother died when you were 3 in a car crash. Your grandmother stepped in, adopted you, and raised you. Shout out to her, that beautiful, beautiful woman. And you spent time in jail later on in your life. And with all that, you can still stand here today as one of the most positive, uplifting people that I've ever heard for both yourself and others. So I feel like we go through all the hard stuff until we sort of wake up and realize life doesn't have to be a struggle. It's like we struggle when we're kind of sleepwalking through life, I'll call it, or we have these traumatic things that happen. And then one day I feel like we realize it doesn't have to be that way. Yes, stuff is still going to happen, but it doesn't have to be hard if we can live in the positive, if we can live in the gratitude, if we can live in the inspiration. And I know that sounds Pollyanna, but it is a huge perspective shift. So with all that you went through, you can stand here today and still be grateful. Talk to our listeners a little about the balance of how you get that, because I know there's people out there listening right now that are like, I am going through so much heavy stuff. How could I ever find gratitude? Give them some encouragement. If someone like you can find gratitude, how did you get there?
Thank you. That's an alley-oop, slam dunk. First, I got to shout out a song that I wrote. Since you mentioned the word gratitude twice, I have a song called Attitude of Gratitude.
Yeah, buddy.
Everyone should check out that song. I think an attitude of gratitude is key. But let me rewind. Before we get to the attitude of gratitude, it's really about mindset. Mindset is everything. It's because you can dictate how you see things. But I always like to try to make, as an artist, there's this aspect of, I don't know, you just see things differently. So I'm always trying to take things that I see and make them practical and tangible for others. My cheat code is my face. It's a new world now. That's kind of like a cuss word, but I recognize when I say born on purpose, I know that I wasn't just that lucky sperm that made it, but I was born, I was created, I was born on purpose with the purpose. You don't always know that. So for me, that's when everything shifted. And so me being able to realize that I was born on purpose with a purpose, that it's never too late, and it's okay to be Pollyanna, like you mentioned, right? But it's really not Pollyanna, it's positive. I mean, I don't want to talk about any of the chaos, negativity, or politics, but just this week, 2 children were murdered and 12 more were injured because somebody didn't have a Pollyanna attitude, because someone had a negative mentality and they hurt other people because of it. So I think we need more Pollyanna, and I think we have to be bold enough to do it. Shout out to all my truck drivers. Shout out to everybody that's out there. What I've discovered over time there, there's culture. And most people don't really understand what culture is, but culture is like a unique set of beliefs and characteristics and attitudes around a certain group. And like I'm from Texas, I'm from Houston. There's a certain culture in Houston. I live in Austin. There's a different culture. I just came from on tour. I was in Indiana, then I was in New Jersey, like just earlier this week, and there was a different culture there. Again, one's not better than the other. They're just different, and there's this culture. But shout out to my truck drivers. There's a culture there, and you got to be bold. There's something special about you to hop in a vehicle, hit the highway, be away from family and friends, be solo, spend that time with yourself, and you grind it out. Sometimes it's dangerous, right? But they're bold. And I just say that because I'm encouraging bold people to be Pollyanna. I'm going to keep using that word, right? To be positive and be bold, because we say in a culture where it's not okay to be positive. Everybody wants to be pessimistic. That's what had to change. I grew up in the worst situation. My mom died, dad left, grew up in the ghetto. I got arrested by the FBI when I was 17. I went to prison when I was 20. And then I realized, you know what? It wasn't my circumstances. Everything I just mentioned is a circumstance. Circumstances are not the reason I was in prison. My choices were, my mindset. And I didn't blame it on my community or my culture, even though that influenced me. And when I was in prison, that's worse than being in the ghetto, which I grew up in. And I realized that I had to be brave enough and bold enough to be different, and I was, and I have to consistently do that, and not just in prison. It's now in the free world, because people are pessimistic. You look at and see what's happening, and then people just going down. And so some people have to stand up and be leaders and change the atmosphere. And so that's what I do, and that's what allows me to consistently succeed. You mentioned my TED Talk. It's crazy. I've done 4 TED Talks. I need to update my bio. I just did another one 2 months ago. It came out 2 weeks ago. And the whole TED Talk thing is cool, but I think it's crazy when you contrast where I came from. Who should care what I think, right? There's a hierarchy in society, and I'm supposed to be at the bottom of it. Just realistically, people can be Pollyanna all you want, but racism is still real. I grew up poor. I have a criminal background. Yet I have amazing clients that I've worked with. I've succeeded. I do great things. People can Google it, look it up, and I realized the majority of that came from my mindset, me seeing things a certain way, and then being bold enough and brave enough to be the change and lead out. So I just want to encourage others to do the same, and anyone can do it. And once you start to do it, then you get that motion, and then people hop on the bandwagon.
I want people to go to skillbuilderscareeracademy.com. You'll find that some of the areas they focus on are both the hands and the heart. HVAC technicians, electrical technicians, but also office administrators. Those are very, very distinctly different skills, but all require a great deal of skill, and they are encouraging people in that direction. One of the things, if you head over to that website, by the way, Lindsay, all of our friends should check them out at skillbuilderscareeracademy.com. What you'll find out is there's an emphasis on mentorship, and it strikes me that that seems to be a big kind of personal thing, both in your music and in your charitable works and in your call to action, is that you're calling on more people out there to be mentors and to be effective mentors. If I was going to ask you what makes a good mentor, how would you describe that person?
Availability and positivity. That's a great question. That made me pause. I think the biggest thing, first I would just say be available. But, there were some negative mentors in my life. Like when I went to prison, prior to me, I went to prison when I was 20 years old. I never had a positive mentor. I had people that taught me how to do bad things, right? There was never an official mentorship relationship, but there were people in my community that were like, hey, this is how you do this is how you do that. And I looked up to them and I followed. And that's why I ended up in prison, because life is the sum total of the choices you make. So when we talk about mentorship, anybody listening is actually qualified, especially if you're available. You have to make yourself available, spend some time. And there's so many ways to do it now. It doesn't require being in person. You can phone calls, FaceTime, Zoom, text, email. It's just really communication, and it's being able to sow those seeds. And there's that other part, like seeds of positivity. You don't have to be like perfect, definitely not necessary, maybe just a little further ahead of the person that you're mentoring. And that makes all the difference. And that's what's necessary. And mentorship is key.
I want to talk real quickly here about prison, because there's a lot of people who have never, I believe we are all doing, there's some real evil out there, but for the most part, I believe we're all doing the best we can with the information that we have or what's put in front of us, and what we know, what we've been exposed to. And most people are not in prison, have not seen that, will not know that. And they can walk around and talk a big game about what so-and-so did wrong to end up there. But it's like you said, it's circumstances plus choices. But can you tell us one thing? Because what I do know is that in jail, it's not really set up to always to make people want to thrive. Like I know, right? I know they're like replaying episodes of Jerry Springer, and it's you don't have clean water. Like that's bad.
How do you know?
I do.
Come back to your question, but I would like to highlight something I share often when I'm performing or giving keynotes, and I'm like, top 2 shows in prison always blows my mind. Top 3, one is Cops, which blows my mind. I'm like, bro, why are we watching this? This is why we're here. But
yeah,
runs the Cops. 1, 2 is Young and the Restless.
Oh, that's my favorite soap. I might need to get into some trouble. I might need an excuse to have to watch that.
And then number 3 is Jerry. But yeah,
you're not the daddy.
Opportunity for the rehabilitation. There it is.
It's not. You just hit it. It's putting negativity back in the mind that just creates the vicious cycle. I was going to say, can you tell our listeners who might be out there judging what they think it is to quote unquote get in trouble? Tell us something that would be one other thing that would blow somebody's mind that is happening in jail, because prison reform is not talked about enough, and it is something that is so important. And I would love your take on that. Something that might blow our listeners' mind that happens in there that is not okay.
Opportunity use, which is the new word. That's the latest version of how you say at-risk use. So opportunity use, which is people that are born into bad situations or end up in prison. Then there are youth that age out of foster care, right? Who again, like when you're in foster care, like me, my mom died and my dad left. So through no fault of my own, I was placed in foster care. People that are in foster care, children that are in foster care are usually not choosing that situation. They're placed in it. But then you age out and then you don't have like a family support system. People don't think about what happens when you turn 18 and you don't have a family. So that those people, a large portion of those children end up homeless, and then that leads to being incarcerated. Then you have people that are just in poverty and on public assistance in the first place. Again, usually born and placed in that situation. If we look at it from a children's perspective, not the adult like children, because children grow up and then they end up in prison. And then there's the mental health, those that have those challenges. And then when you talk about prison, that's who's in prison. That sadly is the majority, not the evil criminals. That's a portion. Yes, I'm glad those people are locked up and dealing with what they have to do with. And then there's restorative justice even for that. But that's what would be surprising is when you realize, like, wow, people who got dealt a bad hand in the first place are the ones who end up in prison. And then there's like a lot that goes to it to where being in prison basically becomes monetized, and so they don't have, meaning that you have to pay so much money to this and that, and again, these people came from poverty, so they can't pay it, so then you become like lost in a cycle, and that's the hardest part, and then it just continues on. And then when you take what you're referring to, people just assuming all these negatives about it, and it's like there's just like nobody focusing on the solution. That's why the mentorship is key. You kind of have to disrupt that cycle. You have to break that cycle. You have to come along. You have to be restorative. You have to empower people, more so start painting the vision and give people opportunity. Yeah, when I was in prison was not very real. There was no rehabilitation. It was punitive. It was punishment.
Right.
Also, when people go away and then it's like, wow, they spent all that time and there's no rehabilitation. If rehabilitation programs are not supported, then yeah, like there's definitely the opportunity to come back a more seasoned criminal after you go to prison.
Bingo.
Again, perpetuating that cycle.
By the way,
be the change, Jim.
By the way, Lindsay, really quickly, and I don't know how our friend will feel about this, Saul Paul, who joins us this morning. I've always said going to prison should be the punishment. Surviving prison should not be the punishment. And that's one of the biggest problems as well, too. The fact that you're away from the people you love and you have limited movement to what you can do is punishment enough. It should not be a chamber of horrors. It should not be a recreation of Dante's Inferno. And that just doesn't seem like justice. It seems like retribution. I can't thank you enough for joining us this morning. There's so much more to talk about. The story is remarkable.
We need to have him back.
We need to have you back sooner rather than later.
I'd love to come back.
We got a couple of great places to send people, Lindsay. Like I said, it all kind of ties in together. Guys, please check out the $1 Million Dreams of Saul Paul. You can find them on saulpaul.com and skillbuilderscareeracademy.com. Thank you from both Lindsay and I.
Thank you.
I'm going to be jamming Attitude of Gratitude as I'm driving around this week, and that's what we used in our promo with you. So thank you, brother. Attitude of Gratitude. Coming up next, your country and Western music news, because, Jim, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
We celebrate Saul kinds. Saul Paul, that is.
Nice. Truckdown.com.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho.
Here we are.
What did you call me?
What?
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Didn't say sleazy. Didn't say sleazy.
I'm leaning into my sleazy is something I'm gonna lean in. I think the second half of my life I'm gonna do sleazier.
I won't lie to you, Lindsay. I'm kind of all in favor of that. You know, I'm talking about
Feels
more
good.
rough and tumble, a couple of scuffed elbows, maybe a little bit of a snarl. You know, the curled up lip, the raised nostril.
Yeah, gritty. Gritty. From the Big Easy to music sleazy. That's me, Lindsay Leasy. Okay, so hey Jim, I'd like to start today off with a quick giggle, if you will. Hey Jim, did you read in the Gazette? Any Gazette doesn't matter for this. It doesn't matter. It's the metaphorical Gazette. Hey Jim, did you read the Gazette this morning?
No, I didn't. What happened?
Well, did you see Beyonce is looking to get a house over there in Slidell?
Beyonce's looking to get a house in Slidell.
Yeah, but the house she looked at, well, the roof needs to be replaced because it's so old, you know? So guess who she got to replace it?
Who got to replace it?
All the shingle ladies, all the shingle ladies, all the shingle ladies, all the shingle ladies.
This joke has been brought to you by, but is not the responsibility of truckdown.com.
I saw two old ladies telling each other that joke, and one old lady telling her old lady friend that joke, and it took her so long to get to it because she was laughing through the whole setup, and it just made my whole day yesterday. It's just the greatest.
All the shingle ladies.
All the shingle ladies. Okay. This story's insane. I've got several interesting stories, I think, today. Some just kind of going behind the insider baseball, as it were, of country music and what's happening today and what happened 50 years ago. But to start off, Jim, so Randy Travis's wife said, Mary, she says that there was no doubt in her husband's head or hers, and she knew this, that when he would make it through his debilitating stroke that he had a while back, even though doctors advised her to pull the plug. Now, she is speaking out quite a bit on this now. He went through that terrible stroke. He is, as we know, he's very limited in what he can do, but he is alive. He is on stage. He's out on tour, even though doctors tried to get her to pull the plug.
He was
Jim.
there. I mean, he was there. That's the thing. His brain was repairing itself. Yes.
100%. So, she says that she describes this crucial moment when Randy Travis, during his 2.5-year health battle, and she said it was when doctors told her that she needed to end her husband's life. Now, I can't imagine this moment in general, but especially when you don't agree with the doctor, and it's just you fighting against doctors and science being like, I know he's in there, and then being like, fine, but he's not responsive. You need to do this. Turns out she leaned on her instinct, and it was good. She says that there was, and this is her word, that there was this magical moment when she went to his bedside. The doctor said to her, we need to pull the plug. He's got too many things going against him. And at that point, he had had a staph infection and 3 other hospital-borne bacterial viruses, like, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing these right, but Serratia and Pseudomonas. Anyway, and the doctor said he just doesn't have the strength to get through this. She was told that his vitals weren't doing well, his blood cell count was low, and she was told it was time to say goodbye. So she said, that's when I went over to him. That was the moment I knew Randy Travis was going to make it. She says he squeezed her hand, and a tear went down his face. And I screamed, he's still fighting. Woo! Can you imagine being trapped and hearing people, obviously you could hear people say, pull the plug, and him being like, I'm here, do not pull the plug, but you can't say it. I mean, that's prison. That is more prison than I can ever comprehend.
I hear these stories, and by the way, I don't know what her attitude is. there's a lot of people who understand that, like, the doctors are often caught in a terrible dilemma there too, because what you don't want to do is suddenly have somebody literally sitting there on machines month after month with no hope of recovering, and the bills just mounting up. And I know they're people of means, but there's also the sadness of holding out false hope. But then you have this happen, and this is why people often go, "Can I get one more opinion, please? Can one more person kind of step in here without talking to the other doctors and just look at the charts and look at the situation?" Dude, the agony of it, the agony of being faced with that decision is just, it's brutal.
And it's tough because charts out of the way, no one knows him better than your wife. And obviously the wife's going to be like, "No, I want to keep him alive." Well, some wives might be like, "Yep, I'll pull it for you. Get out of the way." But I think in this scenario, for her to be like, "I know he's there," and then him to squeeze her hand and have a tear. Just think of the connection they have now on the other side when she's the one that saved his life. I mean, that is so huge. So after that, she says she went full mama bear on the doctors. Then once he teared up and squeezed her hand, and she said, "He's not done fighting. We're going to fight with him now." So everyone turned around, of course, and agreed. So his life-altering stroke, it occurred back in 2013. And prior to that stroke, he was hospitalized for congestive heart failure tied to viral cardiomyopathy. Okay, now we've talked about this on the show before, but over the past decade, Randy Travis, he's turned to artificial intelligence, to AI, which has allowed him to continue to make music and go on tour. He can't sing anymore. He can barely speak. He can barely walk, but he is using AI. This is where we use AI as a powerful, positive thing, guys, I think. Randy and his wife, Mary, they're both on stage during this tour. Mary comes out, she gives a little background as far as the music they're going to play that night, the musicians, Randy, the stroke, the powerful song around this, and what AI is doing for her husband. She explained also that she and Randy, they made a trip up to Washington, D.C., which they'll probably do again, Jim, to discuss themselves up on the Hill, the positive sides of AI and how we need to embrace it because it's here to stay. And also, Randy was just honored with the Milestone Award at the 18th Academy of Country Music Honors, which was just taped here in Nashville actually last week. It'll air on TV for everyone to see September 27th. The couple come out on stage. They're greeted by a standing ovation, of course, and they accepted his Milestone Award. Jamie Johnson performed Randy Travis's song, 3 Wooden Crosses. Randy and Mary just kicked off the More Life Tour. Jim, the tour is called the More Life Tour because Randy has more life to live. We're so glad he's not done making music. Mary says for Randy that he will continue to use AI and make more music in the future. And we sure hope so, Jim. Step away from the ventilator. This man ain't done yet. He's shaking his fist at you.
Yeah, and I was really kind of encouraged when I went back and looked at some of the things that you sent me and kind of dug a little deeper, that you're right, that she turned full mama bear on them, but there was a sense of, okay, we've given you the option. This is how you want to go, and here we will go. But I kept thinking about, they're also letting her do that. I wonder if the argument didn't happen because, like, well, they've got the means to go through with this. You know, I wonder how many people, if they know these people are broke and bleeding out and walking towards bankruptcy, do they push back on? And how many plugs have been pulled when, in fact, life was waiting on the other side? It's a remarkable story of love and commitment to a person.
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
And they're good people. Randy and Mary are very good people. They're doing a lot for the flooding victims in Texas as well. They do a lot just consistently. So shout out to the Travises. Keep on making that music. Okay, Jim, these next 3 conversations are for you. As far as, like, I know you love insider baseball, you love sort of stats and what's going on behind the scenes. And so as I was reading these, I thought these had your name all over it. The first one is actually great for trucking specifically. And we're going back 50 years, which you love to do, the 70s of trucking, 1975, 50 years ago. Jim, the 70s, the sepia years. Why 1975, Jim, was one of the best years for country music is what we're going to break down here. So a lot of hardcore country music fans, especially older ones, agree that the 1970s were the best decade for country music. We're going to try to prove that point here. So a couple things, Jim. The decade saw Dolly Parton that's when she hit her peak, which seems strange. You would think that's when she was just getting going. That's when she was peak Dolly. Debut releases from John Prine and Guy Clark come out then. That's when we get that. And the rise of folk artists like Doc Watson. And perhaps, Jim, most importantly of all, y'all here, the decade, the 70s gave birth to outlaw country. But 1975 in particular saw these landmark albums, so many, but we're going to break down 3, which makes it the best years for the genre. We'll break down these 3 examples of what 1975 Jim had to offer. So, number 1, Redheaded Stranger. comes out in 1975. It's the genesis of outlaw country, can be narrowed down to a pair of albums. This one, as well as Waylon Jennings' Honky Tonk Heroes. Now, that was 1973, but these two paired together took country music in a whole different direction. Both artists had gained creative control over their music at this point, which is huge to note. And these albums mark the beginning of a new era for them and the genre as a whole. So, Jim, it wasn't just a landmark album. It was also Willie Nelson's first #1 LP. Additionally, the record's first single, Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, it was his first #1 on the country songs charts. So without a doubt, Jim, Redheaded Stranger marked the beginning of a new era for country music and helped Willie Nelson make him the legend he is today. Agree?
Agree. Redheaded Stranger is literally a tipping point. By the way, remind me, I want to talk about Peak. He brought up Peak as well, too. This is really crucial. But yeah, the Redheaded Stranger, it makes him. It's kind of his bones. Before then, he was a highly respected, highly liked, very popular guy. Redheaded Stranger makes his bones. I agree.
Makes his bones. Second one we're going to talk about, Back to the Country by Loretta Lynn. Do you know this album?
I do know that album as well, too. And it's interesting. There's something, I got something, but go on, please. Yeah, it's a great album.
What's interesting to me about this album, I'll break down, is that Loretta Lynn, at this point, she's already a renowned songwriter. She's up there with the big boys, so to speak. But she did not write the songs on this record, actually, which is interesting. But this album came out in February of 1975. It went to #2 on the country albums chart, which was no big deal to her. She'd been making #1s for a long time at this point under her belt. But she became the first woman to earn the CMA Entertainer of the Year award. Now, that was a big deal. She was recognized as one of the genre's greatest songwriters, but like I said, she didn't write a single song on this record. The album did prove that she could put her stamp on songs written by anybody else. So Back to the Country had the standout songs like I Can Help by Billy Swan, You Love Everybody But You by Tom T. Hall, and the gender-swapped song version of Conway Twitty's Linda on My Mind. She did Jimmy on My Mind, the co-conspirator on that. But the song that put this LP on the map, on the list, was, of course, The Pill. That was penned by Lorene Allen, Don McCann, and T.D. Bayless. And that song was a massive hit for Lynn. It probably would have gone higher on the charts, but of course it was a very controversial topic about birth control at that time. We didn't talk about it, and the lives of women led in order to being widely banned. So this one's interesting to me, Jim.
Yeah, it's once again, this is one of those places where country music was always grown up among the men. And I'm by the way, let me make this really clear. I don't mean that the women didn't want it to grow up, but there were certain things you could and couldn't do. There are things in this album that get done that are like really groundbreaking from the subject matter. And the 70s are most noted for a lot of taboo subject matters really kind of coming crashing down. And in some ways, the kind of romanticness of the Lonesome Stranger, the Redheaded Stranger, gives way to the sort of like, this is the beginning of that 1975 to about 1980 feeling of women really kind of taking the stage and really kind of talking about the issues that are important to them. And in country music,
or trying to take the stage at least.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. I would agree. Completely
All right.
agree.
Then the third one we picked out for this, Dreaming My Dreams by Waylon Jennings. Of course, that was released in June of 1975. It was Waylon Jennings' first #1 album, for one. And I don't, are you much of a Waylon fan, Jim?
How about this? I am not like, I don't have like Waylon on my playlist while completely acknowledging the massive talent that he is.
Fair enough. Yeah, that works. It was the beginning of a streak of 4 consecutive #1 albums for Jennings, who wouldn't have an album miss the top 10, by the way, until 1983. It's packed with some of his most classic songs, including Waymore's Blues, I've Been a Long Time Leaving, But I'll Be a Long Time Gone, Dreaming My Dreams with You, and of course, Bob Wills Is Still the King, Truth. However, the album opener, Are You Sure Hank Done It This Way? That if you walk up and down Broadway, at Tootsie's, we would play that all the time. Are you sure Hank done it this way? That's probably the most important of the bunch. It was a #1 single for Waylon Jennings and would be a rallying cry for fans and both traditional and outlaw for decades to come, including right now. We still sing it today, Jim. We're going to talk a little bit about now country music today and what's wrong with it, perhaps. But first, coming up today, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, is Trucking with OIDA, our good friends at OIDA. They break down what's going on, what went on last week, what's coming up next week. What are they talking about today, Jim?
Our good friends Scott and Ashley are going to be joining us sooner rather than later at the top of the hour, and we're going to kind of move into a discussion about allowing bigger and heavier trucks on U.S. highways, but that, by the way, is something that OOIDA pushes back on. Bryce Mungeon, friend of this show, sometime contributor to Washington Trucking Week, their Director of Legislative Affairs, is going to be giving them an update and a call to action. And then Ashley and Scott are going to pivot to Chris Hughes, who I got a chance to talk to last week with Dave and our good friend Scott Greneth. The Ohio DOT guy breaks down the state's active and ongoing response to the truck parking shortage. They should have a chance to really kind of dig into some stuff that we didn't get a chance to, and a very different perspective. They're not just talking the talk over in Ohio, they're walking the walk, and all of that is our good friends Scott and Ashley on another edition of Trucking with OIDA.
So good. They keep us professional around here. Somebody should, Jim.
Somebody should. The wheels have come off. The wheels, by the way, always stay on with them.
That is true.
I mean,
True story.
they have tight lug nuts over there.
As much as we take them off, they're like, let me put it back on for you. I've changed a tire or two for you guys before. We'll do it again.
Thank you.
Okay, now on to today in country music. Oh, country music today, Jim. Oh, country music today. You know who's going to come up here in a minute. Okay. I think that country music is crying out for the old. So 38 of the 40 most played country songs of 2025 have one thing in common. It's not what you'd expect. It's that they're old songs. Okay, so our friends over at Taste of Country, a publication here I love, they actually looked at the top 500 top radio songs in 2025 so far. Once you get past number 100, by the way, you get to see that more older songs, known as recurrent or gold songs, they're all playing at radio stations. Even the current radio station, I rarely listen to terrestrial radio, but when I do turn it on, I'm noticing that the current stations are not so current anymore. They're struggling to find the good stuff to play, I guess you could say. I don't know. So before you get to that top 40, here's some general observations, with more to come, but general observations. So 2, Jim, of the 500 most played songs at country radio this year were released in the 80s. 46 of those songs are 90s country hits. Of the most played songs are 90s country, with Tim McGraw's Something Like That being number 1. I had a barbecue stand on my white t-shirt. She was killing me in that mini skirt. That's what that song is. Good one. I agree. That's a top one. And Jim, Morgan Wallen, that guy. Oh, that guy. He accounted for about 9% of the total spins of all music played this year in country of the top 500 artists. It sounds small, but that's actually a lot.
Oh, no, that's not small at all. That means almost 1 out of every 10 songs played on the radio on country western stations is actually Morgan Wallen. That's not small at all.
That's what that means. I hate to say it, but that's what
That's
that
brutal,
means.
dude. That is, people don't think about that. People have no idea what statistics mean, but go on. Good God almighty.
Well, this data, by the way, is according to MediaBase. That's like a music industry service that
Serious
monitors.
customers. They're serious customers on this stuff. That's all they do.
That's all they do. They monitor airplay in all 50 states and markets, all 150 markets. I mean, so inside the numbers, you'll see that only 3 songs there, Jim, are from, of all those, are female solo artists. Only 3 are female solo artists. Okay. There are 4 songs from black men that are country artists. There's 8 duets that fall in that top 40, but in the top 40 songs, only 3 are women. Only 3 are women. Let me say that again. Okay. Only 2 songs out of the 40 were released in 2025. So of the top 40 songs in country music, only 2 actually came out this year. Let that land.
I will make one exception, but I feel like it will disprove the rule. I would be interested to see how many of those songs were released the year before, but I have a feeling it doesn't get much better even if you go back that far. I could live
I'm glad
with
you
that.
asked. I'm going to tell you because the 2 released of the 40 this year, they're both from Morgan Wallen. That guy, his songs I'm the Problem, Yes You Are, and Just in Case. And then the remainder were mostly released, Jim, to your point, in 2024, a couple from 23 and 2022. But it's basically that, and it's not that good music isn't coming out right now. It's just it's not what people are craving, I guess.
Well, the other thing is, too, like I said, the reason why I asked for the earlier years, I had a feeling those numbers would bear out exactly what you're talking about. I wouldn't have a problem if they had like only 3 songs from 2025, but then we turned around and realized there are 29 songs from 2024 and there are 31 songs from 2023. But that ain't what's happening.
It's not what's happening.
That's not what's happening.
People are longing for the old. I get it. So again, so leading the way again, Morgan Wallen. He's got 4 songs in the top in the top 40. So we've got Morgan Wallen in the top 40. Post Malone has 3, while Jelly Roll, Shaboozey, and Kane Brown are included in there as well. Those are the top. Not one woman shows up. So not one woman shows up. One is a pop guy turned country. One is a rap guy turned country. One is country turned pop. One is a black male from Africa. Okay, that part is cool. Shaboozey, shout out to him. That part I like. But just think about that. None of it is actual. I'm going to be careful what I say here. I was going to say none of it is actual country, and we've managed to say that it's not country. It's just country has expanded to multiple genres. So I guess I will leave it there. Okay, well, I'm going to pivot now.
Pivot.
John. Because this is just silly, but I think you'll like it. Because who doesn't love a study that could confirm that country and Western music is the greatest? Okay, there are actual studies, Jim, that have affirmed the following. A, country music fans are the happiest and typically have better mental health than fans of other music. That's an actual statistic.
I would believe it.
You would?
I would believe it. It's got the same sort of force as the people who played video games online came out better than the people who actually were just online during the pandemic. There's a lot that makes sense about it.
Okay. Right. Sad country songs are as prevalent as ever, and I will agree with that. Sad country music makes me happy. It's the feeling of it. Why? Why does sad country music make us happy? Because we feel seen?
Catharsis, the idea of the purgation of pity and fear, the idea that when you can actually hear somebody relating exactly to what you're kind of feeling or what you felt in the past, it makes you feel seen. I was giving back to your ultimate comment. That's the process of being seen. That's what it is.
I love that because I've told you before when I drive and when I was, I'll never forget. I was just out of college, me and 3 girlfriends living in Dallas, and we like to get in the car and drive and cry. And I made us a mixtape. It was a CD, a mixed CD. And the title it was All Alone by Myself Forever. And it was just sad songs. And we just cried, but we felt so good. It made us feel so good. I guess it just makes you, A, feel not alone, but B, feel. It just makes you feel.
So one of the greatest albums of all time, everybody agrees across the board, is Carole Kane's Tapestry. Carole King's Tapestry. Done. Mm-hmm. It's like great. You know why? It's a giant album about being seen. You Got a Friend. I mean, all those songs on there. I mean, every single song is literally her telling women and men, I see you. That's it. That's the reason why it's so popular.
That'd be a good name for a record, Jim. Being Seen.
Being Seen. Being Seen. Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, we're kicking around. Not kicking around. We're going to do it. We found the place. I'm going to do a live album that's just going to be around. Well, I wasn't going to talk about it, but now I'm going to talk about it. It's going to be around a fire out in Leaper's Fork at some friend's land. We're going to record the album, and it's songs that I've gone back through over the years and found that are just sitting in my writing library that have never been recorded, and they're sad. For the most part, they're all sad and depressing, but they make me the happiest of anything I've ever sang.
Hey, Lindsay, so turn them on. So turn them on. Turn on those sad songs. When all hope is gone, you know that sad songs say so much.
So much.
There you go, Elton John. A little bit of a country accent there for you, but I figured I'd give a little shout out to him.
I like it. He can, he's country and Western.
Actually, in the 70s, he is, man.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, Amarina is one of the best country Western songs I've ever heard in my life. I mean, It's just that whole Cactus album is great. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right, Jim. Attending concerts twice a month can make you live longer.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you get the brown acid. You should avoid
that.
Or
you're moshing and getting beaten
to a pulp. I gotta get it, put it in you.
Different kind of concert. Yeah. Now that isn't reserved, by the way, to just country music. That's just music concerts in general. Again, as long as you don't get so drunk or high or beat up.
You take an Orange Sunshine. You need some Budweiser and some almonds now. But go ahead.
So regardless, get out and hear music, people, and you'll be forever young. Get out and hear music. Get out and hear music. An organization called SeatSmart set out in 2015 to discover which genre of music, Jim, was the smartest. You're going to love this. So there's an analyst named Andrew Powell Morse, and he used a metric called the readability score to determine which genre songs had the most depth. So this is true.
Okay.
So of the 200 plus songs that were focused on in 4 genres, rock, pop, R&B, hip hop, and country, using this metric system, he found that the word length played an intricate role in a higher lyric intelligence score. He says country music is full of words like hallelujah, cigarettes, hillbilly, and tackle box. Add that to along place names like Cincinnati, Louisville, Mississippi, Louisiana, and country has a serious advantage over the competition, he says, Jim. Ultimately, country music, it was determined to be the smartest genre since their songs scored 3.3 on average on this scale, where pop music is like 2.9, the other 2.6. But by the way, it doesn't matter because they all come out to a 3rd grade reading level. So we need to use bigger words in our songs is what he's trying to say. Of course, country music is smart. They're saying things tongue-in-cheek. So this meter did not read the tongue-in-cheek smart factor there. It's based just on the words, but I still find it funny, Jim.
Make sure you're teaching geography and technical acumen, and you're well on your way to having a rounded curriculum for your music listening experience, is what you're kind of saying to me.
That's it. Fair enough.
Okay. And also by the way, the public service of the dangers of drugs and alcohol. But go on.
Don't do drugs and alcohol, kids. Just go to concerts and live your life. But listen, be there, be present. Okay, finally on this day in country and Western music news in 1952. Born on this day in Durham, North Carolina, was Don Schlitz, who sits behind me in church sometimes. Shout out Don Schlitz. He's a country music songwriter.
Good
one.
2
Grammy, a great one. He's Grammy's ASCAP Songwriter of the Year. The list goes on. He's a member of the Nashville Songwriters Hall of Fame. I do need to reach out and have him on this show.
You do.
Both this show and We Should Write.
Yep.
He wrote, of course, The Gambler, guys. Come on. So you got to know when to hold him. You gotta know when to fold him. He became a crossover country hit in 1978, the year I was born. Garth Brooks, Randy Travis, Johnny Cash, Tanya Tucker, and The Judge have all recorded his songs. Happy birthday. Hey, Jim, did you read the Gazette this morning?
No, I didn't. I happened to miss it. What's going on?
Oh my gosh, Beyonce's looking to buy a house in Slidell.
Beyonce's looking to buy a house in Slidell. What's she going to do with it?
It's true. Well, they need some roof repair because the roof is very old. Guess who she got to replace it?
Who's going to replace her roof?
All the shingle ladies.
All the shingle ladies.
All the shingle ladies.
All the shingle ladies.
That's your stupid country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Trucking with OIDA, which is coming up next. Our friends are going to dive in, Jim.
They are going to try to at least stop some of the shenanigans going on in Washington, D.C. Bryce Mungin will be talking to them about that. And then, of course, they're talking with Chris Hughes, our friends over at the ODOT, about all the parking possibilities that are beginning to percolate and pop up in Ohio. Did you like that?
I like that. Well done.
Somebody should hit some music now and get this the hell out of here. Hey,
Help,
man.
Get me out of here. I got to go pour my epoxy floor.
Reminded me to talk about 1975's movies at the same time. There's a lot of commonality there. Some cool stuff.
We'll do it next week. Have a great weekend, everybody. Get home safe. That's the name of the game.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
A day after a threat from the Secretary of Transportation over English proficiency requirements, New Mexico responds.
And the battle against an increase in size and weight limits for commercial trucks is heating up again.
And hats off to Ohio, which is staring down the truck parking crisis by taking action.
Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Ashley, Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
How's it going?
Love
big plans for the weekend?
Love a good Friday. No, which is exactly how I like it.
Exactly what you need sometimes. That is exactly where I'm at too. I've had a couple weekends of just nonstop
it's nice to
errands and doing this and doing that. I'm ready to just sit down,
relax,
watch some college football,
take a nap.
We are going to talk in a little bit with someone from Ohio,
Yes.
Chris Hughes. You know, we've been talking a lot about Ohio lately.
We have been. For good reason,
For
thankfully.
good reason,
Yeah.
yes. They're taking care or trying to take care of the truck parking crisis. We're going to talk to Chris Hughes of the Ohio Department of Transportation about that plan. He's the project manager for it.
Yep.
Looking forward to that. We can ask him too, as we've asked, I think, every Ohio person that's come on the show.
Yeah. If they're
whether
a
they
Buckeyes
are
fan.
a Buckeyes fan. So we
Yeah.
can talk to him about that. Also, we're going to talk to Bryce Mungin here in just a little bit.
Yes.
A friend of the show, OIDA Director of Legislative Affairs, about this issue that continues to kind of keep getting churned up. This push to
A lot of these trucking issues have
They
been
seem-
issues for a long time and continue to be.
Yes.
And this is certainly one of them.
Which is why it's important that associations like OIDA continue to talk about them, continue to push back
Fight
against
the
some of
fight.
these ideas. And this idea that we're going to talk about today is this idea of increasing size and weight limits for commercial trucks,
Yeah.
something that OIDA has opposed from the get-go.
Bigger is not always better.
Bigger is not always better for a number of reasons that we can get into with Mr. Mungin
Yes.
of OIDA. So looking forward to talking with both of those gentlemen here a little bit later on. Let's get to some news, though, Ashley, and let's start with what I think has been the big news of the week here, this
Yeah.
ongoing coverage of the USDOT's enforcement of English language requirements. We told you earlier this week, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy threatened 3 states, California, New Mexico, and Washington State, saying that they need to enforce the English language proficiency standards, or if they don't, face a pause in federal funding, 30 days to do that. Part of this, of course, and I think this is where the conversation really got stirred up here, is that deadly crash in
Yeah.
Florida caused by a truck driver who Secretary Duffy has said had been pulled over in New Mexico in July for speeding, implying that that driver should have been taken off the road at that time. The Secretary also saying the driver, no doubt, could not speak the English language. But law enforcement, again, did not take him or his truck out of service. New Mexico has now responded. Want to make sure that we get that out there as well. Troy Weisler, New Mexico State Police Chief, said in a news release that federal officials are mischaracterizing, I should say, New Mexico's compliance with English language testing. He said they are currently in the process of complying with the new requirements, and that even if they had been in place when that trucker was pulled over back in July, they probably would not have, because law enforcement in that interaction, he says, had no communication issues with the driver. They did release a video of the traffic stop. You can watch it for yourself
Yeah.
out there, make your own determinations as to whether they were having
It's really, it's hard to hear, but you
Yeah.
can tell, just by the exchange.
Yeah, and again, you can make your own determinations whether or not this person should have been pulled off if the English language proficiency was an out of service violation at that time. But again, I think we should circle back to the bigger picture here, in the stance really that OIDA has been taking for years now, that English language requirements are first and foremost about safety, which is what the USDOT is saying here as well. And again, that English language proficiency should be checked in the licensing and training stages. That is what OIDA has been emphasizing again for years. And as for the enforcement, we should mention of the English language requirements thus far, very much in the early stages here. FMCSA data has shown that more than 7,600 English proficiency violations were issued from the enforcement date through July. But out of that number, a bit less than 1,400 were placed out of service. So this is a story that's going to continue to go on for a while now. We'll keep covering it and obviously all the responses that are out there as well.
Yeah. A level playing field for owner-operators and small motor carriers is what OOIDA is asking to be part of the National Freight Strategic Plan. The U.S. DOT recently held a 30-day comment period where people could weigh in on priorities for the updated National Freight Strategic Plan. 66 comments were made, and of course, OOIDA was one of those. The association is asking for changes that would alleviate costs for small business truckers, as well as the need to address deteriorating highway infrastructure that, of course, results in lost productivity and compensation for drivers. OOIDA President Todd Spencer said this plan must prioritize fixing the nation's truck parking crisis and resolve other institutional barriers such as excessive detention time, inadequate driver training, and escalating freight fraud that can be mitigated through more practical federal policies. The previous plan was issued in 2020.
A quick side note.
Yeah.
I love anytime there's a comment period. I think you said there were 66 comments, I think.
66, yeah.
OOIDA, without fail, if it has
course.
anything to do with owner-operators, truck drivers in general.
They are chiming in.
Every single time, without fail, which I think really speaks again to the fact that the association is on top of these issues and advocating endlessly for truck drivers out there. So I just wanted to put that in there.
No, it's true. An emergency has been declared in the state of Washington after a semi-truck damaged the White River Bridge on State Route 410 between Buckley and Enumclaw. I had to look that one up.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
I think.
I hope
I'm going to
so.
say you nailed it. We'll get letters, but yes.
Yes, exactly. After the accident, Washington DOT officials restricted traffic from using the bridge in both directions, which prompted Governor Bob Ferguson to declare the emergency because he says the bridge is a critical lifeline for King and Pierce counties. He says they're doing all they can to get that reopened. Declaring emergency, of course, allows them to seek federal funding to help protect state dollars and get things going.
Yeah. And one more quick story here out of Arizona. We talk all the time about artificial intelligence, AI, and how it's going to be incorporated into trucking. It's also being used on the state level. Arizona DOT announcing an AI-powered truck parking availability system that is being deployed along Interstate 10 there. They're using AI-based cameras that are mounted at rest areas and truck parking locations. They take that information, they shoot it out to those signs, to apps, the smartphone app as well, and the traveler information website as well. So just another way that we're seeing AI kind of incorporated into our everyday lives there.
Whether we like it or not.
Whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not, the conversation about oversized trucks, overweight trucks is out there right now, as it has been for a long time. We're going to take a very short break here, but when we come back, as promised, Mr. Bryce Mungin of OID's Washington, D.C. office, who is on top of this issue, and he's going to fill us in. And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, we have talked about the constant calls on Capitol Hill for a number of things. One of the constant calls that continue to just never seem to go away are these calls to increase the size and weight limits for commercial trucks. They never seem to end. The same, I think, could be said for OIDA's opposition to that push, which is still going strong. And the association is leading a new offensive as we speak. And joining us to talk about that and what it looks like and why it's needed is Bryce Mungin, OIDA Director of Legislative Affairs. Bryce, how are things in Washington, D.C.?
Well, relatively quiet with August, but we know things will be picking back up quickly. So it's a good time to engage on some of these issues.
Yeah. Do you like it when it's quiet, or does it concern you?
It never stays too quiet, so there's never really a chance to get concerned. I'm sure, as most people listening know, we've been real busy on a number of issues throughout August, so it's never too quiet.
That is a fact. Fact check, true. Let's talk about this issue here, because the association recently sent a letter to transportation leaders in the House and the Senate related, again, to the association's opposition to any increases to truck size and weight limits. Let's just start with asking the question, why now?
So Congress is working on its Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. That's a fancy way of saying they're working on the next highway bill. And that highway bill is kind of like the Super Bowl for trucking and just broader transportation policy. That's where so much of what we work on is addressed. So, whether it's truck size and weight, whether it's, truck parking, whether we're fighting minimum insurance or all these other things, these are all issues that get kind of wrapped up into this conversation of the highway reauthorization. So those bills, a highway bill usually lasts for about 5 years. And so every 5 years or so, Congress has to reconsider what policies are we going to put in place, as part of this legislation. So that is why we're talking about truck size and weight and our opposition to it, because the House and Senate committees with jurisdiction over these issues, they are taking input and starting to put together each of their versions of the bills.
Bryce, talk to me about the concerns when it comes to the weight size and limit increase.
Mm-hmm. And so there's a number of concerns, and really what we stress is that it's bad for small business trucking. And that's because truck size and weight increases, really what they amount to are carve-outs for special interests or specific industries. And that's because in order to run at heavier weights or to run at these heavier weights, you need to be able to upgrade your equipment. That costs money. And also we know that when you run at heavier weights, you're going to be putting more wear and tear on your equipment. So that's more money to maintain your equipment. And experience has shown our members that when there are increases to, I should clarify, as part of this conversation, we're generally talking about truck weights. Longer trucks, bigger trucks are certainly a concern, but truck weight seems to be the most prominent issue right now. So on truck weights, anytime we've seen increased truck weight limits, small business truckers never come out ahead. Between those increased costs and the little, if any, increase in compensation that they've gotten, it never makes business sense to operate when those limits are increased.
And then, of course, there's the other considerations too. If that were the only consideration,
Sure.
I think that would certainly be enough. But that isn't the end of this, right?
Yeah.
There's also the concerns about infrastructure. There's also some huge safety concerns here related to all this as well.
Yeah, infrastructure as well, because our nation's roads and bridges were built to certain specifications, and they weren't built to withstand heavier truck weights. So if Congress were to come in and allow for heavier trucks out on our road, trucks are going to put more wear and tear on roads and bridges that weren't designed for them, and it's going to cost more to repair those roads and bridges. And, kind of getting back to what I mentioned before, that these policies kind of amount to a handout for special interests or specific industries. I'll take the logging industry, for example, because there's 2 bills in the House right now that would carve out an exemption for them. If you're thinking about infrastructure wear and tear, you're basically saying, if there's specific industries that can make use of these heavier weights, they get to use the heavier weights. They get some of those efficiencies. They're going to be putting more wear and tear and damage on infrastructure. But in the end, it's everybody who's going to be paying for the increased repair bill for infrastructure. So even if, let's say there was some sort of logging exemption that's put into place, all truckers, all small business truckers are going to be one way or another footing the bill to repair our roads and bridges because of the damage done by heavier trucks. So there's concerns about, the cost to repair infrastructure and just the state of infrastructure generally, because we know our infrastructure is not in good shape. So as you see that increased wear and tear, truckers are going to have to operate on that as well. And turning to the other issue you mentioned, talking about safety, I should clarify this, and this is what we always bring to the table, is that certainly truckers and especially experienced truckers know how to operate safely, especially if you are talking about oversized loads or specific permitted loads or things like that. But generally, when you're talking about these truck weight increases, you're saying you're throwing the door open to anyone to drive at heavier weights. And at a time when we are saying that we need to improve and Congress needs to strengthen entry-level driver training standards, it's not the time to allow for heavier trucks for inexperienced drivers to be operating. So, we're not saying that heavy trucks can't be operated safely, but in the broader context of things, it's not a good idea to be allowing these heavier weights across the board when there's still a whole host of other safety issues that are out there.
As Scott said, early on that this is something that we seem to have been talking about for a long time now. How far back does this conversation go, and how far back does the opposition go?
Yeah, it certainly predates me being here at OOIDA, and I'm sure a lot of folks, it's I can't say for sure, but it goes back a long way. There's always going to be someone coming to Congress and saying, here's a really good reason why you should allow us to operate at heavier weights, because we can be more efficient, because we can save money, or for this reason or that or another. And for those interests that stand to make stand to save a lot of money in their operations, they're always going to be around trying to push for this. So this really is one of those issues that just hasn't gone away. And also too, the other factor that's at play is states have acted on their own to increase some weight limits. And that's, I think, another helpful point to clarify is when we're talking about truck weights, we're talking about truck weights on the interstate. So that's where Congress can set the limits. So what we have sometimes is states will go and set higher limits on their roads. And so, industries or people will come back and be like, wait, we can run at higher weight limits on local roads in our state. Why doesn't Congress just bump up the weight limit? So there's a whole lot of reasons why this issue is always there, because it's, there's also activity on the state and local level. So it really is just something I think we'll be dealing with, this highway bill. And I'm sure, if we're all still around here talking about it a few years from now in the next highway bill.
You raise an interesting point, and I think I like to at least look at these issues sometimes from the other side of the argument. And you talked about special interests. You talked about who's kind of, pushing for these things. Can we explore that a little bit? Because I think that will kind of help us maybe better understand why this issue keeps coming back up. And you kind of danced around it, but I think this is a classic follow the money situation. Talk a little bit about the people who continue to push this idea.
Yeah, and so there's specific types of shippers. The one that jumps to my mind is like the beverage industry, where what you're shipping is heavier. So they weigh out before they cube out, and so they would really stand to benefit from being able to operate their trucks at heavier weights. So that's where we've seen some of the push just from them and the coalitions that they work with for allowing heavier trucks across the board. Some of the more specific examples we've seen, or industry-specific examples, include a push from the EV industry. And what's going on there is electric vehicles are heavier, and so as you put the same number of electric vehicles on an auto hauler, they start to get heavier, and you can haul fewer electric vehicles compared to regular gas vehicles on an auto hauler. And so what they did is they went to Congress and said, hey, can we up the weight limit for auto haulers because we're not able to be as efficient with our operations because our vehicles are getting heavier. So they would stand to benefit because they can put more vehicles on a single auto hauler. But as we talked about before, now you're getting into the situation where you have heavier vehicles on the road, putting more wear and tear, and it's going to be one specific type of industry that's benefiting. And now everyone else is going to be paying for the improvements or driving on worse roads because they're damaging the roads just for this one specific industry. And again, another one, there's already some bills in Congress dealing with logging trucks. That seems to be one that pops up all the time. And that really gets back to kind of what I was referencing earlier. Some states have gone and allowed for heavier trucks on their local roads, and then those industries turn around and say, we don't want to be driving on our local roads. We don't want to be going past schools. So why don't you just let us do it on the interstate? So you kind of pick an industry and someone will always have what they say is a good reason to increase truck weights.
Now, this is a group I know we've spoke with before, the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. They've been very active in this, right?
Very active.
Yes, they've been very active. And, I think at the top, you kicked it off by mentioning we sent a letter to Capitol Hill and leadership there expressing our opposition to increasing truck size or truck weights. And we're doing that as part of a broader effort from the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. So Coalition Against Bigger Trucks, or CABT, they're made up of a whole host of organizations. We're included in that. Also, the Truckload Carriers Association is included in that. But it also includes the railroads, includes law enforcement, associations, includes local government representatives as well. Basically, all the people who understand that this is, increasing truck weights is not good for infrastructure, not good for safety. And as I mentioned earlier, the unique voice that we bring to that is the small business trucking perspective.
When you, and again, this is a letter, behind that letter are a whole bunch of meetings and conversations that you and your colleagues there in the Washington, D.C. office have with, staffers, lawmakers, all sorts of people on Capitol Hill. So you've got the one side, the people pushing for longer, heavier trucks. And then you've got folks like OOIDA and the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks who are kind of giving the other side here, obviously. When you have those conversations with folks on Capitol Hill, and a lot of what you do is educating those people about what these issues mean and why they're important, how do those conversations go? I mean, do they, at the end of them, understand the dangers here? Do you get any pushback from people that you talk to there on Capitol Hill? What do those conversations look like?
Usually with these conversations, and this is really something specific to truck size and weight, I think there's a lot of receptivity and understanding of what we're talking about. I think for the most part, people understand. Certainly, they understand where we're coming from on this. I think sometimes there's a pushback, or at least kind of questions that we get, because there's the people on the other side of this issue. They have their research, they have their data showing allegedly that things like equipment upgrades to a truck will limit pavement damage and will make sure that trucks can still stop in the same amount of time. So we do get questions or kind of pushback on that, but I think, and I guess I should clarify too, we also have good responses to those. In particular, as I mentioned earlier, it's not cheap to upgrade equipment. So even if some of this equipment does help to mitigate some of the concerns, it's not free for small business truckers to do. And the one thing that we always rely on is there's really not a good answer to what happens with bridges that just aren't weighted for heavier weights. But I think the one thing that always happens with this issue, and we try to encourage lawmakers, is just to not take this issue up. I think we really encourage lawmakers to stay away from this issue because as we talked about before, it's always out there. People are always coming to Congress for their specific carve-out. So if someone's come to you and you're thinking about sticking your neck out there and supporting this, now you're going to be on the record as someone who supports truck weight increases, and you better believe people are going to keep coming back to you as someone who they think can help them out. So it usually is a good reception, but we have a message of you should really try and stay away from this issue.
Now, I never like to assume anything, but I am going to assume that the driver shortage narrative doesn't help this, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's another part of the equation that we're able to bring into it, is pushing back on this idea that we need to put more freight on each truck because we don't have enough drivers to drive all the trucks that are out here. And as we know, don't even need to spend much time on it. That's just not true, and that's another really important part of the conversation that we can bring. I think that is another moment when we are in meetings or have conversations with staff to try and connect all these dots and really put together a comprehensive case or a comprehensive way to push back on these policies. So that's absolutely a really important part of this message that we bring.
I guess the glass half full thing, way to look at this, Bryce, is if history is any indication, this won't go anywhere. But of course, that is because of action that has been taken in the past.
Yeah.
In terms of what this is going to look like over the next several months as the highway bill gets crafted, I know you on Capitol Hill and your colleagues there will continue to put this message out. The Coalition Against Bigger Trucks obviously has been great on this issue as well, and has strong feelings about it for obvious reasons. I guess it's our obligatory request to folks out there too. It's nice to hear from folks like yourself, obviously, but a phone call, a letter, an email from truck drivers out there about their real world experiences and how this would actually affect them, that goes even a longer way, right?
Yes, absolutely. And I will say this is probably about as close as it's especially important for people to reach out to their lawmakers now, because I would say it is about as close as proponents of weight increases have gotten in recent years to being successful. And I don't think by any means certain what the outcome will be here. As you said, we've done a lot of really good work, especially when our Vice President Louis Pugh was able to testify on a couple occasions this year. He was really able to push back on this issue directly to lawmakers in a very public setting. But we know that this is going to be a fight as part of the upcoming highway bill. So talking to your lawmakers about what this would mean to your business, talking to them about what would be the costs to upgrade your equipment at a heavier weight, I think is especially important, and what our association and what our members can bring to this conversation. So, like you said, we always have to plug it. Fightingfortruckers.com is a place where you can find information about your lawmakers and how to contact them. There's a couple bills floating out there right now, and lawmakers are certainly aware that this is an issue. It's not front and center at the moment, but it's something that they are definitely hearing about from proponents of truck weight increases. So getting on their radar and letting them know that as a constituent you're opposed to this is a really important thing to do.
Can I back up real quick, Bryce? Because you said that you feel like that I'm paraphrasing here, but that we're closer than we have been in a while for this thing actually getting through. Why do you say that? What sense are you getting out there?
Well, I think just generally speaking, again, this is kind of general and broad characterizations, but Republicans have been more receptive to truck size and weight increases. And with Republicans controlling both the House and the Senate and the presidency, this is, I think, probably the best shot that proponents of truck weight increases will have. I think the message that they bring about efficiency, supply chain streamlining, and all this other stuff is, can be receptive to lawmakers. So just given the makeup of Congress and the White House and, how they've been pushing on this issue for years, that's why we are, concerned about where this is going. I wouldn't say we're worried or anything like that, but I think this is, they probably realize this too, this is about the best opportunity they're going to have possibly for a while to get this done. So we know there's going to be a lot of focus on this.
Well, if that's not a call to action, I don't know what is. Yeah. Bryce, really appreciate your time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate your work on this. And we'll plug it again. Fightingfortruckers.com is the place to go to reach out to your lawmaker. And again, explain why this is a bad idea and how it would affect people in a very bad way. So, Bryce, thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you so much.
That was Bryce Mungin of OID's Washington, D.C. office. We'll take a quick break. Trucking with OID continues right after this.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
We have been heaping praise on the state of Ohio recently for talking the talk and walking the walk when it comes to addressing the truck parking crisis. The Ohio DOT announcing a plan to add 1,400 new truck parking spaces across the state over the next couple of years. And the wheels are already in motion. Joining us to talk is Chris Hughes. Chris is the Deputy Director of ODOT District 1 and the project manager for this truck parking initiative. Chris, how you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Glad to be here.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for talking with us. This is an issue that we have been talking about quite a bit on the show, and looking forward to hearing from you about that. Real quick, though, Chris, are you by chance an Ohio State football fan? I know college football season's right around the corner here.
Of course, I am a Buckeye alum. Big things coming. Very excited for the matchup with Texas on Saturday.
Yeah, we've got Louis Pugh here in the building, Executive Vice President. He's a big Ohio State Buckeye fan, and I think we talked to Tom Balzer of the Ohio Trucking Association, who was
fan.
kind of a fan as well. So fun time. I love the culture there in Ohio with the football.
Yeah. So we want to, of course, tip our hats to you and your colleagues there in Ohio who are taking action on this truck parking issue, a huge issue. Let's start with a general question about the problem there in your state. How bad is the truck parking shortage there?
Yeah, I don't know that the truck parking shortage in Ohio is substantially different than the rest of the country. This is a national problem. We all know that truck parking shortage is evident across the state. I think one thing about Ohio, just because our unique geographic location is sort of the crossroads of the country, we have just an enormous amount of freight routes that go through our state. We have it's a destination route for a lot of industry and distribution, but it's also there's a lot of pass through traffic, and so I think we're experiencing the same things that the rest of the country is. However, maybe just exacerbated a little bit by our geographic location, which just generates a lot of truck traffic.
I assume you've talked to truck drivers about their frustrations. What else have you heard from them?
Yeah, we have, and we have a lot of fantastic partners in the industry who we've relied on to really gain a lot of insight, and we hear things that. Truck parking is the number one issue when truck drivers are polled. Even more than compensation in some cases. They really worry about the availability of truck parking. Additionally, when you sort of see the statistics on the amount of time it takes and how far drivers go out.
Hey! Check. 1 2 1 2. Hello.
There's a lot of added time and cost put on the trucking industry because the parking isn't readily available, and so it's like I said, I think it's something that we all kind of have an understanding, and we can see it every day. My daily commute to work, I drive by, several locations where I see trucks parked up and down highway ramps and on shoulders, and obviously that's a safety issue. But it's we really have it. This is an issue that's been around for a long time. It's gradually getting worse as truck volumes continue to grow, and we're happy to in Ohio to be able to do our part here to at least make a significant dent in the problem.
You pointed out, and Ashley said, credit where credit's due. You're doing something on this issue. And you pointed out that this is a problem in every state in the United States. It's a nationwide problem. But again, you all are doing something about it. So credit where credit's due there. You talked about kind of the origins of this. And obviously, to address a problem, you've got to identify the problem. This goes back a while. Can you remember, and maybe you jumped in the middle, but when did the conversations first start, on the state level there as to, hey, we've got a problem here. We need to figure out how to solve it.
Yeah, I know. And again, I've sort of been on the implementation side of this more recently, but I do know that Governor Mike DeWine, this has been an issue that he has been championing for his entire administration. And it goes all the way back to another program that we have in Ohio that has been partly implemented at this point to rebuild our rest areas across the state. And we're rebuilding a lot of rest areas, adding significant truck parking as part of those projects also. And that's not even included in the 1,400 additional parking spaces we're talking about here. So really this entire administration, the last 6.5 years of the DeWine administration, truck parking has been a priority. ODOT initiated a study in 2021, really for the first time to take a look at the scope of the problem and identify those areas across the state where, we could, sort of quantify this issue and really identify what those locations were that were in need of truck parking. And that's what more directly led to this effort that we're talking about today, is that 2021 study. And then, things really got rolling last fall, as it became time to go from study to implementation and actually put our money where our mouth was and actually do something about it.
Yeah.
Now, 1,400 new spaces are going in. Of course, you can't just decide to do this, something this big and execute it the next day. I assume it takes a lot of planning. Can you walk us through the process from step one, where a decision was made to do something and then kind of where we are today?
Yeah, well, it actually it doesn't happen the next day, but it happened pretty quickly. And that's true, sort of the piece of this where, you sort of need a couple things to happen. One of those being the political will, from the governor and our director and the state legislature to be able to do this. And once we had that backing, implementation was more of so we just started this effort less than 12 months ago. So this came to me and my team here in District 1 in early October of 2024. And we essentially hit the ground running. One of the unique things about this program is we are doing this all on existing state-owned right-of-way. So we're not acquiring any land for any of this parking. So the first step was taking a comprehensive look at excess land that ODOT owned across the state, and that is a variety of different types of sites. It includes land that was acquired back when the original interstate system was built that was identified for a future rest area, and the rest area was never built. It includes some interchange infield, so some cloverleaf ramps where we have access off of a side road. We're using some of that land. And also just pieces of land here and there that, for whatever reason, the state controls. And so we started that process last fall. I got an inventory of potentially suitable land that initially included over 100 sites statewide. And eventually through some analysis and trying to identify, which sites would be potentially suitable, we whittled that down to ultimately the 33 sites that we are moving forward with currently.
Walk me back or take me back to about a year ago, because you kind of talked about it there, that the idea was presented to you and your team. Do you remember that initial conversation? Do you remember thinking, wow, that is a fast timeline? Do you remember thinking, how are we going to get this done? Or, was there excitement? Kind of walk me through your emotions, I guess, when it was first presented, like, hey, we're doing this and we're not waiting, we're going.
That's a great question. And yes, I remember the moment vividly. It was our assistant director, Mitch Blackford, our assistant director of operations. And the initial conversation was more of a, hey, this is something we need to do. We need to do it quickly. What ideas do you have? And it was more of a brainstorming session about how to make that happen. I took that back to my team here in the district, and initially it wasn't going to be our district. There was no discussion about us actually managing this entire program. I was just looking for, hey, how do we do this? And took it back to the team. We came up with some schedules, and here's how we can do it. If we cut out some red tape and we focus on results, we can make this happen on this time frame. Presented that back to our senior level management, and ultimately got buy-in on that. And then it came time to, well, who's going to do this? And we said, well, I think it's a challenge that our team here in the district would embrace. We did, and we never looked back. So it was exciting. It's been an exciting process. It's been a good challenge for our folks to be able to implement something so aggressive in scope and in timeline and in really just the number of people that it affects. Yeah. It's just rare that you get the opportunity. We are one of 12 districts in the state, and to be able to be involved in something like this that doesn't just deal with our corner of the state, but also really impacts not only the entire state, but really the entire nation. As I mentioned before, truck drivers crisscross Ohio all the time, and so it's just been really a great thing to be a part of, and just really proud to be where we're at this point, and looking forward to breaking ground early next year and actually getting some of this under construction.
Well, and I think that's why it's so refreshing watching from afar, because I remember kind of the initial press releases that this was going to happen. And usually when you see things like that, it takes a number of years. But this has been, as you said, fast-tracked. I mean, the timeline is really accelerated. And that is why I think it's refreshing, because, again, you saw a problem, you've addressed the problem, you've taken action in a quick manner. I'm not going to ask you to give advice to other states, because obviously they have their own things going on. But is there a lesson to be learned here from other states that are out there, again, that are dealing with the same problem? What lessons can they learn from how it's being done there in Ohio?
Well, I think one thing that I will credit towards making this successful, and I mentioned Governor DeWine, and I mentioned the legislature, who really both had to have a part in this. Governor DeWine has been the champion of this, and the funding to be able to do this came through our recently passed transportation budget. And so it really required, the political will in order to make this happen. So, none of this happens without that. The other key piece of that is this is being done, this particular effort, with 100% state funds. And we in transportation, we typically deal with longer timelines, and a lot of that has to do with the use of federal funds. All states have access to federal funds, and depending on the state, it can be a majority of their transportation budget. There's a lot more red tape and process and strings attached to some of that federal funding, and so the ability, what really set us on a course to be able to do this so quickly, is the fact that we were budgeted state funding in order to do this. So that's really one of the things that's helped. So I guess if we're talking about advice to other states, if they want to implement something like ours, state funding is a great way to do it because it's more flexible and then you can move more quickly.
Yeah.
But every state's going to be in a different position as far as funding to be able to do something like that.
Sure. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned all these spots are going to be going on state land. Where specifically are they going, and where are you in terms of construction?
Yeah, so I think I mentioned before, we do have 33 sites across the entire state. And one of the things, and if you look back at our press release, we have a map out there showing all the sites. This is truly all across the state. It's all corners. It's all major routes. It's all interstates. This isn't just, hey, we're going to build truck parking in the major urban areas, or we're going to build it all along, a certain interstate. This is truly a statewide program. Out of those 33 sites, I think I mentioned earlier, some are land that was purchased along interstates or other major routes that was intended at some point to be developed into a rest area and never was. And so we'll be building those sites out, which they won't be rest areas for passenger vehicles. They'll be exclusively for truck parking. Some of these sites are current rest areas. So we have a number of rest areas where there was enough excess land adjacent to the parking lots and the buildings and all those things that we were able to add substantial truck parking. So we have quite a few sites that are those. We have cloverleaf style infields, so that the typically green area inside of a cloverleaf ramp, where if there was good access from a side road, we're going to be building parking inside of some of those ramps. And then there's some other areas that I guess, for lack of a better term, they're just random. They're nooks and crannies of land that is owned that. We found room to be able to add parking. So there's really no cookie cutter type site. There's really no typical kind of site. It's just whatever we could get our hands on that really was along with those major freight routes and was suitable to build significant parking.
I just want to emphasize again to make sure that we're understanding kind of how big this investment is. Because the American Transportation Research Institute projects now that Ohio will lead the nation in the total number of long-term truck parking spaces available on state-owned property, again, because of this project. That's got to be a source of pride. That's great. But also, I think it's important to emphasize, and I wonder if you can talk about this a little bit, it's important to emphasize that this is one piece of the puzzle, right? This is going to help, no doubt about it, but it's not going to solve the truck parking crisis there, right? In terms of doing that, that's going to take, I suppose, the private sector and a lot of other pieces kind of falling in place. Have there been discussions on that and what that looks like? Obviously, you're playing a role, but there's got to be more involved here down the line from other people.
Yeah, that's a great point, and this is. While this is a significant step in the right direction, just with the growth of truck traffic on our highways, this is certainly not going to be, the extent to solve the problem, and especially as time continues and truck traffic continues to grow, we're going to quickly see. The gains by this eaten up and more need in the future. So, it truly is a multi-pronged issue. The private sector does definitely play a role. And the majority of truck parking out there in the state of Ohio, as well as across the nation, is privately owned, truck stops and gas stations and things like that.
Yeah.
I know we've seen the investment here. It's been very encouraging to see, we're up in Northwest Ohio, and there's a number of developments in this part of the state, and I'm sure it's happening around the state, where we are seeing growth from the private sector in adding truck parking, both to existing facilities and also brand new facilities. And so I think as time moves forward, it's just, this is, again, this is a multi-pronged effort to try to help this issue nationwide. It's going to take the private sector, it's going to take the public sector, and hopefully, everyone can work together and help, acknowledge what a problem this is and work together on the solution. I know I did see something recently. Secretary Duffy has talked about truck parking, and there's some effort at the federal level, and so that's encouraging to see also. So we're just glad here. It's been great to be a part of our efforts in Ohio to kind of lead this effort and really demonstrate what a state can do if you have the will to do so.
And just real quick, too, the 1,400 spots, is it by the end of 2027, those will all be in place? Is that right? That's the timeline? Am I remembering that right? Okay.
Correct. We are, so about a third of our spots will be under construction and completed by the end of 2026. So, by this time next year, we'll be getting real close to opening some the first of our sites. That'll be about a third, and the remaining 2/3 of this program will be under construction, and again, is projected to open for use by the end of 2027. So by the end of 2027, all 1,400 spots are expected to be open.
That's great.
You mentioned, through this process, talking with truckers. I'm curious, did any other issues come up that you'd like to address?
What's next on your list there, Chris?
I'm going to focus on trying to achieve this goal first before we move on to the next thing. But yeah, I really it's and that kind of brings up a good point. There are a lot of things that truckers want. Amenities is certainly important to them also, but we're really in order to really stay focused on parking. We've really fought hard to keep our scope tight and not get distracted by bells and whistles. So this is what you're going to see out of this program is going to be very basic parking. It's going to include restroom facilities and at locations that aren't at a current rest area. It's going to be primitive restroom facilities. There's going to be lighting, so we will have lighting. That's a safety issue, but that's about it. We're really trying to steer clear of other sort of wants rather than needs, because again, as we understand it, the real need out there is parking, and so in order to stretch our budget as far as we can and get as many parking spots built as possible, we're really trying to limit what we're doing, just keeping that to parking right now.
Yeah. Like I said, we've been tipping our caps here to you all here for a little while now. Hats off to you, Chris. Hats off to your team as well. For again taking this on and running, taking the ball and running with it. We'll continue with the Ohio State football analogy there. But Chris, thanks so much for your time. Thanks for your work on this, and we may check in with you here at some point down the line and see how things are going.
Hey, would always be glad to talk to you again. We're excited about this. Thanks for having me on the program today, and go Bucks.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And Ashley, great talk there with Chris Hughes of the Ohio DOT. And again, I know we keep giving them applause and pats on the back for
Credit
this.
where credit is due.
Exactly. And I think it's important that we do talk about these things because at least I, from my perspective, have seen a shift in this in recent years where I think more people in more states, more people who are able to make change on this issue are paying attention to it.
Yeah, which is good
and
to see.
it's great to see. And I think as we told Chris there, the fact that they didn't just recognize a problem and then have
something.
Conduct 18 studies about, is this really a problem? Maybe it's a problem. They saw it was a problem and they took action and they're doing something about it. So super encouraging. Again, hats off to them. Pat on the back, whatever, any way you want to give them credit there. I think it's great. Another thing, too, we keep bringing up every time we talk to somebody with Ohio, and we were talking about this off the air, Ashley. Ohio State football is huge.
Yeah.
It's a culture. If you're an Ohio State Buckeye fan, you are in it. Like Saturdays
that's what it sounds
are
like.
for football.
Yeah.
You are, and we were talking about this, you are a Canadian.
Yeah.
I think you understand it now, but you did not quite understand the college football culture.
Yeah, I get it now, but first moving over here to the States, I couldn't wrap my head around why everyone was so diehard fans of these university teams that they didn't go to that university.
Yeah.
Like my husband, huge Hawkeyes fan. And I'm like, but you didn't
Iowa
go
there.
Hawkeye.
But he's from Iowa.
But he's from, And so, I get it now.
It's a community thing.
It is a community thing, yeah. And no, I get it now. I'm not going.
Have you been to a college football game?
No.
No.
I've been to an NFL game.
Okay.
A couple of those.
And I've been to both. They're different experiences.
Yeah.
I would recommend going to a college football game.
Okay.
I would not recommend going to a Kansas Jayhawks game. That's because I'm a Mizzou Tiger fan.
Okay, yeah, I know the rivalry there.
But and that's the thing that's fun about
exciting.
it, right?
Yeah.
You got the rivalries,
It just took a while for me as a Canadian, in which we have universities, but they don't have the sports teams are not
well, and that's a uniquely
dominating.
American. That's a uniquely American thing. I don't think any country,
Which is
you know what I
really
mean?
Interesting, yeah.
My daughter is in the orchestra at her high school, and she is actually going over to London for the New Year's Day parade.
Wow.
She's not in the marching band, but she's part of the overall group, I guess. They apparently, and we learned this from the assembly they had, they in the UK, they love marching bands because they don't have them there. They don't have that experience. And I got to thinking about that. I thought, it is a uniquely American type of thing,
which is
right?
Really cool, yeah.
Yeah, it is cool. It is really cool. Yeah, for that reason too, marching band. I mean, it's the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it's a whole
Go to a college football game if you can this fall.
All right.
And I think anybody who goes, you may not
love it,
fall in love with it, but
Yeah.
you'll understand it.
Yeah.
And I think you understand
I'm
it now.
not
But
going to
you'll
be saying rock chalk Jayhawks.
Rock chalk Jayhawk, yeah, that's more a basketball.
I'm amazed I know that.
More a basketball
Okay.
thing, but yeah,
All
that's
right.
definitely a thing as well.
I'm impressed that I know that.
All right, well, you need to adopt a college football team. Is what you need to do.
Probably Hawkeyes. I'd say
Hawkeyes.
Iowa,
All right,
yeah.
well, there you go.
Got to stay loyal to my husband here.
You got it made. We've got it made for the weekend.
Yes.
We'll have a good one. Hope you do as well wherever you are. Thanks for listening,
Stay safe.
and thanks for all you do out there. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.